declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, preview, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny, warm, not sunny, actually. It's kind of cloudy, but still warm, 60 degrees, California, Los Angeles, folks. I am ecstatic. I'm live. I'm alive. I'm a little tired. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night because I was traveling this morning, which is what I will tell you about in a brief moment, where I tell you all about my personal news, about what happened in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. But let me tell you, for all the folks out there in New York City, for all the folks out there in Minnesota, you truly can't beat how beautiful the warmth is. That's right. For all the ladies, gents, boys, girls, MBs in Chicago. I'm here. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's Sunday. Normally it's Sunday fun day, but there's a lot of news to cover, obviously, so it's not so fun, especially because, Half Day Hossie was back at it again the day yesterday and the day prior, only doing 5 hours of coverage. Only doing 5 hours of coverage, and then after that, being out and about at the protests and stuff like that, rather than being in my den covering the news nonstop in the way that a lot of you want me to. Okay. You cooked the fuck out of Los Pollos? Oh yeah. I had some words, dude. Cause woke is back and I'm the woke general. Okay. Like woke Sharia is here and I am, make no mistake, I am the general of woke. I'm the woke commander. I'm the chairman of woke. I'm the Ayatollah of woke. So when I see motherfuckers step out of line in the woke paradigm, okay, I'll smack some sense into them. Bro, why you always top button? I like it. I think it looks good. Get your shovels out, bushed on. We're snow maxing today. Not me. Let me tell you, not me at all. Anyway, but yeah, personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker.
Welcome to the NBA.
My boy.
Where you have niggas committing genocide off and on the court. They called this nigga the modern day Jackie Robinson. I beg your fucking pardon? I went to go see this nigga play when he was on the Wizards. Comparing him to Jackie Robinson is so disrespectful. This nigga might be Adam Sandler with cerebral palsy.
This AI voice is so annoying to me. I can't stand it. Maybe it's because I'm too old, but it hurts my ear when I hear it, Maybe I'm alone in this. I don't know. I can't be, right? Anyway, all right. Connor destroyed Nick Shitley. Oh yeah, I saw that. All right, so where was I? Yeah, I'm back in LA. ICE is sieging Minneapolis. HOGWATCH ICE edition. Woke is back. I'm the chairman of woke. Get in now. All right. But yeah, personal news wise, playlist if you need it. No, I got it. Thank you. Hair looking full today, Hasan. Thank you. It's the Minnesota ice that and the cold temperature actually gave me a fuller head of hair somehow. But yeah, as I was saying, ended the broadcast last night, and we ended on a high note. We ended on a positive high note. It was actually pretty good, I think. And I went back to my hodl. I basically just, packed up my stuff. I went back to the hodl. I packed up my stuff. You almost crowed here?
Good, nice to meet you. Hey, you got the merch on.
Of course.
God, I fucking love this community, man. Holy shit. I'm about to fucking cry. But I can't, because if I cry,
don't do that.
If I cry, the tears are gonna freeze on my face.
What is that?
There's no other.
Yeah, it's true. I yell at you guys a lot, but you really showed up. You really showed up in Minneapolis, bro. That was crazy. You really showed up in Minneapolis, and it made me. It always, whenever I go out to events like this, it's a good reminder of why I do what I do, in spite of all my fucking dumbass haters. Many of them are, many of which happen to be like pedophiles or pedophile adjacent, sex criminals, and ultra Zionists in different ways. I got a lot of fucking weirdos. Sometimes they're a combination of both or all, like Nazis, things like that. But they stay online and we're out here, right? They stay online and we're out here. We're out here nonstop. They'll never be as bad as the Minnesota cold is, right? That's true. Yeah, I'll be covering a little bit of the ultra Zionist sex criminal pervert party, and what they've been doing. Have you thawed yet? Yeah, I'm thawing right now. Anyway, I'm back in LA, baby. So, dang, G, you extra white today? Yeah, I am. It's because I went to white people territory. So, I woke up early in the morning. I left my $300 heated socks and heated gloves for the good people that helped out back in Murderapolis. I was like, this is my gift to you guys. Those things are so expensive. Yeah, those gloves are like $290. It's crazy. I got it at Dick's. Isn't that wild? Used socks law, bro. They're not regular socks. The fuck? Yeah. Here's my toe jam gift to you. Preseason. Okay, chill. Only the rich can be warm. They didn't even work law. No, they worked. Dude, they worked. It's just there's a limit to technology. Okay? There is a limit to how much technology can keep you warm. Did you give your thermal underwear? No, I brought the thermal back. And before people say, like, there's no, Dick has like $120 pair too. Yeah, there's just like, even on the cheaper ones, you should try the $16 gloves. I go online, they work perfectly. Okay. Chatters, my fingers were still cold. regardless of the fucking like $200, $300 gloves I was wearing. Like, cause I came in hot with like regular gloves, double gloved up. But it was not. They work, just forgot to turn them on. No, I did not forget to turn them on. This was a special moment. I got live poop socked.
I read State in the Revolution because of you.
Hell yeah.
And I'm an employment law paralegal, and so we help people who have been wrongfully terminated and all that sort of stuff. This is one for Hoscord. They said I should do this.
Bro, that's crazy. He fucking live poop socked me. I'm nuking Hoscord.
I'm sorry.
That's it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm super nervous. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, man.
But I live like 5 minutes away, so I had to come over here.
This is why you got to show me. Why you got to show me why I hate the community, right as I was talking about why I love this community. You know what I mean? Why you got to do that? Why you got to do that? You can't help yourselves. You can't help yourselves at all. The Palestinian kids were so adorable. Oh yeah, they were dope.
Well, thank you for everything you do, especially because growing up as Palestinians, no one would ever support us and everything. So it was really cool seeing people in Gen Z start talking about it because of you.
No, it wasn't just because
No,
of me.
I know, but you were a big reason for young people, so we really appreciate
A lot
it.
of people back home in Palestine, when you spoke up, they felt like really happy, and we have like family back there. So we just wanted to say like thank you, because for them they look up to you back in Palestine.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
So we just wanted to say like thank you so much.
Is it kind of dystopian that fans are asking for photos given the circumstances? No. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because I think it's a good incentive, especially when a lot of these guys are like, look, I'm out here, not because I want to take photos with you. I'm out here already, and you happen to be out here as well. And who knows when I'm gonna see you again. Like, I'm not gonna fucking tell them no. You know what I mean? Like, these are members of the community. They're out. They're like, what do you want me to do? Not give them like a moment of joy and happiness when everything is so shitty, everything is so dark. Like, they're like, hey, ICE has been fucking terrorizing this neighborhood. ICE has been terrorizing this neighborhood is really horrible. One of my neighbors just got killed, down the street. And we've been protesting all day. Can I please get a photo? And I'm like, no. No. Not happening. That's me and my friends. We love meeting you. You are welcome to Palestine. We love you there. Hell yeah. You are to the youth who right always acted like Charlie Kirk was. Yeah, I sometimes think about that because, like, given the confines of my job, I am online all the time. And when you're online, you get a very different reality. You get a very different alternative reality that is quite a juxtaposition from what real reality looks like, right? So you end up having that false sense of reality sometimes guide the way you see yourself, the way you see the world. And I wonder, like, were people coming up to Charlie Kirk in the same way back in the day to be like, yo, you really made me into the man I am. I fucking I love hating black people now. Thank you, Charlie. like what does that conversation look like? You know what I mean? Hey, Charlie, I was woke. I was gay. I was woke and gay. And then I started watching you and now I hate gay people. Like, you really nailed it, dude. You fucking killed it for me. Like, you made me the man I am. Kirk didn't go to protests? I don't think so. Maybe in colleges. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Walls is speaking live. Halliburton, the good one, tweet. No, I know. My goat, dude. My freaking goat. I'm glad that, like, there's someone out there saying it. Show the clip of you getting called out for looking like Bovino. That was me and my friends. You made our day after a hellish 2 weeks. Hell yeah. Walsh and Keith Ellison are speaking. Hey, look who it is. We'll get to that in a little bit. We'll get to that. I was alone and confused before I found you, Kirk. Now I found community and hating immigrants. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of the haters, yeah, I'll cover this too. It's pretty fucking nuts, this shit. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Cause like are you gonna go over the Christine Elm thing on Fox and see what she spews? Yes. I'm gonna cover all that. Keith seems to want to use you as a connection to the youth, but still wasn't really listening sometimes. I mean, I think I like Keith Ellison. I'm pretty open about that. Your normie meter is ticking. Oh no, it's over. It's over, bro. It's over, Brody. I told you it's here. The turning point, many will not realize, the turning point isn't now. The turning point started with the ICE protests that took place in like LA and all around the country last year. And ever since then, I've been telling you, it's going to keep getting worse. Like, this administration's approvals are going to keep going down. They're not going to be able to recover from this because they don't know how to recover from it. They don't have any vision. They don't have any positive vision for a future of this country. They just only have negativity. They only have death. And Ludwig too, woke is so back. My coworker Ludwig spoke out on this. Hell yeah. So, I mean, there was an environment of silence. So does Cinna. Cinna's been talking about it, though. It's not new. But there's been an environment of silence among streamers in general. And that silence, in my opinion, came from having a lot of this content sphere get dominated by right-wing clippers, dominated by Twitter discourse, clips out of context, and the only like vector for woke politics, the only vector for like normal politics, like normalcy, a demand for a better future was coming from a guy who was like the #1 op on the internet. So a lot of those people saw that and were like, maybe I shouldn't speak out because I don't want to get fucking yelled at in the same way Hasan gets yelled at on a daily fucking basis. And sponsorship deals and stuff like that too. So I think that's what it is. That's what it was. And now it's gotten to such a point where people cannot fucking keep taking it. Now is right. They can't keep quiet. They're like, this is too much. This is too much. And there's also a lot of confidence that you gain when you realize that you have the numbers. Because that's why I always say the internet is not real. Okay. The internet is not the real world. And because a lot of people spend a lot of time on the internet, they end up feeling as though the internet is the real world, right? And the internet is very right-wing. It's very, very right-wing. It's very far right, as a matter of fact. So I think that caused a lot of people to just like not come out with their opinions until it got to a point where it was like, this is undeniably cruel. This is completely unacceptable. Someone has to do something about this. This is so fucked up. And that's where we're at. Like, because this is what I kept saying over and over again, right? This is what I kept saying. I kept saying over and over again that like these are people, there are kind-hearted people, there are woke people, I guess, there are open-minded people out there. They're just not voicing their opinions because they're worried. They're worried that they're going to lose their fans. They're worried that like the environment that they're in, they're worried that the environment that they're currently in on the internet is how it is, like how they'll lose a big chunk of their audience because like all their audiences are fucking right wing or something. That's not the case.
I was only going to make the video a lot more about that because, you know, that's a whole big thing. I said I'd be free after the movie was done if I was able to do that. But given, you know, what's happening in the world, and especially today in Minnesota, and there's a lot of times where I feel like there is no good way to go, haha, let me promote this thing in the face of ignoring all the other shit that's going on in the world. Now, I was originally going to make the video a lot more about that.
Mark not shying away from speaking about ICE shooting in Minnesota and saying he didn't want to overshadow it with his own content, just speaks leagues about his character. Wait, what? I don't even understand. What did he say? He just didn't want to like cover it or something, or did he cover it at, I don't know. He's saying he isn't comfortable simply making content and not covering it. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, Markiplier's always been woke.
L Ice. Okay, but unironically though, fuck them. Straight up. Hey, fuck them. Yeah, it's fuck them, don't care. And if you don't like that I say that, it's fuck you too. You know what I mean? Hey, it's fuck you too. That is that simple. It's really that easy for me. I'm telling.
I don't buy that bullshit, Hasan. For 3 years, we watched children get murked and all these content creators stay silent. How are we all supposed to forgive them for speaking up? Brother, I'm not saying you should forgive them. I'm just explaining to you that the tide is shifting and it's a good thing. And also, secondly, ICE is also kidnapping children here in the United States of America. Children are children no matter where they are, okay? Children in Palestine getting killed by the Israeli occupational forces. Children in America getting separated from their parents by the American Israeli occupational forces, also known as ICE. They're both bad. So if people are starting to, at the very least, criticize what's happening in their backyards, it's a good start. Now it's pertinent on us to move them further along in their journey, okay? To help them understand that these systems of violence are tied to one another directly. And that's precisely my job, okay? But that's also, this is not unexpected. Also, Cinna's been saying this stuff, so it's not even new for Cinna. But I'm glad that there's a lot of people showing support for content creators who are actually speaking out. That's a good thing, because this is how, at least in this environment, people start realizing that they're not alone. Because one of the things that I always experience when I'm outside, when I'm in the real world, when I go to these protests and I meet you guys in person, one of the things you always tell me is like, I always felt so alone about the way I viewed the world until I encountered your content and I realized that I'm not so alone. There are so many of you that actually come from fairly right-wing neighborhoods, fairly right-wing backgrounds in general, right-wing families, feeling as though you're like completely alone in the dark and that no one understands you. No one sees, no one sees where you're at, right? No one sees the world in the same way that you do. And then you find a sense of purpose in a community here where you're like, no, actually people do look at this stuff and think it's fucked up. And we have to expand on that. We have to expand on that sense of shared purpose and a sense of community around progressive values, a sense of community that centers humanity and empathy for those who are, more vulnerable than we are. So this is the reason why I will never cast aside people coming out and saying good things. Now, of course, there are obviously differences. There are obviously some bad faith actors who will utilize incidents like Asmongold, when they see that it's like indefensible to a certain degree, or at least that when they feel as though their audience is no longer considering this act of violence to be defensible, because he was saying, fuck around and find out. I should kill all these protesters, fuck them all, whatever, like last week. And then boom, all of a sudden it happens again. And he's like, oh, I guess this is a bridge too far. Like that's a little bit different than the likes of, Markiplier coming out and speaking out, because he's always been very progressive. He's always actually, he's put his money where his mouth is. He's always been progressive. I would go so far as to say even with Charlie, like he's the normie meter, but he also has a political point of view and he doesn't shy away from saying it. So I'm happy. I'll always take that, regardless of whether or not they're not there at the right time, or even, especially from my own personal perspective, you have to think about it this way. These are my colleagues. These are my peers. In some instances, these are my friends, maybe now coworkers, right? And for years and years, I've been speaking truth to justice, especially as it pertains to Palestinian existence, the Holocaust that Israel has done to the Palestinian population. And while I was getting inundated with smears over and over again, being called a fucking terrorist, demanding that the federal government actually come after me, detain me. The federal government literally did detain me. Not a single one of these guys spoke out. So if I can find it in my fucking heart to still turn around and say, let bygones be bygones, it's good that these guys are speaking out, you should be able to as well. Okay? Do you understand? That's it. You're a better person than me? Yeah, because I'm not in this for an agenda that revolves around getting a fucking quick dunk on people who I don't think are perfect. Okay? Find solidarity in those afraid as well, and stand together. Courage is something that can be hard to find for yourself, but it is in abundance when given to others that might need it. Yeah, and that's the role that I play. That's the role that I try to play, at the very least, to the best of my ability. Okay? What did you think of my state? Never again? No, it's awesome. I love Minneapolis. I love Minnesota. Minnesota's beautiful. I will definitely be back, hopefully under better circumstances. But yeah, so like I said, if I can find it in my heart to be like, you shouldn't get super mad about these people only now speaking out, because it's still good that they're speaking out at all. And it's good because change never comes unless people have the courage to speak out. You know, change never comes unless people have the courage to speak out, and people will never get the courage to speak out until, they see others doing it. And that's precisely my point. That's my job. That's the way I see my role in American society, in modern American society, is that I try to, with my community, there's a very sizable, very large community. I try to make it so that people understand that, like, this is fashionable and cool if you only care about politics from the perspective of vibes, and that it is something that is appropriate. It is something that it should be lauded. It is something that you shouldn't be afraid to say, you know? Yeah. But the tide is shifting. That's what I choose to look at. The tide is shifting dramatically. I mean, look at this. Like, look, coworker Ludwig responding to Los Pollos, who said, listen fucking carefully because this is fucking facts. If you don't mind. Like, he just goes on this like long tangent basically saying like, you're going to fuck around and find out if you actually speak out, or if you actually do something about ICE, like instead of just like rolling over and letting them kill you, you kind of deserve it. Okay, mind your own fucking business. If you disagree with anything in the country, you can peacefully protest anything you want, even though you're wasting your precious time on this earth and it's annoying. It's not against the law to protest. It is against the law to interfere with literal federal agents, police, etc. You cannot fucking do that. I don't give a fuck how you feel about ICE. Do you want to get fucking hurt? Nobody with a sane mind would drive a car into federal agents, run up on them and interfere, grab, push, shove, touch in any way whatsoever. It's like, bro, you are literally zero IQ, okay? Like, you have reframed these events in a way that makes ICE look like they're doing normal federal, operations when they're not. Like, you only arrive at this position if you have slave mindset, okay? If you are a slave who is most famous for being castrated and ends up committing suicide, right? Like that famous Wikipedia article that I think of all the time when I see this kind of shit. That's where my mind goes. I'm like, you are literally a castrated slave, okay? Like, what are you talking about? ICE is not doing normal federal operations. Just because the government said that ICE needs to go and fucking kill people in a neighborhood, or ICE needs to go and like deport people in a neighborhood, doesn't mean that it's the appropriate thing to do. Doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Do you agree with that? Do you think immigrants are all dangerous that must be fucking forcibly excised from the periphery, from the boundaries of this state? Because if you don't, then you should probably have an opinion on this. That's number one. Number two, you then immediately identify the people that are protesting against ICE are doing community watch to try to protect their neighbors as the wrongdoers here, as the evildoers, and not the fucking federal agency that's killing American citizens. That's insane. How can your priorities be so twisted? How can they be so distorted? How can it be so out of whack? I don't even fucking understand it. Anyway, nobody with the same mind would drive a car into a federal agent, run up on them, interfere, grab, push, shove, touch in any way whatsoever. And it's so disrespectful to both Renee Good and Alex Peretti as well, because we saw those fucking videos. And those videos don't show this at all. Peasant mindset. Classic hog mindset. Please listen. Stop listening. And no, he's not Hispanic. His name is Los Pollos TV, but he's an Italian from New Jersey, okay? And, you know, I mean, classic opinion. Please listen. Stop listening to the people on the internet lying to you, saying we're invaded and it's Nazis and there aren't cops or whatever the fuck, because those people are directly getting people fucking killed. No politician either should be telling people that ICE needs to be abolished. You're just making more and more people that are slow think they need to go out and fight these people that are trying to do their job. Also, very funny that he's calling people defending their own fucking communities slow, when this is the slowest goddamn POV I've ever heard in my entire goddamn life, okay? Oh, be smart like me. What are you doing? Be smart like me. Eat the dick. Eat the government's dick every day. Be smart. Come on now. I'm apolitical. By the way, this is like the classic. This is the classic case of an apolitical guy who runs around saying he's apolitical, but then also will just straight up take the government propaganda, hook, line, and sinker, right? Fight these people, are just trying to do their jobs. Yeah, so were the Nazis. It doesn't matter how you feel America voted for this. If you disagree, it's okay, but you can't stop it. Do I personally agree with the way shit is happening? Like, bro, if they came after this motherfucker's chicken tenders, okay? If they came after this motherfucker's chicken nuggets, he would be feeling a different type of way, okay? But because he's so out of touch, his perspective is completely fucking warped, okay? This is what I mean. It's like, oh, I'm just apolitical. Why don't you let the government do its thing? What are you doing? Like, don't criticize. Yeah, he could have just Drake and drove. You know what I mean? He could have just Drake and drove instead of tweeting this shit out. But instead, he tweeted this shit out. So when I saw it, and I'm already in transit, I'm coming back to LA, I was like, well, okay, suck my dick. Right? Do I personally agree with the way shit is happening with social media? How there were weird hype videos arresting illegal immigrants? Fuck no, that shit is weird. But that doesn't change the fact that people voted for this. I don't get why I don't want to see anybody get hurt the same way. You shouldn't argue or fight with police if you're pulled over, etc. The same thing. The particular incident yesterday is tragic, but would never have happened if that guy didn't do what he did. Yeah, which is literally watching a woman get pushed into the fucking concrete, okay, and then stepping in. He's literally turning around and saying, like, be a pussy. Allow ICE agents to fuck you. They can fuck you in the ass. Why don't you let them fuck your butt? Why don't you let them? Why don't you open up? Make it easier for them to thrust their little dicks in your butthole. I don't understand it. If you see a fucking ICE agent and they decide to kill somebody, you can't even fucking film it. Don't dare film it, because then they might get mad. They might get mad. You don't want to piss them off. These guys are scary. Okay? This particular incident yesterday is tragic. Don't even put yourself in the position for there to be a fatal accident or mistake. These agents are cops. Any law enforcement are fucking humans. They're people with families. They don't want to die either if they feel threatened because they don't know, hey, what the fuck you're planning? You're chasing them, driving them after, running up on them. You're putting yourself and them in a bad position. Yeah, it's like victim blaming. Yeah, you were kind of asking for it. Okay, you were kind of asking for it. Why'd you put yourself in the crosshairs of an ICE agent? Everybody knows if an ICE agent wants to kill you, they're like a T-Rex or a Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. Don't make any sort of movements. They will fucking eat you. And if they do eat you, I say, hey, why were you in the vicinity of a Velociraptor? You were asking for it. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, if they're human beings, they should be able to respond to other human beings without escalating the fucking violence and tear gassing people in the face, right? Anyway. This isn't fucking rocket science. Leave these motherfuckers alone, or you run the risk of getting hurt or worse. I don't know, D, or how people ever got this idea that it's a good idea to interfere with law enforcement. Please just stop. Hey, yo. If I find out Aunt Frank is hiding in my friend's attic, I'm telling the Gestapo, because otherwise they can't do their fucking jobs right. Sorry, neighbor. I know we're in the Netherlands, but guess what? It's Nazi-lands now. Give them up. That's what it is. Like that. This is, please just comply, bro. Tread on me. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. Tread on me. So I responded. Okay. He's like, I'm not here defending what happened to that guy yesterday. Whatever. He like said all this dumb shit afterwards. Right. Cause like I saw this tweet and I immediately was like, you say this because they're not storming your gated community. I went out there. I saw the real fear. Americans of all walks of life terrified to go outside. A community being sieged by tyrants. People asked to show their papers. Americans getting detained and even gunned down. Wake up. Because I thought maybe I was wrong, but I thought maybe he would be a little bit more understanding. Okay? He was not a little bit more understanding at all. As a matter of fact, as soon as I fucking tweeted that, he insta-locked what you hear from some of the dumbest people on the planet, which is, oh, you abuse your dog, though. Oh, you're a dog abuser. You live in a gated community. You're rich, too. Blah, blah, blah. And it's like he did the KFC double down, right? This dumb fuck did the KFC double down. And even his own fans are cooking him, too, right? Like, his own fucking fans are cooking his ass and saying, like, you should probably stay out of this, right? Like even his own fans were like, bro, I didn't even fuck with you like that, but you're actually right on this. Oh, Los Pollos, why are you making me agree with Hasan? I hate that guy, all this shit, right? Maybe they'll fucking open up their third eye for some reason in the aftermath of this and wake up that they've been getting cooked. He responded to my, you say this because they're not storming your gated community. You're a direct reason people are getting gunned down with your lunatic insanity riddled rants and convincing people these aren't real law enforcement officers and that they need to do something about it. First of all, Vance, who is this person? He's just like a fucking kick streamer. He's been around for a while. He's a little bit of a lol cow. People make fun of him a lot, but like, he has like a modest audience, whatever, like a modest size audience. It don't matter. He's like a fucking New Jersey dipshit living in fucking Florida now, doing gambling ads, and Drake's, number one dick rider, right? Or number two dick rider. I guess DJ Academics is number one, and he's like, number two. But it's so fucking stupid to be like, I'm the reason why ICE is killing people. Like, you have to be a real fucking moron to come up with that idea. And it turns out he is a real fucking moron. You're not out anywhere. You live in a mansion and was spoon-fed your existence by your rich family. You don't know shit about the real world, and you fill the heads of all these impressionable people with hate-mongering, disturbing rhetoric. Yeah. Guys, I taught you to hate when a rogue federal agency at the direction of a fascist administration starts killing people in the fucking streets. You wouldn't have hated that. You would have been like, if it wasn't for me, you would have been like, oh, I love this. I love when there's a fucking military occupation on an American city directed by an American president. That's actually my biggest thing. I want more of that. But then you encounter my commentary and you go, wait a minute. Now I'm mad. Like, that's how little he thinks of everyone, right? And that's how he also grossly overestimates his intelligence, even though he has no intelligence whatsoever. And this is demonstrated by the fact that he literally makes it seem as though I'm the reason why people are mad. Anyway, and then he says you're not out there, which is also not true, but whatever. It's not even politics. You're just a lost person who shocks their dog and preaches nonsense to pre-tweens, right? Got cooked by Brandon, bunch of other people. Anyway, fat fucking chud. To which I replied with, the American government is laying siege on a city, wounding, gassing, disappearing, killing people. And this out-of-touch donut thinks you should just sit there and eat it. I know it's ironic for me to say this, but streamers truly deserve less. I've been doing this for 12 years, lard ass. Yes, I'm the reason why Trump is sending ICE to blue cities to terrorize the population. This is your brain on internet drama. You're a whole ass adult. Either stick to begging Drake for validation or read a goddamn book. If you're gonna speak on politics, you moron. Los is just giving realistic advice. People are getting shot at these protests. Telling people to stay home is the right thing. It's like, I guess this is just like peasant mindset, right? Like some people are just like permanently brain broken. They are permanently relegated to peasantry, and they'll never recover from it, right? They will always look to situations like this and just be like, this is good actually, and you should just comply even harder than the way that you could have complied. Bro said lardass. Oh, you guys like that? Anyway, and then of course the other opportunists are tuning in because he said, I'll be live at 3 p.m. today, done tweeting, and people trying to twist my words. One thing about me is you'll never be able to twist my words. I use common sense, and I'm not political, and I don't aim to divide. That's my favorite. My favorite is, I'm just doing common sense. It's just common sense to allow a Nazi-style siege on an American city where you're kidnapping and disappearing and wounding Americans. And then you're also detaining them and you're asking them for their papers. And then when people say, hey, we don't like this, we kill them. And that's common sense. I'm not political. I love common sense. So I've responded. I said, give me a call if you want an adult to walk you through this troubling time when people are being killed by our government and somehow you're still the biggest victim. To which, of course, XQC instantly, because he's Mr. fucking everything is content that I can farm, said, don't fall for it, Los. He just wants free wins on Discord voice, which, by the way, this is a dunk on Los Pollos, ironically enough. Like, he's literally saying, Los Pollos, you're too stupid to debate Hasan. Not an intellectual conversation / debate. He actively dodges me because he can't smurf on me anymore. He farms low elo lobbies exclusively these days. This is so funny that XQC thinks he is a high elo debater. Oh. He's still mad because I told him I'll only talk to him if he gets Asmongold on the line. What's Elo and Smurf? Elo is like a level, like he's a low tier debater, and XQC thinks he's a high tier debater. In any case, I'm down. I'm willing to talk to Los Pollos. I'd be very, very courteous to him too, a lot more than he deserves for sure, because that's just not my that's just not how I operate. And many people get mad at me for that, but I think it's much better to just have like a normal conversation. Yeah, Connor, I saw your Nick Shitley response. You're a real piece of shit, Walter Jr. No better than your old man. Anyway, speaking of, yeah, Connery's pants is just like, he is a terrifying figure for all right-wingers on the internet. I mean, this is good. This is like information warfare, ladies and gentlemen, fighting them in their own territory. They thought they had this. They thought they had this area secured. They thought they could just be as right-wing as they possibly could be. But, ladies and gentlemen, our strongest info warriors are fighting out there. Connor eats pants. Connor eats Vance, they're calling him. But Felix also responded. He said, be a stupid barnyard animal. Take your pants off when someone donates $35 on your stream. Salute the screaming rapists who execute your neighbors and run away. If anyone asks your name, tell them, I am Mud. I love you. Please find use for me, sir. Enjoy your grain feed. Anyway, so that's the situation, but that's not the only thing that was going on. If you want to understand, once again, the fucking charlatans out there, okay? If you want to understand, like, there's a lot of people who are actually a lot more intelligent than Los Pollos, right? Like, Los Pollos is like the classic, I'm apolitical. What are you doing? I'm apolitical, that kind of thing, right? And yet, there are people who are actually liberals, right? Who present themselves as liberals, who actually have a not like a very big, not like a giant audience, definitely an audience that is diminishing, but like, spend all of their time still looking at the horrible things that are happening and then somehow finding a way to tie it back to their, to the person that they despise the most. To which that was, of course, is Destiny, also known as Sex Pestiny, who saw the American Gestapo laying siege on Minneapolis, Minnesota, and then turned around and was like, I'm actually really mad that, you know, Hasan is out there protesting. I'm not going to go outside and protest myself. Of course, I would never do that because I'm a pussy. I'm a coward. But I will also, from my cowardly, from my cowardly point of privilege, in my own home, will demand that my cult-like audience go and disrupt what he's trying to do so that we can get a fucking LSF clip off. Because if you noticed, like, there weren't any LSF clips off of the protest streams, even though, you know, 70,000 people were watching, because they don't make it there. The only clips that make it there are ones that these guys try to manipulate in a certain way to try to make it seem as though it's like a super negative thing. And it's gone beyond. Now he's just like genuinely trying to get me killed, using his cult to try to put a fucking direct crosshair on me, like direct target on me. I don't know why he won't just like focus on being a normal human being. Okay. But this dork ass cult loser said, you have a moral obligation to bully the fuck out of this guy if you ever see him in one of your protests. Don't let the CCP paid agitators infiltrate liberal crowds of protesters. Make his presence as uncomfortable as possible until he's forced to pack up and fuck off back to his WeHo mansion. First, they say, all you do is sit in your WeHo mansion. And then when I'm not there, they go, oh, actually, we should bully you until you go back to your WeHo mansion. Now, of course, he's saying this kind of thing because he's a fucking loser. Like, this is it. If you are a fan of Destiny, understand, please. I know there's a lot of haters that come in here to like look at all the clips and stuff to try to see if they can find something to disparage me or smear me or whatever. He has led you astray. This is all he cares about. Okay? This is all he cares about. This is all he fucking cares about. Nothing else. He just masquerades as a liberal. And maybe he has some liberal points of view. He really does hate Republicans for one reason or another. There's plenty of reasons to hate Republicans. I will say that. And he's a good debater. I will also admit that as well. But at the end of the day, his worldview is hollow, okay? There's nothing there. It's just pure spite. This way, he can actually make it seem as though he's not just offended or envious or mad that there's someone else out there that liberals are paying attention to, and not him, right? But instead, this is a serious, reasonable disagreement, an ideological disagreement that he has with me, okay? If you genuinely were invested in liberalism, if you were genuinely invested in like combating Republicans, right? At this point, you probably would not align yourself historically with so many fucking neo-Nazis and shit like that. But then also on top of that, you wouldn't be focusing on this, right? You wouldn't be focusing on this at all. This entire drama space on the internet, where like all these other fucking like drama farmers go to, is led by individuals that have no investment in politics at all, that are totally sheltered from the impact of politics because they make like a decent amount of money and they can just stay at their homes. And then they will substitute, like they only look at politics through the lens of drama, where personal grievances and envy is presented as significant political disagreements that must be addressed, where organized smear campaigns, clipping people out of context, making it seem like they said something that they didn't say, making it seem like they believe something that they don't believe, are treated like accountability initiatives, right? That's what they do. It's not actually about accountability. It's just one man's personal vendetta. And moments like this clearly show that reality. Okay? This is a person who has quite literally debated to the ends of time that I'm a more dangerous figure for America than Adolf Hitler. He has said that he would rather vote for Adolf Hitler than vote for someone like myself. That's not even a joke. And for a lot of people that are in the commentary sphere that think this guy is like, brilliant, even though his own personal audience is basically like a cult and doesn't have a lot of motion, they do end up swinging way above their weight class with regular frequency because they're very online. They brigade Reddit all the time. They've been using LSF as like a fucking cum sleeve for the longest time. And that's it. they look to every single thing that I do here, not as like a point to organize around, even if they are supposed to be in agreement with it, but a point to like criticize. They're like, oh, well, he went out there, but also he actually was doing the wrong. He went out there, but the wrong way. You know what I mean? I didn't go out there, of course, but if I did, I would go out there the right way. And basically, it's just Gamergate. It's completely sociopathic. It's an ongoing, 7-year vendetta at this point, and he's just never going to let it go. But even though this kind of sentiment has no motion in the real world, as we see over and over again, it does have a tendency to make people think, make people online think twice, right? Every now and then. And before you say, why are we talking about this? I'll get to it in a second. Because, like, he is quite literally saying, when you go out to protest, like, you shouldn't care about the actual protest itself. You should go out to harass this person. I mean, look at the fucking message that he's putting out there to his audience. His audience has already targeted me in public before. It was a very funny moment when at the DNC, one of them came, and then we found out that he was a ginormous racist. He was in his own Discord being like, oh, I'm seeing him here. I'm shaking. He's done that before, and he's also encouraged that before. But what happens when one of his fans actually has a knife or a gun? You know what I mean? I think he just hates people he sees less than himself. You wouldn't do this if he showed up to support some pro-Palestine protests. What the hell? I saw Hasan saying it's a good thing that he changed his position on Israel, even if it's not out of principle. Yeah, this is the whole point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that this is utterly unproductive. Okay? That's the point. If he actually truly cared about combating ICE, he wouldn't be doing this shit. Why would you be doing this shit? We're supposed to be on the same side, right? But he doesn't care. All of this stuff is just another way to get an own. Ethan Klein does this all the time as well. He rarely ever talks about any of the ongoing incidents around the world unless he can like somehow tie it back to iDubbbz or tie it back to me. He's posted more about me on his Instagram fucking stories. And every time I see it, it's like a jump scare. There'll be like 15 Instagram stories in a row of him like trying to fucking yell at me. He cares more about that stuff. He cares more about like using any and everything that's going on in a way to dunk on me than to actually address the real atrocities that are taking place. These guys are fucking psychotic. Now, many of you in this community don't even know this stuff because I rarely ever fucking cover it because I feel like it's utterly unproductive and very stupid to cover it. I have a job to do. My job is to explain the news to people, right? My job is to try to get people out there, to organize, to try to stop the Trump administration. And it's crazy that these guys will just be like, well, we'll just vote for Kamala Harris and then that's it. That's it. That's nothing else. Okay. And then we'll also never go outside and we'll never do anything. And the only time we ever bring anything up, the only time we ever criticize anything that's going on is to somehow make it a fucking dunk on, people like myself, people like on the left. Okay. It's just crazy to me. In any case, obviously this is utterly motionless nonsense. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because he's straight up saying, if Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hasan hater, he should create a Track Hasan X account that posts his current location when he's out at protests. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. This is him at his cult. This is this morning. Telling his co-host, his podcast co-host, Dan Stalkman, who has been trying to get me deplatformed and has worked alongside the ADL and things like that to actively get a bunch of pro-Palestinian people deplatformed on this platform for maintaining the now majority position, right? He's telling him, like, don't just stalk him the way that you've been stalking him. Stalk him better. Stalk him directly. Okay? Yeah, this is the other thing that I was talking about. Look, I said the siege on Minneapolis Minnesota is where you really see the West Bank occupation tactics on U.S. soil. Hasan's constant deflection to Israel is starting to amount to a defense of Donald Trump. He's shifting the blame off Trump every time he does this. This is the dumbest way to fucking try to argue. And he, of course, clipped my perspective out of context once again. But that's what I mean. These guys cannot argue on the virtues. Yeah. And remember, this person has literally openly stated that it would be totally justifiable to attack and kill me in real life. This person who has solicited nudes from a minor, as we now know, in a civil court case that's ongoing. A civil court case that's ongoing because he distributed revenge porn. And his victims got together and sued him. And he's spent every waking moment presenting himself as like this woke guy on the one side. Not even a woke guy. He's very edgy. He loves to say slurs and shit. But like a liberal debate god. While simultaneously, he's doing stuff that's like completely antithetical to being in any way, shape, or form protective of minority populations. He's even like fantasized about calling ICE on one of his victims, right? This is just misinformation, though. Yikes. What do you mean, misinformation? Check logs. If you are, he's paid by Israel. Source, Norm Finkelstein. I don't know if he's actually paid by Israel. I know Norm thinks so, but maybe. I mean, he has gone to Israel. He has defended Israel vociferously. I feel like he does this shit to clout farm off you. There's no way his community is as large as ours. There's just more vociferous and more prolific online. He lashes out. I know, but the reason why I'm showing this kind of stuff is so that people understand that this isn't like every now and then I got to check in and explain to you what I have to be fucking dealing with, right? And then also on top of that, so that you're on the lookout for, you know, bad faith actors like this if I go outside. So, do I think platforms should take action against people like this? Yes, I do. I think this goes far beyond just like having reasonable political disagreements. You know what I mean? You're like actively demanding to your cult-like fan base. Actively demand to your cult-like fan base that they go out and fucking find me in the wild and like harass me, or maybe do something else other than harass me. Then it'll be fine. You know, it'll be good. It's fine. Yes, I think if you're clearly directing your fans to go and like hunt someone down, then yeah. So yeah, oh yeah, Rage said, don't talk to him, Lost, you'll get cooked. If you do the same Asthma method and stay in your circle jerk, you can be a bot and just think you're right 24/7. Exactly. I don't know if you heard what came out about Tectone, but you could have a case against them. They're threatening your life and defaming you. Both have had horrible things come out in the legal system, let alone. I know. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, Tectone stuff, rape tone stuff we'll get to in a little bit. But like, I mean, that's another one of those fucking losers. Again, judge me by my enemies moment, of course. Rape tone was in court and hasn't been tweeting as much or hasn't been like posting or live streaming as much. I mean, you probably don't pay attention, that sort of thing. I certainly don't, but that's what people say. He has not been he has not been doing enough posting, partially because he had an ongoing court case, an active court case, which, by the way, finalized recently, and it caused his talent agency, run by his best friend and number one defender, Asmongold, to drop him. We have terminated our relationship with Tectone. Several months ago, we initiated our separation process and recently have finalized his departure. Now, the reason why this happened is because after a long and contentious court battle with his ex-partner, who accused him of sexually assaulting her. Okay. From what I understand, the court case has been finalized. I don't know the exact details. I haven't been following it closely. But from what I understand, the civil proceedings came to a close, and the victim was able to successfully sue. Now, one of the things that's interesting, apparently Miskiff sent like a court reporter to the court to take notes in this process. I didn't get to see all of this stuff because I was out in the fucking streets of Minneapolis. But the court reporter took diligent notes, and apparently, yeah, and she also posted this after, of course. She said, "Happy day. Much love to this queen." I mean, seriously, I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that and then probably get fucking traumatized altogether one more time in the court process, but at least now you have a moment of respite. But yeah, I saw this. Tectone admits in court he pivoted to shitting on Hasan and shilling right-wing content because he was accused of sexual assault. Lawyer replied, "We've been in deposition for over, 7-9 months, I think, and you've only spent 15 minutes searching for tweets." Tectone responded, and I quote, "Yes." He defended his rants by saying, "When a content creator in our space gets these accusations, they have to pivot content to stay relevant." Then he brought HasanAbi saying, like how when he shocked his dog. So apparently he did a right-wing pivot, and he thought that, but HasanAbi bad would work in a court of law. Now, the reason why I laugh about this stuff is because like you cannot be that online, man. Like, you can't literally, like, this is the equivalent of something I joke about all the time. Like, imagine someone does a murder, okay, and then they're being prosecuted, and they turn to the judge and they go, "Well, HasanAbi shocked his dog, Your Honor. Why aren't you prosecuting him?" It's like, bro, are you fucking stupid? Like you're the one who's in trouble, not some fantasy that you concocted in your mind. Are you that dumb? Now, of course, for him, he is that dumb. Yes. Because if you look at his fucking profile, which is the first and hopefully last time we will be doing this. But if you look at this dipshit's profile, you see it. You see that pivot very clearly. Okay. Somewhere along the line, he decides he's a right winger. And when he becomes a right winger, eating off of Asmongold's dick to the best of his ability, because he sees Asmongold really popping off with this kind of stuff, it's all clips out of context, consistently talking about me. Same exact thing that Asmongold does with like AI boosted thumbnails. Content cop Hasan and Ludwig, Ethan Klein lawsuit dropped, and it's bad. Hasan lost his mind. I mean, he was eating good. Look, 359,000 views 6 months ago, right? This ties back to what I was talking about. The whole notion that like a lot of people are forced into submission, forced into silence on the internet because they only see this. And when a lot of my supposedly woke progressive friends did not want to fucking turn around and say this kind of stuff is so stupid. Hasan's reputation is fucked now, 400,000 views. Am I crazy? R-word TikToker tried to ruin a viewer's life on stream. Hasan thinks he's a victim. Ian and Anissa. Hasan is delusional, right? Hasan crashed out on lawyer over the truth. Asmongold versus Hasan. Lawyer lays down the law on Hasan. And then when he does like anime related shit, nobody cares. But that's how easy it is to be a fucking right-wing moron on the internet. This is why I always say nobody grifts to the left, because grifting to the right is so easy. You don't have to know anything. You just have to look at like whatever large left content creator exists, or even someone that's like maybe somewhat quiet but still has like a good conscience and will every now and then speak out on, you know, issues, and just yell at them and say that they're woke, say that they're a woke terrorist that must be punished. And then have your fucking newfound audience go and harass them endlessly, harass them into submission. Now, part of the reason why he was doing this, and I didn't really know about him at all, was because he came after me one of these in one of these incidents, right? I got a lot of fucking weird haters. I'm gonna do a tier list, I think soon. I have like a very funny you know, woke, anti-woke tier list that I'm planning on doing on all my top haters to give you guys a little bit more insight, but in a humorous way. In any case, he was a fucking massive gooner. He was into lolly. He was a fucking weirdo to begin with. And he was also an abuser. That's why we were calling him Rape Tone, right? But apparently the reason why he did this, the reason why he pivoted, was because he wanted to maintain relevance. And he openly admitted that in court. Isn't that fucking crazy? Just saying the fucking quiet part out loud. I don't think I have brought up rape tone, dick tone, tech tone more than maybe twice. Look at the amount of videos he's made. Last time I brought him up was when we found out that he's a generational rapist, that his dad was such a prolific rapist in the military that they wrote a fucking bill around it. Okay? They wrote a goddamn bill around his father's rapes in the military. Do you know how fucking hard it is? Do you know how hard it is to get prosecuted for rape in the military? Do you know how big of a problem sexual assault among the ranks is? And I would have never found that out if he hadn't just like, you know, yelled at me for no fucking reason. He's also regularly signal boosted by Yeet and that slop tubing freak More Pegasus. Yeah. All of those guys are all ruthless weirdos, like total fucking weirdos. But the reason why I'm also talking about, yeah, and then he blamed me. He cried and blamed me for it too. Here's what you said about his dad at the time. Yeah. Where is the OG tweet? I think the OG post is unavailable, but he basically says something about me. Oh, bro's going after my 75-year-old cancer-ridden dad. Hasan is zeroing in on Tectone right now. This is the last time I talked about him. Specifically, Tectone's dad for alleged previous sexual harassment in the army. Bald rapist himself. It's a familial obligation over here. Bro's going after my 75-year-old cancer-ridden dad because of an alleged sexual harassment claim from 17 years ago when I was 15 years old to try to paint me as a rapist. This guy's fucking psychotic. He must be upset because his best friend's on trial right now. I don't know who he means when I said best friend. To which I responded with, they got your dad's sex crimes in the congressional record, man. Why are you still chirping? You know what? That deserves another retweet, you know, for today.
The story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital at Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week, Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having pornography on his government computer, sexually harassing 3 women, and assaulting 5 women. 8 women that served under his command testified at great cost to their careers and their privacy. Colonel Robertson routinely touched them without permission on their breasts, thighs, and buttocks, and encouraged them to look at pornography computer. Some testified the harassment occurred daily. Sadly, the military careers of these 8 women who bravely did the right thing are almost assuredly destroyed. A major who filed a claim against Robertson said, quote, I don't know if my career was in jeopardy for doing the right thing.
Yeah, that's his dad. That's your mans. That's your dads you be hanging with. They got your pops on sex assault charges. I guess they were like, no, this is what was passed down, you know? This was what was passed down generationally to me, rape tone. Anyway. Now, why am I talking about this? Because all of these fucking guys are some of the worst, monstrous pieces of shit on the internet. And once they do that right-wing pivot, it's fucking over. I don't think that he will. I mean, he'll never have a moment of respite. Like, everyone will constantly, just like they do with Destiny, they will constantly bring up that he's a pedophile, right? And with rape tone, they will constantly bring up that he's a rapist. But it doesn't really matter because he has already created a community for himself, right? He's already created a right-wing community for himself. And right-wingers, unfortunately, I wish they were smarter, but they're not so smart. And also, for the most part, they just kind of organize around the anger that they feel towards what they think is like, liberal woke mindset. Right? But the other reason why I'm talking about this is because this is a bad week for Asmongold. Because this is another one of his close and personal best friends that has been outed for, weird sexual misconduct and sexual abuse in this circumstance, right? So let's see what he had to say about this. I don't even know how to watch a kick clip, by the way. I don't know if this is like...
And what is this here? After your stream, shit went crazy. I have no idea what happened yesterday. I really don't. I saw like a bunch of stuff got leaked and like people were like making up rumors. I'm not going to comment on any of that stuff. I think that anybody knows why. I'm just not even going to get into it. So.
Oh. That's so strange that so many of his friends are sexual deviants. And consistently finding themselves in these sorts of issues, and all of a sudden you got nothing to say. Oh, I'm just oblivious. Yeah, I don't know. In court, Tectone testified he has a micro penis. Wait, what? Court transcripts come out Monday, by the way. Oh, maybe he'll talk about it then. That's probably what he's waiting for.
Any drama farmers, people that are looking to kind of get have like some kind of little bits of information or my take on it, it's just not going to happen.
Mr. I don't do research. Mr. I probably should do more research on this stuff. So I showed you a couple of these guys, and now you might understand why Los Pollos is a fucking angel in comparison to these dipshits, right? That's it. There's levels to it. Yeah, we got to hit him with this. We got to hit Asmongold with this.
Hey, they got your mans. They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. Oh, it's sex offender. And he was your man. He was your boy. I heard you grew up with him. That's crazy, man.
You ain't know what he was doing? You ain't feel bad at all? Like, no guilt, none of that shit fucking with you? Cause your man's his whole ass. No.
That's Kels. That's your man. Kels. Bump and grind. Hey, I'm gonna get with you, nigga.
I think Los Pollos is savable. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like he's more so a vibes guy. Okay? He's more so a vibes guy. Okay? That's what I think. Maybe I'm being too charitable. Get Drake to denounce ICE? You could get Drake to denounce ICE, and then those Pollos would denounce ICE too. But yeah, one by one, these motherfuckers are dropping like flies left and right. But just understand that when you see someone constantly pumping this shit, when you see someone constantly pivoting to the right, constantly pumping shit, doing this, Hasan obliterated by Asmongold and Tectone again. Yeah, just like between Albania and China, they got 1.4 billion communists in the world, you know? Asmongold and Tectone, double team Hasan. Does a Goodbye Charlie video, all this stuff. I went into Asmongold's chat. He banned me for telling him he's wrong. Of course. And speaking of Asmongold, the reason why I'm pivoting here, the reason why I'm talking about Asmongold from Tectone from Rape Tone to Asmongold is because Asmongold owns Mythic Talent. This is one of the many businesses that he owns. He's one of the co-founders of Mythic Talent. It's a talent agency. Not only is he what is this? Here's my transcript analysis I did before of how often he mentioned you on YouTube. He mentioned you over 2,000 times across 345 videos versus you mentioned him 9 total times on your channel. Hasan never mentioned Tectone because he doesn't call him Tectone. He calls him Rape Tone. Now rerun the stats. If you include Rape Tone and other variations of Tectone's name, Hasan's mentions go up 9 total on his YouTube channel. However, if you look at total mentions, not just single videos like I did, Tectone mentions rise to 2007. So 2007 versus 9. Do you understand how these motherfuckers work? Like, the reason why I'm telling you is because, like, if you see a bunch of slop tubers, a bunch of fucking people that are like, I'm just apolitical, I'm just common sense, I really fucking hate this one guy who's a socialist. Oh, he's the real enemy. You should know how evil he is. Just know what they're doing. Okay? They're doing this for a fucking reason. And some of them will even be liberals like Sex Pestany, also involved in his own personal court case where it came out that he was actually procuring child sexual abuse material from a fucking minor that he kept in his hard drives. Like, it's not my fault that almost all of my most vociferous and most ferocious haters happen to fucking all have these sorts of charges, man. I don't know what it is. I don't fucking know what it is. I don't know why that like all these people gravitate towards hating on me and they don't stop either. It's not like normal. Like at least with XQC, it's usually like he farms me, whatever, but you know, it's irrelevant ultimately. You know, it's not, it doesn't hit the same level of ferociousness as like a Tectone who's just only fucking doing. At least he farms everything, you know what I mean? But people like Asmongold, people like Tectone, they're just almost entirely, their political commentary, it revolves around Trump good and you know, Hasan bad. Because for these guys, they don't have a real political worldview, okay? They don't have a real political vision. Whether good or bad, they just don't have anything, right? Like there are certain things that they believe, like, you know, maybe some socially learned opinions about like trans people or gay people or fucking, I don't know, like black people. Like they have some points of view, but they don't have a coherent political ideology. They don't have real political conviction. They don't have a vision for a better future. So all of this is basically a game to try to boost their algorithmic status to the best of their ability. And they realize that the best possible way to do that is by doing drama, covering politics from the perspective of drama. So instead of being like, here's why Hasan is wrong because, you know, I don't agree with what he's saying about Israel is great or whatever. Instead of that, they just go, Hasan is a terrorist, right? Hasan is getting deplatformed again. And a lot of people respond positively to that, unfortunately, because a lot of people also don't have that political education. Okay? They don't have that political education either. They don't have time to do the fucking reading. They don't have time to do the understanding. So they just go, give me some fucking easy to understand quick hits as to why I should not listen to this person at all. And that's it. And when it actually doesn't happen, when they go, Hasan is done this time, Hasan is done this time. In sloptuber circles, you are now known to have anti-pedophilia AOE aura because all your ops are pedos. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck it is. I mean, even Dr. Disrespect. Even fucking Dr. Disrespect. Every single time, brother. How is that possible? That's why it hits every time I say, judge me by my enemies. In any case, they'll be like, Hasan is finished. Hasan is finished over and over again to like a smaller and smaller and smaller audience. And then inevitably they'll get to, why is he not finished? Well, that's because he owns Twitch. Why is he not finished? Because he actually blackmails all of his friends. He must have blackmail on all of his friends. Also, we should make it harder for his friends to come out and defend him, or defend the truth, rather. We should also harass them, too. We should go after them, too, so that, like, he doesn't even have any fucking support system whatsoever. So that it's easier to just, like, bully and punish people for having any progressive opinions whatsoever. And then people fucking sit around and go, how did we get here? How did everyone get so right-wing? Well, this is part of the reason why, because no one wants to fucking stand up. That's it. That's it. And they have been very effective for like the last 3 to 4 years. Okay? They've been very, very effective in the last 3 to 4 years, but their impact is softening now because people are so fucking frustrated because reality is hitting them in the face, right? And when you have ICE agents sieging, laying siege on fucking American cities, killing Americans, and you're going to a guy that you are supposed to get political opinions from, and the guy that you're supposed to get political opinions from is like, well, you know who's actually really the villain here? Hasan. Eventually people are going to be like, actually, he's out there. You're just fucking shitting on him from your house, and I don't agree with you. And that change is coming. That's why I said woke is back. That's why I'm saying woke is eventually going to be back. They can't comprehend why adults that are invested in the political process will turn around and you know, court me for my opinion, whether they be actual politicians, whether they be politicians that actually worked in the previous administration, politicians with ambitions for higher office, or all of these media outlets that come to me to hear what my perspective is. They're like, it doesn't make sense. Like, why are the adults that I respect not seeing what I see? Maybe it's because your brain is fucking infested with worms, okay? That's it. That's fucking it. There's still motherfuckers who are doing this too. The whole like, look, instead of posting the actual clip, Jeremiah Johnson, another one of these like liberal ops, okay, who is a horrible, horrible figure with no emotion whatsoever, but like still grasping to this like, grasping on to this like, no, actually, Democrats, please don't become more radicalized. Okay, please don't become more radicalized. Please, no matter what you do, don't become more radicalized. Don't actually fucking fight back. Democrats, don't do it. And he just fucking clip chimps like a 5-minute video that I did with Mint Press. And you listened to me talk to Mint Press already last night. Under Barack Obama at the time, a lot of Democrats were not very fond of Black Lives Matter, which is true. This is not a testament to like the Democratic Party being like completely evil or whatever. I think it's a testament to how the Democratic Party is out of step with what people want. What's wrong with Jeremiah Johnson? I mean, he's another one of these shit libs who is like constantly leading the Democratic Party astray or trying to do so. Okay? A lot of these guys are also super, super, super pro-Israel, and they just like won't get, they just cannot. They have this take where it's like the Democrats will never do anything right, or the Democrats should never do anything at all, and you should never hold them to account. You should never demand more from them. Right? The new talking points have been unlocked. I had a friend tell me this morning that what you said was hurting the Democrats, and I said, brother, they're doing that to themselves. Yeah. I know. I saw Rage defend me on Twitter. I know. I saw that. Lost says he's deleting his tweets. By the way, one of your OG slop tuber ops, Turkey Tom, also caught a sexual assault allegation where he physically abused 2 of his exes and got exposed for having a diaper fetish leaked in DMs. This didn't even reach your radar because he's laying low. No, it didn't reach my radar because I have so many fucking ops that have done like sexual assault that I don't even know. I don't even know who the fuck this one is. But that's crazy. But yeah, a lot of these fucking commentary slop tubers that run a fairly tight knit circle have been sweeping for a lot of bad faith large content creators for quite a while now. Whether it be Asmongold or whether it be, you know, people like Destiny especially as well. Like they get their notes from Destiny and they basically plagiarize whatever they see on subreddits. And because those subreddits are endlessly brigadeable and oftentimes are brigaded by the likes of Destiny and his community, that they only fucking put out content in one direction. This is how you arrive at this like very weird. This is how you arrive at who's Destiny. What is this? A lot of soy Raitoids in the mentions here, intimidated by 2 alpha males. Only one intimidated is Kaya. Diddy Piker ran from a 13-year-old. For fuck's sake. Dude is the most bitch made on planet Earth. You fear him. Yeah, I fear his nasally bitch voice. It makes my head hurt listening to his soy Valley Girl accent. What? The odds that you weigh between 120 to 300 pounds are roughly 0%. The odds that Diddy Piker's little pecker even functions after all the hair restoration chemicals and roids he pumps into himself are roughly 0%. Why are you thinking about Hasan's dick? You're riding it so hard here. I can't help it. I assume Diddy Piker has cut his ties with Destiny because Tiny wanted to suck his dick and record it, but it was so embarrassingly small and pathetic he couldn't accept. Who's Destiny? Your fantasy boyfriend's father. I don't get it. No, this is Carl Bayer, who writes for the People's Line and Jacobin and stuff. Brett quoted that tweet with her hallucinations. Same vibe. Wait, dude, there's something really weird about like white people. When they see Somali people, they're just like, their brains break, dude. Brother, I went back for seconds. Like, what do you mean? Lost his own kick, talking smack about you, dude. I don't give a shit. If he wants to talk to me directly, he can talk to me directly instead of being a fucking pussy. If a federal agent kills you for impeding an investigation, that's called murder. If a federal agent kills you for kicking them in the shin as hard as you can, that's called murder. If a federal agent kicks you for throwing dog shit at them, blowing a whistle while packing heat, that's called murder. Here in this fucking country, you go to court and you get sentenced by a judge. Fuck around and find out is not legally binding. I don't care what your stance on ISIS as a whole, immigration, whatever. We just witnessed a murder yesterday in broad daylight. End of story. Oh my God. Fucking thank you. Jesus Christ. This is literally common sense. Common sense is not so fucking common, man. What is that banana and rice shit posting, by the way? Some kind of dog whistle? I don't know. I think Somalis, I don't know. I don't know if they were fucking with me or not, but Abdul Rahman was saying that yesterday too. Like they eat a lot of bananas. Like they eat bananas with every meal or something. That's what he was saying. But I don't know if it was a joke or if he was like being serious. But I think white people have no culture whatsoever. So they just get like really, they get all up in their feelings. I think, you know what it is? I've been thinking about this quite a bit. I think the Somali community has created a real community in Minneapolis. They've been able to uplift certain parts of Minneapolis that were in a state of dire disrepair. They have a real like strong sense of community, and they have businesses, and they've been able to engage in commerce and all this stuff. So like that really pisses off people because they're black, they're from Africa, and they're Muslim, right? So for them, for a lot of white people, they get really pissed off. It's kind of the same thing that I brought up, if you remember, when we went to Queens. A lot of white people look to places like Spain and places like Italy, and they go, oh my God, why can't we have this? Like, look at all these people that like sit outside and they have a community, they have a high trust society, and they just like, they're having a great time. And then You look to the United States of America, and that attitude exists in the United States of America. It exists in places that have been ghettoized, in places where black and brown people live, in places where, you know, first and second generation immigrants live. But white people look to that and go, oh, gross. This is poverty, you know? And that's something that I've seen in with my own two eyes. Like when they look at places like Queens and you see guys like outside playing dominoes or whatever, right? They look at that and go, ooh, this is gross. This is poverty. But they look to Spain and they go, oh, why can't we have this? This is European. This is so high culture. And the same goes. Yeah, and I'm not just talking about Somalis. I'm talking about Black American culture. Yes, exactly. That's precisely what I'm saying. Like they don't like it. They don't like that these communities have a real sense of belonging, a real sense of purpose, like a real cohesion. They hate that shit. And I think it's partially out of jealousy, maybe. And it really offends their sensibilities. And I think that's part of the reason why they go so hard after Somalis, because like Somalis came here under horrible conditions in general, and then they were able to build this like beautiful community in Minneapolis and become a part of the community of Minneapolis, and they just fucking despise that shit. Because this is like uncontrollable amounts of hate. Like imagine, dude, it's just like me and a genuinely nice guy who just wants to do right by all of his constituents, right? A state senator. Like how do you hate this man so much? One of the most humble guys I've ever met in my life. He's so wholesome. He's so sweet. He's so funny. He's so humble. He's a little too humble, I think. He needs to take more credit for the shit that he's done in the state. Like this dude is a real fighter. This is exactly what we want from Democrats at any point, right? And he just bricks people's brains, brother. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's so weird. I think we just had an earthquake. Anne? Did you feel that? I thought that was an earthquake, but maybe not. In any case, I just don't understand it. I don't understand why they do that, but I was very glad that we actually went out to Carmel to see. We went to Carmel to see, you know, how these guys, what that community looks like. And we had an opportunity to show a different side of the Somali American population that you normally don't see. Because, like, think about the reactions that Nick Shitley had when he was going to the medical plazas with like a very clear agenda, right? And how people were reacting to him versus how people were reacting to me when we went into Carmel. At first, there were some people who were like a little sussed out. They were a little sketched out because they were like, this is a white boy with a camera. What the fuck's he doing here? Is he going to like fuck with us? As seemingly a lot of YouTubers have done in the past couple of weeks, right? But like, think about how pleasant that experience was. Think about how nice the people were. And think about the sense of community that they have. Right? Certain parts of Brooklyn get the same heat because black people came together and made a community. Exactly. No, that's why I was talking about Queens specifically. You know? Now let's get back to the actual news. And I'll cover Asmongold's pivot as I said was going to happen. And it is happening. Speaking of Somali, wasn't Jolani, leader of CARE Minneapolis, really cool in person? Didn't even know he had a lowrider? Yeah, he's the fucking GOAT, dude. He is cool as a cucumber for sure. I lost it when he was telling me about. He's not pivoting. That clip is just Yoxic levels of clip farming. Yeah, he's not fully pivoting. He's like leaning into it though. It's coming. Don't worry. Yeah, I lost it when he was talking about how he goes up in a deer stand and hunts deer. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Anyway,
Traders out here very late
let's
into
get
the night.
started.
There's
Federal
still been an
officers
active
shoot
law
and
enforcement
kill man in Minneapolis.
presence, and also there is a growing memorial here at the scene where this shooting happened. And yes, once again, there are contradictions between what federal officials and eyewitnesses to this shooting are saying. We want to be clear, we're not fully certain yet what happened in the minutes leading up to the shooting, but the shooting itself is on video. It is graphic, but you can see for yourself what happened.
Overnight unrest and anger in Minneapolis after federal agents shot and killed another person.
Graphic video from the scene obtained by Dropsite News shows a man in a struggle with agents resisting being shoved to the ground and hit. It appears his gun is removed by one of the agents. According to a witness affidavit, at least 4 agents pointed guns at him. The same witness saying the man shot had at least 3 bullet wounds in his back.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents?
Minneapolis police have now identified that man as 37-year-old Alex Preddy, an American citizen and Minneapolis native who worked as an ICU nurse for the Department of Veterans Affairs. Preddy seen here reading the final salute for a fallen veteran.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it.
Local authorities say Preddy was a lawful gun owner with a license to carry and no criminal record. Minnesota has an open carry gun law which requires a permit. Video shows Preddy intervene trying to help a woman the agents had surrounded. He appears to be holding a phone as he is pepper sprayed and wrestled to the ground, which he resists. The video does not appear to show him drawing the gun at any.
Alex Preddy was a hero and he died a hero. Okay? Anyone that looks at this situation and thinks of it as anything but a state-sanctioned, unauthorized murder that took place because a bunch of fucking psychopathic, manly Gestapo agents decided to harm a woman and then assassinate the dude stepping in between the woman and the ICE agents for the crime of hurting their fucking feelings is a delusional loser. Okay? There is no comply or die here. Like, there is no comply or die. This is just, if you are not in the if you are in the vicinity of an ICE agent, you could just die and everyone's going to call you a fucking terrorist. That's it. That's what you're defending. When you defend this, that's what you're defending. I hope you understand. Don't let anybody get away with saying shit like that.
Any point. Now, Governor Tim Walz says the state will not be stonewalled by the Trump administration as they investigate the shooting.
You said Alex Preddy is the best of us, and I really think that's a good way to put it. He is. He is. Alex Preddy was the best of us, and we are allowing the worst of us to execute the best of us. And then we're allowing this administration to claim that the best of us are actually terrorists. It is completely and utterly unacceptable. It is undeniably cruel. It is completely fucking ridiculous. It's completely unacceptable. Okay? He was doing the right thing. He was protecting his neighbors, and he was doing everything right, too, on top of that. Like, he didn't do anything wrong in that situation.
Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is.
I don't think it's enough. I don't think Tim Walz's commentary on this is enough. I don't think his actions are enough. This is precisely what I was talking about with Mint Press News last night. I want to believe that the Democrats have the American population's best interest in mind. I want to believe that. I want to believe that because we have no other alternatives. We have no other options. Okay? But the Democrats are leaving their own constituents behind. They're leaving us behind. They are so timid. They're so worried about escalation from the side of the protesters. And their actions are unironically accelerating the reality of that happening. Or rather, their inaction is what is going to inevitably cause that escalation to happen because there's only so much pain that people can endure before they decide we have to take matters into our own hands. We do not have anyone on our side. We do not have the government on our side. We have to take matters into our own hands. The Republicans are waging war on America right now. They're waging war on specifically blue cities in general, but like they're waging war on the entire United States. They're waging war on the American Constitution. Have a fucking backbone. Do you not have any sense of duty, any sense of honor, any sense of purpose? Like, have a fucking backbone. It's obvious that saying, no, Mr. President, this is not what you're supposed to be doing, don't you know, is not working, man. It's not fucking working.
Nonsense, and it's lies.
According to an affidavit, a doctor witnessed the shooting from a nearby apartment and says that at first agents would not let him through to help before one agent eventually agreed to let him assess the victim. According to the affidavit, the doctor says he was confused as to why Preddy was lying on his side, which is not standard practice when a victim has been shot. The doctor added ICE agents appeared to be counting Preddy's bullet wounds.
Border Patrol officials say the shooting happened while conducting a targeted operation for a person in the country illegally. They claim Preddy approached Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic.
Yeah, no, he didn't. We know he didn't because it's all on video. We know he did not brandish his weapon. They lied about that. For those of you who don't know, okay, here, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the difference, okay? Because brandishing a weapon is illegal, okay? This is a weapon, okay? This is a weapon. Let's say I'm a concealed carry permit holder, as Alex Preddy was. If I have a holster on my side and I have the weapon in the holster as a licensed concealed carry permit holder, okay, I am totally legally walking around with this weapon. I can even show it if I want to. I can have the holster stick out. In some states, you can only have a holster and you can only show it, right? Like, and in other states, you can actually have it as a concealed carry permit, right? That is totally legal. He was well within his rights to have his personal handgun in a concealed manner, okay? Because he was a licensed, he was a licensed carrier. This is brandishing the weapon. When you take it out of its holster and you walk around with your weapon out in your hands, or even like, pointed at people, that's brandishing a weapon. Alex Preddy did not brandish his weapon at all. As a matter of fact, he didn't even take his gun out. His gun was taken out of its holster by one of the 7 ICE agents that stormed him, that were brutalizing him. Okay? Just so you understand the difference. And I know for a fact that Kirsty Noem, no matter how stupid she is, knows the legal difference. This is a very important legal difference. This is a very important legal designation. They are falsely claiming that he was brandishing his weapon with intent to like murder ICE agents or something. It's fucking bullshit. They're just lying. They know they're lying and they're lying regardless. And there are still people who are eating this up. It's important to know your Second Amendment rights, especially since the government seemingly is going to use their the lack of knowledge that people have, even gun tubers themselves, as a way to justify killing concealed carry permit holders, which is crazy. And I talked about this yesterday. I tweeted about this yesterday, but a very sizable chunk of the American population, approximately 30 to 40% of the American population, owns guns. And an even larger percentage of the population, around 50%, as the estimate, has at least one single gun in the household. Okay? The 30% population is like around 80 million Americans have a firearm. give or take, that we know of. That's a lot of people. Okay? That's a lot of people. So now you can just kill people in direct violation of the Second Amendment. Like, people can't exercise their Second Amendment now. That's another constitutional restraint destroyed by the federal government once again. As a matter of fact, they're using the likelihood that someone might have a weapon as a way to justify assassinating people. This is completely unacceptable. Okay? If you justify this, you're saying the American government can kill 80 million people and they can get away with it. And you'll say it's all right. It's appropriate. It's not all right. It's completely unacceptable. That's why I say it's not enough to abolish ICE. That's why I say we must punish ICE. Okay? We must put them in prison. That is my demand. I think abolishing ICE is the moderate position. Okay? Punishing ICE is the rational position to the full extent of the law. And I said this yesterday. I said, since they claim driving a car away from an ICE agent was a justified reason for killing Renee Good, I suspect the right will now defend this state-sanctioned execution. This is before they started, before they came out with it, right? This was right after. And I said, my assumption is they're going to say he was, he was a righteous target, justifiably executed by the state because he was a, Second Amendment legal carrier. And I was right. They did do that, right? I suspect the right will not defend the state-sanctioned execution on the post hoc justification that the victim was a gun owner in a country where approximately 80 million people have a firearm. And yet he was disarmed before he was assassinated. He never pulled his gun out, and he was disarmed before he was shot. And this one makes it impossible to avoid. This is the highest resolution footage that we have so far, and it's slowed down, where you can see one of the ICE agents directly go into his pockets and directly pull out the gun and then walk away. And as he's walking away, the other ICE agent puts a bullet in the back of his head, and then another, as he's falling down, unloads 5 bullets. And then when his lifeless body is on the ground, they continue backing up and they continue mag dumping as he is lying on the ground. Alex Peretti was never a threat. He was never a threat at all. Okay? There was no point where he was ever a threat. They had no basis to even tear gas him. They had no basis to push the other lady into the sidewalk. They did it because they know they could. ICE did this because the Department of Homeland Security is there to protect them. As we said, when Renee Good was assassinated, and there were whistleblowers even inside of the Department of Homeland Security that looked to what was going on and said, hey, our guys here are getting real rowdy. They learned the lesson that the administration was teaching them, which is you do whatever you want and we will protect you. Why did he have a gun? Why would you bring a gun to a protest? I don't think you're an American, right? Ape IRL. Are you an American citizen? Because he didn't have a gun at a protest. You're a Minnesotan? You're an American Minnesotan and you're asking why a fellow Minnesotan has a gun on them? Because it's their constitutional right. He has the right. Change the law before he moved goalposts. What is this? He had critical life-saving skills and belonged out there in this community. Unlike these pills, he was an pigs. He was an asset. I agree. Like it's kind of like saying, "Oh well, he was in a car, and we shot and killed him." Like, why was he driving a car around ICE agents? I mean, that is what they said last time around. Not all Minnesotans agree with the protests. Yeah, there's definitely some cucked Minnesotans out there. I mean, there are some pigs, right? Like, you might be one of those pigs, or your family might be one of those, like, ape-brained pigs. I mean, certainly. I don't think anyone is a monolith. I think you could be You could be getting dominated by this administration and still be the servile little rat that you are that says, please, sir, can I have some more? That's totally fine. But I think the overwhelming majority of Minnesotans don't agree with you. And I saw that with my own two eyes. So it doesn't really matter what your perspective is here because you are in the, super minority. Now, of course, the way that this works is regardless. Name calling is just delegitimizing an argument. Yeah, but I'm not just delegitimizing your argument. I'm actually undermining your argument by destroying it, by saying that you are in the super, super tiny sliver, marginal oppositional voices here as far as the counter protesters against ICE or as far as the protests against ICE. Then why attack me and not the argument? But because you're stupid and you should know that you're stupid. Because I think people like yourselves, reactionaries, right-wingers in general, they get hopped up on their own fumes. And they just assume that they're right all the time. And I think no one ever smacks them around a little bit. That's why. And also because I don't care about your feelings. Because the facts matter here. The facts don't care about your feelings. Okay? So that's the reason why I'm actually slapping you around a little bit. Because you deserve it. And you should know that. You should know that you are a servile little worm. Okay? You just said it. You wouldn't listen to anything. No, your argument is actually stupid. You asked me a question, I gave you the answer, and then you turned around and said, not all Minnesotans agree with the protests, which is irrelevant. The initial argument wasn't even an argument. It was just a question. Why did he have a gun? I told you he has a license to carry a gun around. He has every right to carry that gun wherever he goes. It's in the fucking Constitution. And then you pivoted off to, well, not all Minnesotans agree with the protests. And I tried to explain to you that it doesn't matter what the fucking tiny sliver of Minnesotans actually think on this issue if they're on board with it, because the overwhelming majority of Minnesotans don't agree with it, and they are, letting their discontent be known. As a matter of fact, I saw it personally with my own two eyes when I attended the general strike that took place on Friday. Okay? Once again, you can bring a gun to a protest. It is still your constitutionally protected right. And not only that, but this wasn't a protest. He wasn't at a protest. He was out probably getting coffee. He was out living his life. And then he saw ICE agents harass people. And then he did the right thing, interested in protecting his community. But but it adds complexity to an already volatile situation. Yeah, but the volatile situation is volatile because of the presence of ICE agents, not because of the presence of a fucking Minnesotan that is in his own community, in his own neighborhood, walking around with a gun. Okay? You are an ape IRL, I think. Actually, that's not true. I think an ape would probably have more functioning brain cells than you. Let's be real. They can at least use tools and stuff like that. I don't think you're actually capable of that, if we're being super sincere, because you are still trying to actively defend this sort of thing. An ape actually knows how to protect itself. An ape knows how to protect its own community. You don't. You clearly don't. You are demanding that the administration come and fuck you. So you don't even have the self-preservation skills of an ape. Interestingly enough. In any case, let's continue. Kyle Rittenhouse was considered a hero for having a gun in an actual protest and using it as a vigilante. Where was this argument then? You're talking to that guy, right? Because I have even started to change my opinion on this stuff. This is something that I've evolved on. I've been a very strong advocate for gun control, and I think the time for that is passing. I have time and time again consistently held the position that I don't think it's a good thing to bring a gun to a protest. And I think it's a different, that was the old me, okay? I think that was a different time. Once the social contract has been broken so fundamentally over and over again, I think you have to defend yourself. It's crazy. It's crazy. Him having a gun in this circumstance has nothing to do with the situation at all. It's just what the DHS is trying to use as a way to defend their unjustifiable actions. I hope you understand that. Because he never pulled it out. He never did anything with the gun. He had a phone in his hands. Do people actually believe what this clown says? Well, people do have eyes and ears and functioning brain cells. You might not, which is why you are in here to cope. Feeling abandoned by some of your favorite content creators, probably. Feeling like the walls are closing in. Feeling like for the first time ever, your hug box is not so vast. So you have to come in here and go, oh, this guy's a real clown. Check last comment. You're not the only one changing their opinion on this. And it's not just you, my liberal 50-year-old mother who's a doctor who has always been against guns is now thinking about buying one. Yeah. Defend yourself against who? I would say that's a very dangerous thing to say because you are referencing federal agents. Out getting coffee, he told his parents he was going to a protest. Chatter, I don't think you understand. He's a Minnesotan. He can be wherever the fuck he wants as a Minnesotan. Okay? If he wants to film ICE agents trying to kidnap people, he has every fucking right to do so. This is not a contested subject. This is unironically defended by the courts. Last week, there was an injunction from a state court in Minnesota that said ICE had no legal basis to apprehend and detain people who were following them around and honking their horns. Did you know that? No, you don't. You don't know anything. Just like you don't know the fucking rules, just like you don't know the laws. And in that fear that you have existing in the world, you just think every position of authority is always right unconditionally. And this is how we arrive at how so many people were on board with whatever the fuck the Nazis were doing. Okay? Your ignorance is not everybody else's problem. Okay? You need to do a little bit more research. You need to do a little bit more soul searching. And you need to think. I know it's difficult, but you need to think a little bit. Is this appropriate? What level of cruelty will I abide by as long as the government is doing it? Nobody asked about this when MAGA has guns, by the way. No, I know. It's actually the very same people that love when the Boogaloo Boys come out, that love when people do an armed protest. Okay? What a lot of people don't understand, when they slap the term protester on a person, that doesn't take away what that person is doing. He's still a Minnesotan. Okay? He's still invested in protecting his neighbors. As a matter of fact, he's one of the best Minnesotans. Okay? Just like Renee Good was one of the best that Minnesota has to offer. These are some of the best people that, in spite of the federal government saying, if we kill you unjustifiably, we will protect the person that killed you unjustifiably and we'll call you a fucking terrorist. These are people that are still going out and doing the right thing. And I cannot comprehend how there are still so many Americans that sit there and say, just turn a blind eye. Just look the other way. If a fucking 5'4" manlet comes over and like brutalizes ruthlessly a person that's filming them, shoves them into shoves them into the concrete, you just sit there and you take it. You don't do anything. You just run away. Why won't you run away? It makes sense, though. I get it. I get it now. I get why so many people have a personal distaste towards the Palestinian resistance, for example. Because these guys do have a universal mindset towards being a serf, being a peasant, being a fucking slave. Straight up. They cannot comprehend why anyone would want to defend their neighbors. They don't have any sense of community. They have no sense of purpose. They have no investment in protesting at all. And that's it. They are bootlicking servile cattle. And that's what this is. It makes a lot more sense. You're advocating for bringing a gun to a protest to defend yourself against whom? What do you mean? There's plenty of fucking people that are also bringing a gun to a protest to kill you. Also, take it up with the fucking Constitution. In places where it's legal, you can do that. Okay? Chatter is baiting you for content. No, I know. He's trying to get me to say something that he can clip so that he can post all over the internet and be like, he wants ICE agents to be shot dead by guns. Like or turn around and say stuff like, oh, he wants.
Hey, I don't fucking support ICE. Okay? Fuck ICE. People getting fucking murdered. I don't support
Woke is back. All right, good.
it. That's fucking obvious. If you read my tweet and think I like ICE, you're fucking... I don't want to be more politically incorrect. You're fucking not smart, bro. Okay? I don't like ICE. If you run around liking ICE, there's something wrong with you. Okay? Let me just clear that up. First off, bro. Okay? Because what I said was completely taken completely out of context to a different fucking stratosphere, bro. Okay? Fuck ICE. I have personal friends and family that are affected by ICE and what they've done. Okay? And I don't support ICE. So let me just say this a fifth time for the bootlicker, for the people yelling bootlicker. First of all, yelling bootlicker to a person could be the worst insult ever. That's that's just like it's gay. Like you're like, oh, you lick a man's boot. Like that is so fucking weird. Okay, I've been called 100 insults. It's probably the worst insult I've ever heard. Okay, I'd never lick a boot. All right, I'm just being real, bro, because we see what can happen. We've seen ICE murder people. Okay.
What's the solution then, buddy? That's the problem. You should be commending the bravery of people that are literally putting their lives on the line when they shouldn't have to, okay? When that shouldn't even be a point of fucking contention. The reason why people are calling you out is because you're saying, I'm not just a bootlicker, I'm spreading my fucking ass cheeks when the boot is coming. After I'm done throating it, I'll shove it directly in my ass. He's saying, fuck ICE, bro. But just like say fuck ICE from your gated community, you know? That's it. Just like stick to Twitter fingers. You know what I mean? Don't actually do something. The reason why people are saying fuck ICE is not just because ICE is out there brutalizing American citizens. The reason why people are saying fuck ICE is because ICE is an insane expansion of the already existing surveillance state that is going around door to door, violating people's constitutional rights to kidnap people's neighbors, okay? That's the reason why people are saying fuck ICE. ICE going around and assassinating American citizens is the last iteration of their violence and their unlawful misconduct. So it almost feels like when he says like, fuck ICE, bro, I hate ICE, but like don't fuck with ICE. Basically saying, yeah, fuck ICE. And by that, I mean, have sex with ICE agents, actually, you know, give them a good tongue bath, right? They deserve it after a long day of kidnapping children and shit. You know what I mean? They deserve it. Get on your knees and fuck ICE and suck ICE. You know what I mean? Let ICE fuck you and also give them a good suck job too. Because there are brave boys in the blue. They're law enforcement officers. Incredible stuff.
I'm not defending ICE. They fucking murdered people, bro. It's a murder. They murdered. So when I was saying what I was saying about like, bro, just mind your business. Don't fucking go. Like, dude, if you want to protest on the side, if you want to film it, dude, fine. What I said, bro.
Okay, but ICE is literally shooting and killing people that are doing just that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So what's up? What's up, dude? Because guess what's going to happen? Unrestrained and angry, these guys are going to end up fucking shooting a baby in a crib one day. I mean, God forbid. I hope it doesn't happen, okay? But that's what we're trying to avoid here. And then what? And then what? They just fucking start blasting in a goddamn neighborhood, and then they end up killing random people in their homes. And then what? They've already done that. They fucking flashbanged a baby, like a 6-month-old, almost died, had to get CPR because the dad was trying to escape the fucking neighborhood that they were sieging. They're out here tear gassing babies, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Just stand in the corner and film. What is that guy supposed to do? He wasn't even trying to stand in the corner and film. He was just trying to get his child out of the way. This is why I say this is identical to the fucking pro-Israel arguments. United States of Israel, which offended a lot of people, by the way, when I said that. The baby was Hamas. It was a Hamas baby. We had to tear gas the Hamas baby. Like, the arguments are the same. The violence is similar. The mass apprehension and detention and a constant presence of the danger is so similar to the West Bank operations that Israel is conducting with regular frequency. It's an occupation.
I fucking just regret the way I said this because it literally turned into people being like, oh, so what, you support ICE? Buddy, you read the entire, every tweet. That's why I didn't delete it. That's why I didn't delete this shit yet. Because I'm like, you read through every tweet and you tell me where the fuck I said I like ICE. I agree with them.
Yeah, but this doesn't make sense either because he did delete the tweet now. But it's so funny because he's basically saying, buddy, I don't like ICE. I'm just telling you, you shouldn't actually, even if you don't like ICE, you should never let them know you don't like ICE. Because obviously, if you let them know, they'll kill you, and then it's fine, okay? It's kind of your fault. Nice people made the best Nazis. They got along, refused to make waves, looked the other way when things got ugly. They were lovely people who turned their heads as their neighbors were dragged away. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think these guys fucking recognize what's happening. They just keep saying, like, shove your head in the sand. Look the other way. Be quiet. God forbid. God forbid you let your distaste be known. God forbid you protect your neighbors. Don't do it. Because they'll just fucking kill you.
I support anything. Because
He just said, I don't think any party likes Hasan. He deleted it. I know. Of course. I'll take it. I'll take the fucking dirty delete.
Don't.
Okay? I'll take the dirty delete. He'll try to get back to like a reasonable setting by being like, oh, nobody likes Hasan though. Remember, everybody hates Hasan. That's not the case, brother. Especially in the fucking real world. That is certainly not the case. And we saw that. We saw that yesterday. That is a internet phenomena. That is not a phenomena in the real world. That is a phenomena on the internet, though. And unfortunately, a lot of people that fucking spend all of their time on the internet never go outside. So they create this like false reality. But it's just a very funny thing for these guys where it's a very funny thing that these guys do where they're like, no, but like, don't worry, I still hate Hasan, you know, fuck Hasan. I don't think this guy even knows why he doesn't like me. Like there is zero valid reason. It's just shit that he saw on the internet, clips that he saw that like was very easily was clips that he saw that manipulated him, okay? Because if you ask the average person on the internet, like, why do you hate this guy? They go, oh, it's Hamas Diddy Piker. He did 9/11. He's Jeffrey Epstein himself, and who did 9/11, and he loves killing his dog, and then he gets a new dog every day, and he fucking kills his dog, and then there's a new dog every day, and he also forces her to sleep in the same spot. It's just like, no, you're just meta chasing. You're an easily tricked adult that's fucking meta chasing. This stuff is going to change as well. Don't you worry, okay? Caught him in 4K. That's funny. Yeah, lots of people in the comments mad at laws because they agree with you. It's so transparent what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, think about it this way, man. Think about it this way, okay? Relevant timestamp to your point. Yeah. Think about it this way. These motherfuckers are defending ICE agents killing human beings, okay? An ICE agent killed a human being. They kill dogs all the fucking time. They don't give a shit about that. They're just using this as a fucking talking point because they think it's like a salient talking point. That's it. ICE is led by Kirsty Noem, who's the fucking dog annihilator. That's it. There's no fucking consistency here. Kirsty Noem literally assassinated her dog and then wrote about it in a fucking book. My question always is the same. He said he doesn't like you because you abused your old dog. Yeah, okay. My question always is the same for these guys, okay? If you think I'm such a fucking bad person, why do you always feel the need to lie about shit that I haven't done? Because, yeah, you'd be right. If all of the things that you say about me were correct, yeah, I would be a fucking bad person, you know? He's not going to like you. I don't care. I don't want him to like me. I don't give a shit. I'm happy that he fucking deleted his tweet. At the end of the day, most of these people that spend a good deal of time being like, fuck Hasan, fuck Hasan, fuck Hasan, I hate Hasan, all this shit, they inevitably reveal that they're not very educated and they're oftentimes somewhat right-wing, okay? If you are the peakest of peak liberals, and in this moment you're spending any fucking time being like, yo, fuck Hasan, instead of saying fuck ICE, you're not a very serious person. If you're such a bad guy, you should have so much real shit to base your hatred off of. And it's like all three lies on repeat. Yeah, they just like spam it over and over again until they hope that like it sticks. That's it. Stop thinking in terms of content creators and start thinking in terms of actual policies. Like, who's responsible for the real violence here, okay? This kind of stuff is just a distraction. It's idiotic. Let's get back to the fucking news. So this is the highest resolution footage so far that's slowed down. And you can see this guy in the gray jacket, the ICE agent in the gray jacket, going for his weapon, taking it out of its holster right there, and then walking away. Meanwhile, the other ICE agent that's behind Alex Peretti takes out his service weapon. And I believe he might be the first one that shoots the first shot. I've seen a close-up of the agent who disarmed him actually shoot the gun while running away. It's not excessively clear, but he's definitely something that changes the gun while he's running. Something to look into, since after the first shot, it doesn't look like Alex moved at all the way he did when we heard the second shot. I mean, the autopsy report, hopefully, if we actually... I mean, the autopsy report will show that. The Washington Post link I showed shows it even more clearly. This is the Washington Post link. This is Evan, friend of the show, Evan Hill, at Open Source and Visual Forensics Investigations at Washington Post. Defending this really does mean it's over. If one more Minnesotan dies and there isn't a civil war, we're doomed. I'm a believer. I'm a firm believer that if there isn't pushback towards this kind of stuff, like they're just going to keep getting away with it over and over again, and they're just going to only increase the intensity, increase the frequency of the violence. That's it. And that's already happening. Let's continue with this.
Handgun seen here, along with 2 magazines, and say he violently resisted their attempts to disarm him.
We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers.
Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem insists the agent fired defensive shots.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
So far, they've provided no evidence supporting those claims.
There's been demonstrators out here since this shooting first happened, sometimes thousands at a time. The fires are to stay warm in the sub-zero temperatures. And we know there's been protests happening every day in Minneapolis since Renee Good was shot 2.5 weeks ago.
The Minneapolis community coming together in a candlelight vigil overnight. Neighbors, friends, and family gathered outside Preddy's home. His neighbor speaking to ABC News, remembering the 37-year-old.
He was very well thought of. It's difficult to square that impression that everybody on this block had, and with this notion that he was somehow on some sort of suicide mission to inflict damage on ICE.
And his father telling the Associated Press.
Like, this is such a fucking clear-cut. This is such a clear-cut, open and shut case, man. Like, I just don't even... Like, how do you look at this? How do you look at this situation and just go, well, the government told me that he was a bad guy who was trying to do bad things, so I think the government is right. Like, if you're adamant to defend this, you will literally defend the government killing your parents. Like, you would be like, yep, sorry. My mom was a woke libtard, and that's why this fucking ICE agent from Texas totally was well within his rights to assassinate her in front of our house in her own driveway. Sorry, she shouldn't have been a woke libtard, I guess. It's crazy how fucking stupid you have to be. Like feral animals have better self-preservation skills than the average Republican, man. What are we doing?
His beloved son cared about people deeply and was very upset with what was happening in Minneapolis, adding he had discussed the protest with his son recently.
We had this discussion with him 2 weeks ago or so, that go ahead and protest, but do not engage. And he said he knows that. He knew that.
And as Governor Walz is vowing to press forward with this investigation, we know a judge has given a temporary order barring the Trump administration from destroying any evidence linked to this shooting here. Janae?
All right, Trevor, thank you so much for your reporting.
Minneapolis.
If a police officer pulls me over, I don't like the charges, and I don't like the charges I can have my day in court. If I get out of my car, stick my phone in his face and cuss him out, I'll get additional charges and probably arrested. Okay, fine. Fine, but that's not what happened. If I get out of my car and get in a fist fight with him, I deserve to get my ass beat. That's not what happened either. If I choose to get in a fist fight with him and have a gun on me, I deserve to get shot if they feel threatened making split-second decisions. You are cattle. Okay? All of this can be avoided if I simply accept and respect the officer's authority to remain a law-abiding citizen. You guys understand, like, this argument is insane, right? It treats all members of law enforcement from ICE, which has a totally separate jurisdiction for the record than like regular local law enforcement has. But like this argument treats local law enforcement as like a force to be reckoned with. Like they're gods, okay? They're like a natural disaster. And you need to, every time you interact with them, you have to just pray to God that they don't have a bad day and kill you. Like, Alex was a law-abiding citizen. The law that was violated here was when the ICE agent killed him. The law that was violated here was when the first ICE agent pushed another law-abiding citizen into the fucking concrete, into the sidewalk, and then proceeded to pepper spray Alex in the face as he put bravely his body between, in a non-violent manner, as he put his body between the ICE agent and the other person that they were brutalizing. He saved that other person's life. That's what he did. And every part of this is a lie. Every part of this is a lie. Crazy hypotheticals. These random hypotheticals are crazy, insane order, but how does it get enforced? It's just, these people are they're so servile, man. They are such cucks where any authority, anything that any authority does is justifiable across the board. Because it's authority that told you have to comply. It's authority that said, you know, this is what it is. Damn, liberals are real fucking mad at me, huh, today. Look at this. Hasan the Hun still thinks Democrats are the same as Republicans in 2026. His opinion on all things politics should be ignored and he should be bullied forever. His own fucking dog hates him. Fuck this animal abusing piece of shit tanky fuck. What tanky, man? Where are the fucking tanks? Click the profiles of Destiny Simp. I just don't understand what this cult is doing. You know what I mean? Like, this is what you guys are worried about? Fighting your favorite content creators' battles for him? It doesn't, this kind of shit keeps popping up on my fucking timeline. Nah, I think true liberals are starting to sound way closer to views now. I know, that's why I think it's funny. These guys are not reading the fucking room. They don't understand. If they were to actually go out there and encounter their fucking neighbors and how angry they are, they would realize that the American population, the base of the Democratic Party, and even beyond the base of the Democratic Party, people are fucking fed up. They're fed up with the economy. They're fed up with the fact that this stupid fucking administration is constantly increasing the intensity, constantly squeezing them, constantly upping the ante, constantly upping the pressure. In more militant ways, in more violent ways. They want the Democrats to put up a fucking fight. They are obviously experiencing not only discontent with the administration, they hate the admin, but they are also very clearly disturbed by the lack of motion coming from the Democratic Party. This is where the base is at. But these guys are still yelling to an increasingly shrinking audience of other fucking liberals who are like, vote blue no matter who, vote blue no matter who, over and over and over again. And it doesn't make sense. I'm like, who is this for? Talk to your mom and dad. I bet your mom and dad are mad at the Republicans for understandable reason, like I am. But then they're mad at the Democrats for not doing enough. You are out of touch. And I don't know how to explain it to you because you don't go outside. You're just fucking out of touch. They're trying to make sure that the angry base of the Democratic Party who nonetheless liked Harris are biased against the left, even if centrist Dems collaborate. But it's not going to work. There are too many prominent leftists in elective office. Hutch lost 250 followers covering the protest. They have no motion. That's what I'm saying. They keep doing it. Who the fuck is this for? Who could this be for? Why are you so endlessly invested in an outright refusal of reading the fucking room? The tweeter isn't even American, I think. Their TikTok says anti-populist, liberal, the liberal kind, Kiwi obsessed with American politics. Yeah. This 57-year-old wants to drive across the country to fight ICE. This is, yeah. I really shouldn't have to explain the concept of revolutionary adventurism to my dad, but here we are. I'm trying to talk a 57-year-old man out of driving himself 18 hours to Minneapolis to like get in a fist fight with ICE. That's where the median voters are. Okay? That's where the fucking median voters are. That's it. These guys are so fucking out of step with where the population is. And it worries me that they are actively trying to calcify the consultancy class that is like parasitically surrounded the entire Democratic establishment, where they're just like not letting go. They're like, no. Please don't say abolish ICE. Please don't do that. God forbid you say that. God forbid you lean into where the fucking anger is. God forbid you lean into where the resentment is. Please just stay out of touch. Please don't say anything about Israel. If there's anything you say about Israel, just like only talk about anti-Semitism. Don't say anything about ICE. Or if you say, oh, well, we don't want to fund ICE in this current version, don't ever say abolish ICE. This is terrifying. This is terrifying. Please don't do it. Like, they are unironically cooking the fucking Democrats. It sometimes makes me feel like the consultant class that has this vice grip around our electeds are working for the Republican Party. It feels as though the consultants that are guiding the Democrats are basically trying to make sure that Democrats never fucking win. And if they win, God forbid they do something that will solve these issues. If they win, they have to destroy hope. If they win, they have to do the bare minimum, and in most instances, not even the bare minimum. If they win, they have to normalize the brutality the Republicans did instead of punish the Republicans for being out of step. Punish the Republicans for violating the law. Don't do that. No matter what you do not punish the Republicans. It feels like it's an op. It's like a psyop that these like consultants have made sure that the Democratic Party is the controlled opposition party. It's ineffective. And now outsiders that aren't even a part of the consultancy class are getting in on it for free. Trust me, liberals are not complacent. We're ready to vote right now. Right fucking now if we could. We'd fucking vote so hard. Like, this kind of shit is popping off for a reason. These guys are reading the room. They're seeing how angry the average person is. The average person is fucking tired of the Democrats not doing anything. This is what Yeah, if you want to know where the average person is, this is where the average person is, okay?
Minutes from now, we are going to hear. Well, we got another situation here. Let's just listen in for a moment.
No! Fuck you! Stop! Look out! Damn! Just chill. Okay. I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Fucking angry.
Why are these idiots trying to fight cops? They're not cops. And these guys are not idiots. Put some respect on your granddad, okay?
Oh, fuck off. I think I'll need it, but we'll try it.
Wow. What a scene in an American city in 20.
And he disappears into the gas. So I love this video because it shows where the people are, okay, with their mentality. And yet, liberals invested in attacking the left are simply refusing to acknowledge why most people hate the Republicans, but also are angry at the Dems as well for their inaction against the Republicans. Liberals on here the government has nukes. What can the people do? Brother, what are you talking about? The government has nukes. What can the people do? You're right. They'll nuke Minneapolis. You're right. Oh my God, that's a fucking beast mode ass photo. Like how do you make sense in 2026 of the polling that shows Republicans and their disapproval rating, and then the Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party's disapproval rating being close, if not worse, than the Republican Party's disapproval rating? How do you make sense of that? Does that mean that at a time of unprecedented instability and anger and resentment and demonstrations taking place all around the fucking country, that the population is saying it's because the Democrats are not conservative enough? Or do you think they're experiencing discontent with the Democrats because the Democrats are not fighting back? This is the problem, okay? You can't get these guys to stop shitting on the Democratic Party if they're out there and they feel not protected by their electeds. That's it. This is what people don't understand or refuse to understand on the internet. And the reality is I shouldn't even be talking about it that much because honestly, those guys are just basically fucking in a smaller and smaller circle of people that are circle jerking about like how, you know, voting for Kamala Harris is going to be the end all be all solution, and everyone should have voted for Kamala Harris. Is too late. Is too late for that. Okay, lock the fuck in, because that doesn't address why people are still upset at the Democratic Party. Because if that was the whole point, the Democratic Party's approval would be fucking sky high right now. They'd be like, oh, the beautiful Democrats. Why did no one actually vote for the beautiful Democrats? I'm so mad at the left for not voting for the Democrats. It's an idiotic argument because Kamala Harris, even with all the third-party voters, would not have been able to secure a victory. Even if all the third-party voters voted for Kamala Harris, she still would not have won. Because people did go out and vote for Kamala Harris. They plugged their nose and they fucking voted for Kamala Harris, and she still lost. One must ask the question, why? And the liberals that say, do not ask that question. You should have just unconditionally voted. Vote blue no matter who. Otherwise, these fucking dipshits are going to come into power. Do not recognize that that kind of campaigning is unsuccessful. It's been unsuccessful. It didn't work in 2016. It only worked in 2020 because people had experienced the Trump administration and COVID was happening and there was so much instability, so much discontent that barely with a marginal victory, Joe Biden won. And then they went back to the fucking drawing board again. And it didn't work in 2024. It just did not work. Part of the reason why Biden actually won is because he was a lot more progressive in 2020 when he was running than his actual administration. Liberals in my North Florida town are showing up to protest and sounding like communists. Also, a lot more young people are also coming out. Exactly. People don't understand where the population is at. This is an unprecedented opportunity for organizing, by the way. An unprecedented opportunity I cannot believe the things that I heard from regular fucking Minnesotans out there. And I know there were a lot of HasanAbi heads, obviously. But, like, if you go out to a protest, you will hear from the Barbaras and the Deborahs that are out there alongside you saying shit that would make you go, oh, my God, what are you, a fucking Leninist? Like, what's happening here? Are you a Marxist-Leninist by any chance? Like, where did you get this information from? People are frustrated, and they recognize that the alternative has to be better. The alternative has to be better. And in the absence of a more viable, strong alternative, they are consistently showing up in polls as experiencing discontent against the Democrats as well. Why is no one asking that question? Why are the Democrats so unpopular right now? Why? Because the Republican administration is so goddamn unpopular. There's mass instability, mass discontent, mass demonstrations happening all around the country. Why the fuck are the Democrats not popular? Why is no one asking that question? Neera Tanden also doing the same bullshit. A lot of people can criticize the members here, but the last person who should do that is the person who helped Trump win when she could have supported the Dem presidential candidate. Just as a pragmatic matter, I'd ask you to look at the polling on Israel-Palestine and ask yourself if this is the hill you want to die on, is defending Biden's decision to bear hug Netanyahu and sideline pro-Palestinian voices. The lesser evil argumentation clearly doesn't fucking work. I've been a fan of you for about 4 years now, and I genuinely can't thank you enough for getting me on the left. I've been getting super into socialist and communist philosophy and theory within the last year or so, and it's so cool to look at your things from a materialist perspective, which is something I couldn't have done without you getting me on the left in the first place. On the one hand, it's good that these people are so oblivious to what's going on the streets. Okay? It's good because that means they won't mount a strong enough opposition against their left flank in the primaries. They will undermine the left flank and they'll think, oh, it's fine. Except there are obviously much more intelligent political operatives out there like AIPAC doing their very best to undermine the left flank because the left flank candidates are coming in and saying, fuck Israel, right? So I'm still frustrated. There is a big electoral battle that will take place in the upcoming months. And you know, as someone who people routinely say should not be anywhere near Democrats, I work with Democrats all the fucking time. Even Democrats you wouldn't even think of, okay? I have an open door policy as long as someone wants to hear my perspective. I'll talk to anyone and everyone. I'll hope with the hopes that they'll listen to what I have to say. But that's why it's fucking frustrating and annoying. These goddamn idiots are constantly being like, no one should be around Hasan. Hasan doesn't know what he's talking about. Hasan, don't work with the Democrats should stay away from Hasan. It's like, bitch, who the fuck are you? And then this is the other thing. Yeah, the pro-Israel people. Worth recalling that this Nazi was platformed by New York Times, Rolling Stone, Variety, Guardian, among others. The United States of Israel must have gone through some group chats or something. It really ticked people off. I'm sorry, buddy. You're Israel first, okay? If you get mad at this, statement, you have Israel's dick lodged so far up your ass, dude. Straight up. This got motherfuckers so mad, brother. And the inverse of that was also the most insane fucking article I've ever read. Minneapolis and Gaza now share the same violent language, but not in the way that you think. Thomas L. Friedman took the United States of Israel tweet that I had and basically flipped it on its head and said, ISIS Hamas. Only a couple of my lesser evil Kamala was right about everything. Friends are still buying. The Dems in the current state are an answer. All the others have their veil pulled off finally. Good. Good. That's good. Waking up to that reality is incredibly important because only after people are awake will they actually demand the Democrats become more radical, demand the Democrats actually do something. The vote blue no matter who posture is precisely the reason why we got here. Is precisely the reason why the Democrats always lose, and that's precisely the reason why we get no fucking change in these around these parts. Okay? Because it's not working. And the people recognize that it's not working. So I'm here to shepherd them in the right direction to help them understand why they are experiencing frustration, why they're mad, why they feel like they're rudderless in this moment of hopelessness. Okay? That's it. A big reason why a lot of people are upset at me, by the way, is because I said a couple different things yesterday on my stream, and they some of the high notes was from... Wait, here, we'll watch this first.
This was basically where the 2020 Black Lives Matter protest started. And it wasn't just in the United States of America. Here, let's take a look at the mural. It wasn't just in the United States of America, but all around the world, as a matter of fact. After Derek Chauvin and numerous law enforcement officers stood around as Derek Chauvin assassinated George Floyd in broad daylight. And there is a reason for law enforcement to exist. The problem is not that law enforcement exists in theory. The problem is that law enforcement in practice does not abide by the theory of protecting and serving the people.
Correct.
It works to protect and serve the interests of capital. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't want to just abolish ICE. I want to arrest them. Like I don't think it's enough to just abolish ICE. I think that's the moderate. That should be the moderate position. Punish ICE is the normal position. The fact that someone in the press has to wear body armor in American cities is the most dystopian shit I've ever seen. It's true, like a war zone. It's all the government's doing against the people. It's true. Why do you always relate it to socialism? I don't know. Maybe because I'm a fucking socialist. That's probably the reason. One must ask the question why you end up agreeing with socialists quite a bit. Perhaps this is your opportunity to fucking dive off the deep end a little bit. I will always stand firm in my commitment to the notion that most people are born with a certain set of values. They learn a certain set of values. They're good. They're kind-hearted people. They want what's best for others, okay? And then they're led astray. That's why I think a lot of liberals have a little bit of that socialist dog in them. And that's part of the reason why. That's part of the reason why in so many instances they find themselves loving people like Zoran, for example. Why do liberals love Zoran, guys? Is it because he's handsome? Is it because he's charismatic? Is that the reason why? Or is it because for once they see someone riding with the D banner, riding under the Democratic Party banner, and they go, wait a minute, this guy is infinitely closer to my fucking worldview than anyone else that I've ever voted for. That's it. That's why it's so funny, the calculations that these guys make. Because, like, in the primaries, everyone was clowning on me for fucking leaning into Zoran, okay? Laying a stake, laying my reputation, and saying, like, this is the guy, this is the method. All those fucking same liberals who were like, Hasan should be nowhere near the Democratic Party that now love Zoran, supposedly. They were all saying, oh, well, I don't know about this guy. This guy's maybe a little bit too pro-Hamas for my liking, right? They were for Cuomo before the primaries. What happened? What the fuck happened? Now that he is the guy, now when he became the guy, and he's now the mayor, they love him. They love him. They love him so much that they have to cope and act as though, Zoran despises me secretly or something. Like they literally have to create a fantastical narrative that, now the Zoran won, he's actually good. And because he's good, he must hate Hasan. Isn't that fucking nuts? Where's the long video? I want to see the video that I did with Mint Press. Because I'll admit, low-key, Mint Press was really they were really trying to farm me saying some anti-Democrat shit. But, you know, I gave my honest and sound analysis as I always do. Right? But is there like a Twitter post of the Mint Press interview that we did? Because this is the
sentiment that Democrats are going to be different, but unfortunately, they're not showing that right now. It's always too little, too late. Famously said, a party that doesn't care about genocide doesn't care about defending democracy either. And we're kind of seeing that right now because the theoretical democratic process in America. Honestly, a lot of Democrats like to say, "Oh, this kind of violence, police brutality would never happen if a Democrat was elected," and that's obviously not the case. Considering that police violence never really stopped under the Democratic Party. I mean, people don't remember, but Black Lives Matter initially started at Ferguson, and that was under Barack Obama. And at the time, a lot of Democrats were not very fond of Black Lives Matter as a protest movement, as a street movement. And I want to believe that sentiment, that Democrats are going to be different, but unfortunately, they're not showing that right now. It's always too little, too late. It's always, oh, maybe ICE is fine, but we don't want to fund ICE in this current version of ICE. It's never abolish ICE. Now, some Democrats do say that, but there's obviously not enough momentum in the National Party. They're not listening to the demands of the population, just like they spent 2 years refusing to reckon with the crimes of genocide in Gaza. And even to this day, still have the audacity to bring that up as a gotcha when they say, "Oh, well, you should have voted for us," even in spite of the genocide. And as Ta-Nehisi Coates famously said, a party that doesn't care about genocide doesn't care about defending democracy either. And we're kind of seeing that right now because the theoretical democratic process in America is currently being undermined in broad daylight. I mean,
welcome, sister. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you for being here.
The current democratic process that we've had a lot of issues with it already, right? Historically, one could say we never had a true proletarian democracy, and I agree with that. But right now, we are very clearly moving in the direction of fascism. We're in the waters of fascism, and yet Democrats are not presenting a strong opposition that they really have to if they want to preserve what remains of the theoretical democracy in America. They have to put a better fight. They have to put a stronger opposition up against the Republicans, and they're not doing it. So I want to believe that Democrats will be different, but they won't let me believe that Democrats are different because I can't help but notice their inaction, and it's very frustrating.
Like, the takeaway from that is, I want to believe that the Democrats are an opposition party. And I want them to prove that they are. But right now, they're not. Okay? They're not behaving like that. And yet people literally hear any minutia, any fucking minor criticism of the Democratic Party, and they fucking lose their minds. It's like it zaps their brains. Okay? I don't want the Democrats to operate like the controlled opposition party. I want them to fucking launch a strong opposition. Okay? Be a real opposition party. Not a controlled. Not behave. Scared. Cowardly. Controlled opposition party. And there are still consultants on here that refuse to recognize the discontent people are feeling. Democrats always say they want a strong Republican Party, and all you're saying is you want a strong Democratic Party for once. Yes. Yes. I think most actual Dem voters agree with you. I used to argue with my lib mom about CNN Dems, and now she shits on them more than me. That's why I'm saying, like, that's why, like, these guys are speaking to an increasingly smaller constituency. Okay? And it's not even just about what I want, it's what's required to win. But also, it's not only just about what's required to win, but it's required to preserve, like, American stability. If I was an accelerationist, I would just say, all right, fuck it, dude. You know, I love the Republicans. Let the Republicans destroy this goddamn country. You know? That will only really be apparent when we have another national campaign. Unfortunately, all politics is national now. Zoran was able to make a local race a national issue, and we won huge. Yeah. If I was a person that doesn't believe in participating in bourgeois elections, okay? If I was that kind of guy, I would never fucking try to get Zohran Mamdani elected or Abdul El-Sayed elected or Khaled Abu Ghazala elected. I wouldn't work with the Democrats at all, but I do. So one must ask the question, why? Because there are certain kinds of Democrats that I believe are capable of rebuilding the confidence that people must have in their government. Okay? This is not about bourgeois democracy at all. This is about fighting to make sure that there is better organizational opportunities for the left flank in general, for socialists, for Marxists. And if there is complete fucking chaos, it's virtually impossible for that organizational capacity to come back to the American labor movement. But outside of that, I work with the Democrats that I know are real fighters for a reason. Okay? I work outside of the confines of the Democrats more often than I work within the confines of the Democrats. But the reason why I work with the party in general is not because I'm some fucking shepherd in the way that some people present me as. But the reason why I work with them is because it's the only fucking game in town. And there's always more that they could be doing. I understand speaking to the weakness of the Democratic Party when you're dissuading people, but when you're dissuading people from voting blue, I just don't see the value in that. What? This is why people say them should stay away, though. You talk so much shit and then expect people to vote away from the right, but it's kind of hypocritical. Brother, I'm speaking about where the people are at. You are delusional. This is the problem. I am communicating what the anger and resentment that people, not only like myself, but many others feel. That's the reason why I keep showing you old dudes fucking protesting on the streets, freaking out, yelling. That's why I ask the people that go to these protests, like, how do you feel about Tim Walz? Do you feel like you should be doing more? And everyone goes, yes. Yes, Jacob Fry, where the fuck are you? That's the reason. The reason why I'm doing this is so that you understand that this discontent, this disgust against the Republicans is very real, and we all align on that. Everybody understands it. Republicans are fucking dog shit, okay? But outside of that, you need to understand that there is real discontent towards the Dems as well. One must ask the question, why? Hasan has never dissuaded anyone from voting for Democrats, only Republicans. Yeah, I've never told people not to vote for a Democrat, okay? Unless it's like literally an establishment Democrat in a primary or something. You know what I mean? Like, and I have a candidate in the race. I have, however, told people not to vote for any Republican ever. Oh. The standard political modus operandi around the world is avoid challenging the status quo as much as possible. Trump is an exception from that and is part of why he was so successful in building his brand. Yes. What? I also think that 100K is not a working person's salary. That's like 48 an hour. Okay. Yes, it's the real billionaires are the 100,000aires actually. Yes, votes are earned. They're not entitled to our votes just for existing. Stand for something, please. And I don't know how like it's not even about my commentary. If I didn't exist, Kamala Harris still would have fucking lost. That's my point. If I literally was like Kamala Harris is my champion, is my queen, please vote for her, she still would have fucking lost. But people don't understand that. You think I have more motion than Taylor Swift? You think I have more motion than Beyonce? Are you fucking stupid? It doesn't work that way. You cannot outflank the fucking party. The party and the campaign needs to do a better fucking job. But there are so many people who literally behave like DNC consultants trying to do ass covering, even though they're not getting paid. Show me the fucking pay stubs. Are you getting paid by the Democratic Party? Why are you defending their incompetence? Why are you defending their ineptitude? Of course, Donald Trump is different than Kamala Harris. This is something that I presented over and over and over again throughout the election cycle, which no fucking liberal will ever admit. My anger was due to the Democrats' closeness to the Republicans, not recognizing the danger that Trump presented. I made that very clear, which is perhaps the only reason why there are still 45 fucking thousand people in here listening to what I have to say. Because they heard me say it a million times over, and then they recognized that I was right. Oh, I'm not going to stop saying the fucking truth just because it offends certain people's sensibilities about what they think is the appropriate way to win, which is to just shut the fuck up and say, no matter how feckless Democrats come across as, it doesn't matter. They're still, you should just shut the fuck up and vote for them. No matter how much I try to tell people, like, listen, that's not how this works. You have to literally make a plea, make an earnest plea as to how you're going to fix people's problems. Otherwise, you're not going to have them fucking vote for you.
This is in mourning once again. This time for Alex Pretty, a 37-year-old intensive care nurse who worked in a medical centre for veterans. Here he is, reading final words to a patient whose son released this video yesterday.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it.
Now his death has fueled an American culture war in a city that has already suffered so much. Minneapolis, the city of George Floyd, of Renee Good, killed by ICE agents just weeks ago, and now of Alex too, whose body had not even been identified before the administration cast its verdict on this horrific incident, saying an armed man wanting to massacre agents was killed in self-defense. But if we slow it down and look from various angles, a completely different story emerges. You can see here, Alex is holding a...
I mean, it's not even... It's not It's not even a completely different story. It's just the truth, right? Like, it's not two competing narratives. It's just one is the truth and one is what the government is lying about.
A phone, not a gun.
No, I'm good, thank you.
He can be seen trying to help a woman who has been pushed by agents. They both get pepper sprayed. He's pulled away, forced down. Pummeled by agents in the head. Reports suggest this officer then takes the gun from Alex's holster. At the same time, another officer pulls his weapon and then 10 shots are fired in 5 seconds, killing Alex as the men step back. Alex's parents were informed by a journalist and were passed from pillar to post, calling the police, border patrol and hospitals before finding out the horrible truth.
He thought it was terrible. Kidnapping children, just grabbing people off the street. He cared about those people. And he knew it was wrong.
He loved this country, but he hated what people were doing to it.
They slammed the sickening lie told about their son by the administration, saying he was attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs, that he was trying to protect a woman, and asked, please get the truth out about our son.
People bring up the 2 magazines. I tell them it doesn't matter if he had them, and it doesn't seem to be a good enough answer. What should I say to them? What the fuck do you mean? He's a law-abiding, no criminal background having gun owner. What the fuck? Who cares if he had 2 magazines with them? What? What are we talking about, dude? It's called the Second Amendment. Like, what the fuck is this conversation? If he was trying to dome ICE agents with his 2 magazines worth of bullets, don't you think he would have fucking pulled it out? All concealed carry, all CCW carriers take 2 mags minimum. I don't know. I'm not a fucking CCW carrier, okay? But, like, the only thing he had in his hands was a phone.
He was a good man. After what happened here yesterday, it feels as if something foundational about America is crumbling here in Minneapolis, setting the federal government against the country's own states. It was the president, Donald Trump, who sent thousands of ICE and border agents here, leaving many immigrants too scared to leave their homes, and now 2 American citizens dead. The governor, Tim Walz, has now called in Minnesota's National Guard to try to keep the peace.
Who would trust Governor Walz at this point? The man has stood up and encouraged resistance. He has refused to partner with us. He's sacrificed his citizens' safety and their well-being by choosing the side of people who break the law.
Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired. The chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, Border Control, and this federal administration.
Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe.
People in Minneapolis are enraged. They are out protesting as temperatures drop to -23. The city is begging its residents to protest peacefully, and they are. But many are worried about how much more one place can take.
Like, if they don't do shit, if the Democrats in charge right now in these cities don't do shit and another person dies, I don't think they're going to be able to control the fires, okay? There's only so much ruthless punishment that people will endure until they say enough is fucking enough. Do you not feel complicit in allowing your followers to take the bait and make this the main issue despite what is happening to the Kurds, Gazans, and the Sudanese? No. because these issues are deeply interconnected. And it's one that all those other issues are issues that I talk about with regular frequency. But thank you for being woke of the day here. I think Americans should keep dying in the streets. You're right, to be punished for the crime of being Americans. You know, after all, America is responsible for all this other awful, horrifying acts of imperial violence that's taking place elsewhere. So I shouldn't cover that same imperial violence coming back to the home front and use that as an opportunity to hopefully wake people up to how violent these incidents look like overseas. But thank you for being woke of the day, chatter. That was very cool. It's like, bro, I don't understand why you're talking about fucking, the people not being able to have access to food and clean water supply here in the United States of America and like Flint, Michigan or whatever, when there's like starving children in Africa, I say intellectually. Because that's your argument, right? The argument is like, how dare you talk about American nutrition, for example, or the American government's anti-vaccine initiatives, when there are people who are no longer getting vaccines overseas because of the U.S. aid restrictions that the American government placed, as though these things are not fucking deeply interconnected to one another. You didn't actually make a point there. Like, there was no good point that you made. You just wanted to come across like you're more woke, even though it's a totally, totally fucking idiotic argument.
I'm joined now by Jamal Osman, who is a city councillor here in Minneapolis, vice president of the council. Jamal, you live 4 blocks from here. You represent a neighbouring ward. How did you feel when you found out about this killing?
Guys, you talk about Ixie yet? No.
Well, I was home, and of course I have that alert, and I knew ICE killed someone else, because we have not seen anything like this. ICE killing our residents has thrown our city in crisis. Alex and Renee should be alive today. It's unacceptable. I got here. Of course, they didn't.
I think this guy is one of those baiters. I haven't heard anything at all, and I've been checking for quite some time. Do you ever talk about the Kurds? Do you feel like you're taking the bait and not talking about the Kurds, Sudan, and Gaza at this point? You're pandering to keyboard Americans going about civil war and not talking about the worst events in the world. Is this civil war? Easier comment. Do you not feel complicit in allowing your followers to take the bait? Is it true that Hasan is worth over $150 million, or was that person saying that lying? Why is someone spreading that he's worth $150 million, lol? What's the best way to respond to people who still push the dog shit? Do you think censorship is worse or better in China? Any comments on the genocide in Sudan? Any word on the genocide in Sudan? Or is South Africa the only country in Africa that matters to you? Do you regret the comment regarding voting for Kamala is the same as a vote for Trump? Have you stopped talking about Sudan? It's easy. Like, this person has never come into the chat with like an honest, like every single time this person has come into the chat is to just try to bait off a clip. Every single time. Like, this isn't a person who I think is like sincerely hyper woke or anything like that. Why do you never bring up the U.S. invasion of Grenada when they invaded a Commonwealth nation with the Queen Elizabeth head of state and against the UN vote 108-9? What do you expect individuals in Europe to do, especially those in less fortunate countries where their main focus is just keeping their head above the water? Go check on YouTube. It's clip farming for TikTok to create more discourse. I mean, I don't know. Here's you talking about the interconnected nature of these issues yesterday.
Someone's got to do it. But without you guys standing out here, it's nothing. You know what I mean? So this is what matters the most. But as far as what you were saying about bringing the Palestine flag out, These are connected issues.
Yeah.
Because as I was saying earlier, the LRADs that they use on us, on American streets, were first used and tested on Iraqi civilians in the streets of Iraq in an occupation, an illegal occupation. And these issues are absolutely connected to one another. It's the same manufacturers that are developing the weapons that first get used overseas, first get used in Gaza in an experiment that then turn on American citizens as well. So in many respects, when you're out here fighting for the humanity of Palestinians, you're also fighting for your own humanity as well. You're fighting for your own imminent, your imminent disaster that will eventually come to your doorstep, as we've seen over and over again. I mean, we talked about Israel for the last 2 years. A lot of people did. I don't know what everyone's appetite is on that issue here, but I talked about it all the time. And now you're seeing a domestic occupation here in the streets of Minneapolis that is not dissimilar to what Israel had done for the last 2 years. You see the Department of Homeland Security come out and say, we're investigating ourselves. How many times have we heard the Israeli occupational forces say the exact same thing? Oh, this person's death was actually contextualized. It was justified. This person, this life that we robbed, this family that we killed.
I met you at a march, but you didn't mention the Kurds or do a land back. Are you giving up your leftist values? Yeah. Yeah, this is why I also laugh when motherfuckers are like, you need to harass this person. When he's out in public, when he's at a protest, you need to harass this person, not realizing that you would be actually an opportunist in that situation. You're claiming I am an opportunist for like CCP or something, or CCP agent, but when you come in and try to derail in the real world, well, first, you're putting yourself on the fucking, you're putting yourself in front of a lot of people who I have no control over. If they decide to whoop your ass for doing that, they might. You know what I mean? It's completely out of my hands. So good luck. But like, it doesn't make any sense as to why you would put your fans in a very weird situation like that, where the people there are united for one specific purpose. We're all talking about the same shit, and you come in to be like, oh, my favorite content creator doesn't like you, so I'm trying to get a fucking clip off here so that we can post it on LSF. Stop gatekeeping the jacket where you buy it. It's I think it's like Russian surplus military gear from like a long ass time ago. It might even be, actually, it might be Ukrainian. I don't know. I got it in England many years ago at a surplus military. Good save? No. It's not. I'm not even. It's. I don't give a shit whether it's fucking Russian or Ukrainian. I got it like a decade ago, brother. Like the fuck. You went to England last year, but no, I didn't get it in England last year. You can go back far enough on my from here, I think. No, it wasn't from Americana Pipe Dream, although those boys are funny. I'm sure someone with the appropriate level of autism can find it. It's literally in your profile picture? Is it? Oh, maybe it's a Czech. Original Czech Army Field Parka M85 Army issue winter jacket with lining. Okay, I was wrong. Yeah, this seems to be... Is it? It looks to be... Yeah, this could be it. Yeah, maybe it was a... Yeah, Czech M85 military parka, classic piece of military outerwear with a rich history. Originally designed for the Czechoslovak army in the 1980s, this parka demonstrates the durability and practicality for which the Czech army is renowned. The Czech M85 military parka features a timeless olive green color that blends well with a variety of environments. That checks out. Yeah, I love military surplus gear. I will admit, though, this is kind of dog shit quality. It wasn't that good, the quality of it. It's not that good. You have Czechoslovakian Legion jacket? Mill Serp is typically the lowest serviceable quality, lol. Yeah. I mean, I just assume that it's supposed to be like a level of durability because it's for the military. So it's at least supposed to keep you warm, right? But military grade, most expensive piece of shit on the market, signed a veteran. It's just the best bid the government got, ergo the cheapest build. You're thinking about it in American terms, but also it is the cheapest, most cost-effective thing you can get, I think. Like this is definitely a higher. Like this gets the job done better than a $44 jacket normally would. But there's a reason why it's $44. If that makes sense. Like it's definitely, it's like a $60 jacket. For a winter jacket, this is going to be, I just like it because it's cool. I work at a major outdoor retailer. If you need some promo codes, dog, use gear that works, not just cheap. Nothing can keep you warm. Even $700 worth of chemical heat packs didn't make it. Yeah. The Decathlon brand stuff is cheap and very good quality for the price. You should get a proper parka for the off chance that you have to go to the north again. Yeah, I know. You were out in Siberia, bro? Yeah. So it's more fashion than function? Dude, it's military surplus. It's literally the peak of function. I never had an issue with my upper body warmth, by the way. So the jacket did do its job. I never even felt a little cold. First day or the second day, my body was never cold at all. It was my fingertips and my toes that were fucking insanely cold. It's always the extremities. And my face wasn't cold either because I had the balaclava and the ushanka. So there was nothing, like that wasn't a problem at all. But it was actually, the core stayed heated. It was actually my toes, and not my toes as much, but definitely the fingertips. That was the worst. The fingertips were unfucking bearable. Yo, you really did look like a Fed. Everyone above 6'2" is sus. What is this?
It's an old guy. It's okay. No, it's okay. I swear. He's fine. I think it took.
Like you said.
No, he's fine. I swear.
No, I know. You got the 6 minutes. He said no. It's an old guy.
Damn, it's got 142,000 fucking likes. That's the most Minnesota accent I've ever heard. I didn't know he came. That's real as fuck. Poor dude wanted to enjoy it, but was too damn cold. Every 5 seconds, he was like, so people just freeze and pretend like they aren't frozen? It hurts. He's so bundled up. Bro, I was so bundled up that this is the first day. It was even colder than the second day. And I was so goddamn bundled up that I couldn't even eat the what was it? The sambusas that they were handing out on the corner. And I really wanted that. So I'm glad that I got it. And mashallah, the next day. This one too? What is
trench
this?
coat button to the top and these ballerina ass slippers. What's going on? I don't know if she was trench coat button to the top and these ballerina ass slippers. What's going on?
Nice. Damn, she popped off. He literally said he didn't know temperatures could go that low. He was struggling. This is so wild. You actually met him? As a watcher from the Midwest, all I can think is it'll only feel colder if you keep talking about it. It is kind of crazy that people could clock me even in this fit where like there are no discernible features. Okay. I guess like it was the stream snipers. This is what a non-botted platform looks like. Yeah, true. Brother, no one dresses like you. This is a normal outfit. I think this was a very normal outfit. Who amongst us doesn't have a Chinese Ushanka with a Soviet parka over it? Who's 6'4". The boots are Rick Owens. Pants are engineering garments. Boots are Rick Owens. I was dripped the fuck out. Look around you in that picture and say that again. Yeah. My brother in Christ, you wearing bowling boots? No, I wasn't. The fuck is a bowling boot? Literally no one asked. I just checked. I know bro want to walk the wrong way so bad. Literally no one asked. I just checked twice. Fuck you. No, people were asking. Hella people were asking. Fuck you, nice bathroom. You just didn't see him because you banned all of them. See, me and my girl were watching your stream yesterday and talked about your outfits for a while. Lol, no one dresses like you do. Nah, being a creator permanently bricked your brain in terms of fashion. You're never going to be able to judge what normal clothes are, Lamau. You're not Jason or Kai. That's crazy. Okay. They have style. Well, I don't think Jason has a stylist, but Kai has a stylist. I don't. And you can probably tell. Also, what stylist is going to be like, let's put you in a fucking revolutionary chic fit? This is why Omar thought I had hella fucking haters, bro. Because of you guys. This is why. Unc, you got Jason style? If he was one of Ho Chi Minh's followers? Were these the not a cop and fuck ice vests? Yeah, I saw this. Not a cop, fuck ice. That person also has some like LGBT stickers in the front too. Get your ass in your city and help the man out sooner than you think. I got something in the works with my mans, okay? Sooner than you think. We're working on it. We're working on something, okay? Calm down. I got some travel planned for New York coming up in the month of February, in the beginning of the month of February. So we'll see. Shout out to Eric. Shout out to Eric who got you the bulletproof vest. Yes. He did. Hood Genius is getting canceled, man. Wait, why? My Somaliapolis brethren. You streaming with Sneeko and Clavicular in New York? No, I think I'm good on that. I think I will not be doing that. Homophobic tweets? Okay, but what are your plans for Black History Month? More shocking of petite black men? That's crazy that you called Arky a petite black man. You called Arky petite. The real fear of Zohran Mamdani's critics is not that he fails, but that he succeeds. Americans might ask, wait, the government can be competent? Why isn't our city competent? Exactly. Dude, this is what I fucking mean. This is the method, okay? Then people start developing trust in their government. And not only do they start developing trust in their government, they start going, wait a minute. This socialism thing ain't too bad. That just means it's like a competent administrator. Okay. New York Zoran drama dropped. Breaking news. Mayor Zoran Mamdani has just signed legislation that will force all New Yorkers to watch the HasanAbi broadcast every single day. What are your thoughts on this? It's real. That's real. He is doing that. Bro, people went from no King's protest to being like, fuck ICE. We have to like start we have to start physically apprehending ICE agents. Like, okay, you can't, like, it's just so crazy to me that a lot of people are still just so far behind on where the people are at. I remember when we first started talking about sewer socialism and people went wild mocking it. When I saw that Zoran was talking about it, I knew he was the one. Yeah. You're going to be given a brownstone like your North Korean state media in New York. I love that. That's what I want. That's what I want. What is this? Real subtle, bro. Okay, dude. I did not have a Fed jacket on. Was the shooting of the man in Minneapolis on Saturday justified? 20% say justified. 48% say not justified. 32% say not sure. The net justified for the GOP is plus 31. For Dems is minus 79. For Indies is minus 37. 52% report seeing videos on the Saturday Minneapolis Border Patrol shooting. First of all, these numbers are abysmal in general, okay? But the fact that the 20% is all MAGA is unsurprising. It goes back to the same thing I was saying. We have to reckon with the reality that there is 20% of the public in this fucking country, in this beautiful country we call home, that are just fucking insane, okay? They are psychotic dick riders of MAGA. They will dick ride MAGA into oblivion. They will dick ride Donald Trump into oblivion. If Donald Trump says, hey, this guy deserved to be shot, they will say he deserved to be shot. He deserved to die. Now, having said that, that number used to be at 30%. So it's good that it's actually down to 20%. If it can get down to 20%, maybe it'll get down to 10%. Who knows? Sky's the fucking limit. All right? What is this? Ratio so close. Please help OG HasanAbi girly, please. It's so easy to not come in fifth place, bootlicking bitch. Oh my God. 70K likes is so easy to not get shot by ICE. Okay, yeah. For busted open 420, we busted wide open. This is why persons like Asman, etc. are pivoting with a real pivot. Whoa, what the fuck? The real pivot isn't as extreme as you think. No, the liberals are pivoting to a more extreme position. Kaya, hey, no, don't do that. It's going to fall on you. Get out of there. Go. Place. She's going to accidentally have fucking shit fall on her. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're a crazy girl. I know you miss daddy. I know you miss daddy. You want to come here? Okay. Come. Hi. Hello. No, don't. Oh my God, this doesn't mean lay right underneath me, girl. No, oh my God. She's like, no, I have to lay right behind you. This is crazy. Look at this. Look. Bro, there is something wrong. There's something wrong with you. You know that, right? There's something wrong with your brain. What the fuck is wrong with you? Remove those wheels immediately. I have to move around. Hello. What are you smelling over there? There's nothing over there. Don't be mean to her. She has things to say. I know. She wants a donut treat? No, it's done. There's no more donut treats. Hello. What do you have to say, Kaya? Kaya's saying fuck ICE. That's what she's here to say. Kai's the quietest dog. Not when there's someone at the door. She ain't. Let me tell you. She fucking not quiet
Now
at
let
all.
our police and our state investigators look at the evidence, and FBI and ICE.
Are they doing that now?
That's what they have done. They have not released any of the information. They collected everything, and you know, that's all we have. They have not given us access at all.
And how are people feeling in the city? A lot of your constituents are immigrants. What are you hearing from them?
It's not immigrants anymore. It's everyone. Everyone. ICE are killing people on the street.
Get out of there.
People are angry. People are frustrated. People are scared. Oh my God. This is not what America looks like. This is not what Minnesota looks like.
And when you go around and see people, are they scared of coming out?
They are scared of coming out. Actually, the shops of immigrants on Lake Street and Franklin, which is mainly Latino and East African, have been closed for weeks now. People are scared. They are stopping U.S. Citizens. One of my friends was stopped 4 times, pulled over 4 times. He's an Uber driver, 4 times. So, of course, they are picking and stopping anyone.
This is why people are not going outside, by the way. I need you to understand. These aren't even immigrants. They're like American citizens. They're just not going outside because they don't have any, like, there's no guarantee that ICE just won't nab you. It's craziness.
Say they're targeting people with criminal convictions. What do you say to that?
Same thing they're saying. The video we have seen, they put out nothing but a nonsense. They are telling us what we're seeing is not real. It's unreal. So the federal government and Trump administration lost their mind by trying to confuse the public and put out a message. Alex was murdered yesterday on the street. He was helping a woman. He was a nurse. He was someone who was loved in the community. Same as Renee. And still, they are out there. And instead of investigating.
What do you say to the federal officers and to the federal message that the state is blocking them from doing their job and that's why this is happening?
It's not happening. We want them to leave our city. They're not, these people, the ICE folks, are not trained. They're not professional people.
Wait, when people say like, oh, what's the solution? Like, do people have to present their papers everywhere they go? Like, brother, you do realize that like most people, they don't even have like a driver's license, right? Or even if they do have a driver's license, that's not a true ID. It's not a real ID. Like, what are you supposed to do? Get a fucking passport? Go to the passport office, get a passport, get a real ID? Like, it's fucking insane. Like, there is no, and on top of that, it's still not a guarantee. Even if you have all that paperwork, if ICE want to fuck with you, they can still fuck with you.
Trainers. They are individuals who are treating our community bad and pull on guns and shooting people on the street. We do not want ICE here.
How much worse do you think this could get?
It could get worse. It could get worse. And as he threatened us already that he's going to send the military, we don't know what that looks like. We're already dealing 3,000 ICE agencies that are basically harassing everyone.
Have you been stopped?
I have not been stopped, but my friends, my residents have been stopped. People are getting detained and actually being sent to Mexico, especially the refugee community that arrived here that don't have the green card, but they actually came here, but not by their choice. They were picked up and they were brought here.
Just tell me quickly, what do you think is motivating Donald Trump?
I think what Donald Trump knows he can get away from this because he has loyalty folks around him. He knows that he can get away from it. So what motivates him? This is a blue state. This is a loving state.
So this is politics?
Politics, of course.
Jamal, thank you so much for your time.
CNN's Tom Foreman is here to walk us through what we're hearing from federal officials.
Okay, we've covered this endlessly. Here's some interesting developments, though. One of the interesting developments was that the National Guard is now mobilized on the fucking streets, and they're supposed to be, like, doing checks, right? They said that they were. I find that to be interesting because they weren't really doing any checks at all last night. They were just there as a presence. Maybe they're going to do checks on ICE. Who knows? But this is an interesting development. The Minnesota National Guard members have arrived at the site of the federal building and have been ordered to distribute donuts, coffee, and hot chocolate to the anti-ICE protesters. They were given reflective vests so protesters don't confuse them with federal agents. Now, one of the major issues with this is that this is a testament to how militarized the American law enforcement is from the local level all the way down all the way up to the federal agencies, right? They're so heavily fucking militarized that the National Guard, which is a branch of the fucking military, has to actually distinguish themselves somehow by putting on reflective fucking vests. I understand why people don't want to trust it. And maybe this is just for PR, but so far so good. You see what I'm saying?
It's almost Valentine's Day.
It's counterinsurgency. It's hearts and minds. They're doing counterinsurgency tactics law. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Only time will tell.
We'll get a shot of those,
But thank you all.
Cup of coffee, sir? Crispy one on the end. Please hot chocolate?
You don't want to know? No, I just don't want to be cynical is all. That's it. I don't want to be cynical immediately. I don't want to insta-lock cynicism. I mean, I know what they've done before. I know what they've done in the past. But I think this is a good thing. I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. As long as they don't just do like the aesthetic stuff, okay? As long as it's not just about, as long as it doesn't just stay at like, oh, we're gonna give you donuts and then we're gonna shoot you in the fucking face when you protest. It's coin toss until they arrest ICE or prevent them from terrorizing people, obviously. Yeah. But I think here, this plays along with what I was talking about, right? If their presence there is to side and stand with the protesters, if their presence there is to side and stand with the protesters, then that shows ICE something important. That they're not there for ICE, that they're there for the people. So if they're presenting themselves as being on the side of the people, that means that they got directives from the governor to be on the side of the people, which will make ICE second guess when they are behaving in this irrational and violent manner, when they're trying to do this like siege. Do you see what I mean? That's why I don't think this is a bad thing. I think this is a good thing. Now, will history prove me wrong? Perhaps. There's always an opportunity for these guys to just like fuck it all up. Okay, fuck up all the goodwill, fuck it all up in its entirety, and turn around and do some fuck shit. You know, side with ICE at the end of the day. You're saying local government, not federal, right? I mean, this is the state. These guys are here because the state told them to be there. I'm Minnesota born and raised. My sister's a leftist, went to liberal arts school. She was in the National Guard. They're just normal people and our neighbors. She was National Guard during George Floyd and kept thinking I'm on the wrong side of history. They're all thinking this too. Milk toast ass take. Why haven't you centralized your praxis? You do nothing to build community. The larger community should divest from you and build where they are instead. Wait, what? Neutral chaotic, 23-month subscriber. Centralized your praxis? You do nothing to build community? The larger community should divest from you and build where they are instead? I mean, I agree. You're not wrong, chatter. I don't know why you're saying this like we're at odds. I mean, how do you divest from me? Like you're previously subscribed for 23 months? Is that like, is the divestment just like not subscribing? Is that what it is? Because like, what is the investment you have in me? Like you want to do a BDS or something? Like on, you know, we need to boycott HasanAbi Piker now. Like, what is the... Explain to me what you mean by this. You said Keg W? Oh, okay. You were fucking around. He's probably asking for you to teach your community to do more. I mean, I lead by example in this situation. I show you what you should be doing all the fucking time. I lean into people that are doing the things that I think you should be doing all the fucking time. And yes, I always remind people that I'm only one person. I also always remind people that the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, and it's entirely voluntary. If you don't want to fucking support the show, you don't have to. But I think yesterday proved once again what I'm always talking about. Why do you bully Ethan Klein? Yeah, I bully Ethan Klein by existing. I bully Ethan Klein because I haven't like killed myself or something. I think that's what it is. My existence is like a permanent bullying to Ethan Klein. But yeah, something that I routinely repeat is that I'm only one person, and if it wasn't for this community actually going out and listening to what I have to say, and then going out and actually being the person in their own organizations, in their own local communities, if it wasn't for you guys, what I'm doing would be utterly irrelevant. And we see that. We saw that yesterday. We saw that the day prior. You earned 3 months of anarchist support for yesterday? Hell yeah. Look, see, even the anarchists are on board. Yeah, if they're putting this much weight on watching you, that's on them. Exactly. I've never made it seem like watching me is fucking praxis or some shit. You know what I mean? Oh, the more socialist you get, the more you watch me, the more socialist you become. You're increasing socialism in America. Like, I'm just here to give you the tools that you give you the tools so you can build something on your own. I was too scared to go to a protest by myself, but you give me the courage to go. Well, that's the thing. That's the beauty, right? When you go there, you're not alone at all. When you go there, you're not alone at all. You're surrounded by other people. You're surrounded by your comrades. That's what solidarity is about. I mean, think about it this way. The first day we went out, I had security with me. Second day we went out, I didn't have any security with me at all, right? I didn't see the need. And I didn't, I just went out on my own. And there was never a moment where I felt, under threat, under fire, worried, because I was surrounded by friends. I was surrounded by comrades. I was surrounded by like-minded individuals. That's it. What happened to Marchie Poo yesterday? He escaped the cold because he couldn't handle it, so he ran. Anyway. We showed this. None of the ICE agents who were near the victim were performing CPR, says the doctor who showed to help Preddy. The ICE agents appear to be counting his bullet wounds. Border Patrol's Greg Bovino, says the federal agents involved in the scene where Alex Preddy was killed have been reassigned outside of Minneapolis but are still on the job. All agents that were involved in that scene are working not in Minneapolis but in other locations. That's for their safety. Great. What about the safety of the fucking people? Like, you just took these killers and you reassigned them. Bro, you know what this is? This is like the pedophile priest route. I mean, it's the same shit with cops, right? They just like switch precincts. They kill like an unarmed black teenager and then they switch precincts and then they go do it again. I can't believe it. It's just always the same shit. 2 of your favorite worst people in the video? Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Border Patrol.
Yeah. Dana Fash cooked Bovino a little bit. This is 20 minutes long? What the heliante? 20 fucking minutes? That's crazy.
Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino, thank you for being here. Sir, you are still in Minneapolis, and I want to...
You know what's crazy? if he was wearing Israeli gear, she would literally be nicer to him. How many interviews has CNN conducted under similar circumstances with like an Israeli military commander where they just let him fucking say whatever they want? Just something to consider, okay? Just something to think about.
Get to a lot of questions that we have that are unanswered. First and foremost is that Alex Preddy approached Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. I want to go back to one of the videos, and I know you can see it there, and I want to ask you about what you're seeing, because multiple angles of this incident show him holding up a cell phone and recording it, not a gun. Did he at any point pull out his weapon?
Dana, good morning, and thanks for having me. The weapon, and we do know that the suspect did bring a weapon, a loaded 9mm high-capacity handgun to a riot. We do know that. As far as what happened in that intervening moment with the video that you just showed, that's going to come to light through the investigation. That's being investigated, and those facts and those questions will be answered soon enough.
Okay, but the Homeland Security Secretary is not waiting for that investigation to take place before saying that Alex Preddy was, quote, brandishing a weapon. Let's go to video 7, because, of course, you know this far better than I. The definition of brandishing is waving or flourishing something, especially a weapon, as a threat or an anger and excitement. That's just a still photo of what Alex Preddy appears to be holding. There is nothing that we have seen that showed him, as
remember, this is brandishing.
Secretary Noem said, brandishing a weapon. Have you, sir, seen something
that cooked my ears too
different to support what the secretary said?
Dan, I think what we need to take a look at here is...
Dude, the Greg Bovino's voice is always so crazy to hear. Every time I hear his little baby voice, like his little nerd voice, I'm reminded all over again that he has this like teeny tiny man voice, like actually
is the situation in its totality. What happened leading up to this situation? The suspect decided to inject himself into a law enforcement action. What's not being said here is the fact that Border Patrol agents and law enforcement were conducting a targeted law enforcement effort against a violent, illegal alien that was nearby, and that suspect injected himself into that law enforcement situation with a weapon. And what happened between when that situation first came about and the shooting, that's going to be investigated, and we're going to get to the facts of that.
Well, you said yesterday that this looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Yeah.
What evidence do you have that he wanted to massacre law enforcement? Because all the videos that we have, and I do want to, we just have a still shot up now, but I do, control room, want to play one of the other videos. Let's play video number 1 again. It doesn't look anything like he's trying to massacre law enforcement. In fact, he was filming, and then it looked like he was trying to help another individual there who was pushed down by law enforcement, and then they went after him.
In fact, I believe that the fantastic training that our law enforcement partners have, the fact that they're highly trained, prevented any specific shootings of law enforcement. So good job for our law enforcement in taking him down before he was able to do that. And again, Dana, let's look at why he was there.
Dude, they are... I don't think this is going to work, man. I don't know. I don't think this is going to work. Because, like, Americans can justify this kind of action against, like, if it goes along racial boundaries, like if it's like an unarmed black teenager there are still going to be like a much larger percentage of Americans that automatically go, nope, they deserved it. If it's an undocumented migrant, they'll say, nope, they deserve it. But we're talking about like a VA nurse, and a guy who was a legal gun owner. Like, that's crazy. I mean, the point that I was making yesterday is like a government that justifies killing a white dude that is a fucking VA nurse, that is a lawful gun owner, like that person, that government is going to justify government's going to justify killing everybody, you know? Because that's it. Who else? Like, this is the type of person that every single Republican American fancies themselves to being, fancies themselves as being, right? It's over at that point. They'll justify killing every single person. This is what I said. If you think this admin won't kill anyone without a problem, you're delusional. Wake the fuck up.
Terrence Lee Randolph, March 30th, 1947, December 10th, 2024. Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn hour, we render them our honor and our gratitude.
Yeah, they called this guy a fucking terrorist, dude. This guy is literally the most patriotic American, man. And I don't mean like the fake patriotism represented by the sloppiness on the right, okay? I'm talking like a real-ass patriot, brother. What the fuck? A part of the community, wants to defend his fucking neighbors. Like, guy with a job. Like a real job, not this like fake ICE jobs. Like a real-ass job.
In the first place. Was he simply walking by and just happened to walk into a law enforcement situation and try to direct traffic and stand in the middle of the road and then assault, delay, and obstruct law enforcement? Or was he there for a reason? Did he fall victim to that violent and heated rhetoric by a Mayor Fry, a Governor Waltz? Look, Dana, they're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo, Nazi, and many other words. Did this individual...
Dog, we're not doing that. You're directing them to make us feel like that. Because they are, bitch. You also love wearing the fucking Nazi gear. Like, you don't even act like you don't do it on purpose. Fucking manlet. Little tiny manlet Nazi.
Individual fall victim, as many others have.
Teeny tiny guy.
He's a
little guy.
I want to stay focused on this incident right now, because what you were saying is that he went there to try to stop.
Also, bro hit the Gestapo too. Like he hit that shush.
This law enforcement operation.
He did the correct pronunciation.
Shows him documenting it with his cell phone, which is a lawful thing to do. And the only time he sees...
Dana, I'll have you know we are not the Gestapo. I mean, why are you calling me a Gestapo? Is that how you say it, Dana? I'm sorry. Nein! Ich kann nicht glauben! Wir are not the Gestapo! We are far better! Where are your papers, Dana? I'm sorry. I meant, I love America. I don't know where that came from. I just, let me go back to my Ted Cruz impersonation. It's crazy. We're cool, right? Forget about that other thing that I was, that just came out of me.
To interact with law enforcement is when they went after him when he was trying to help an individual who law enforcement pushed down. So Where do you have the evidence to show that he was trying to impede that, that law enforcement operation?
Sure, Dana, first he was there in the scene. He was in the scene actively impeding and assaulting law enforcement to the point.
But that's not illegal. He wasn't
Dana,
impeding
it's
it.
literally court-protected action, okay? Not only is it totally legal, but the court also reinforced the legality of it recently. Where are you going? No, don't even think about it. Okay, come here right now. Enough of this madness. Enough of this madness.
He was filming it, which is a legal thing to do in the United States of America.
Dana, let's don't freeze frame adjudicate this now. He was there for a reason, and that reason was to impede law enforement to the point.
What evidence do you have of that?
And here's a good point, Dana, is the fact that de-escalation techniques were utilized during this action. Those de-escalation techniques, whether it was physically trying to remove them from that law enforcement scene, that active law enforcement scene in which law enforcement were going after a violent illegal alien, or the use of pepper spray, which is another de-escalation technique. Those techniques did not work. Officers always try to use the minimum amount of force necessary to either effect an arrest, which in this case was more than likely 18 U.S.C. 111, assault on a federal officer, or
Where
impede,
did he
delay, and
assault?
obstruct.
Where did he assault a federal officer in any of the video that you have seen? Because it looked to us from every angle, sir, that he was approached by them when he was helping another individual who was pushed down. What evidence do you have that he was assaulting any law enforcement?
Dana, we don't need a suspect's help in an active law enforcement scene.
When you say
we don't
suspect,
need his help.
what is
We
he
didn't ask
suspected
his
of?
help. That's an active law enforcement scene. He knew that was an active law enforcement scene, especially when the officers approached him, and it's very evident he did not need to be where he was, and he decided on his own to stay there.
So when somebody is pushed down and a person's instinct is to help that person, when somebody's pushed down by law enforcement, you're saying that you just stand back and let law enforcement do what they're doing? Right. I mean, is that really human nature?
You know, Dana, every situation is different. What our officers are faced with here in Minneapolis are chaotic, very difficult and violent situations in which individuals, and this suspect is not the only one to bring a loaded weapon to a riot. The situations are chaotic and ever-changing. Follow directions for law enforcement. Don't inject yourself knowingly beforehand.
I appreciate this coverage, but I do think it's allowed because it's too much. That's why. It's too much. They're not going to, dude, CNN has the capacity to have like Scott Jennings on and normalize some of the stuff that Trump is doing, but like there is definitely a level, okay? And they went beyond the level of what is permissible, and they just keep pushing it. So obviously, what is this? Kaya Gate 2.0, you're going to get canceled for beating Kaya? First of all, good luck. I've already been canceled for that. And secondly, give her treats. She's delicate and wasting away. She is not wasting away, okay? I just picked her ass up. And she is objectively fatter than ever before, okay? Kaya unleashes frame perfect 20-hit combo and it's on live. Yeah. But yeah, the question was like, why is CNN actually doing contentious adversarial journalism here? Why are they doing pushback? And the reason for why is because this is like, it's gone above and beyond. That's why.
Into a law enforcement situation.
With respect, it feels as though in some ways you're blaming the victim here.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the Border Patrol agents. The victim are the Border Patrol agents. The suspect put himself in that situation. The victims are the Border Patrol agents there.
I want to go back to the gun, sir, because I think this is really, really critical.
I know
you can see an agent, and I just
rallying
want
her
to
out.
go
Here, open the door.
to-
Let her out.
Let's see here. video 5,
let her out.
you can see a screenshot of an agent in a green jacket approach Preddy, and then he appeared to take a gun away. When the agent took the gun away, which it seems as though it was Preddy's gun, that happened before Preddy was shot. Why was an unarmed man shot multiple times by law enforcement, by your Border Patrol agents?
Dana, you don't know he was unarmed. I don't know he was unarmed. That's freeze frame adjudication of a crime.
Wow, this is a great response, sir. Freeze frame adjudication, Dana. Why are you doing freeze frame adjudication, Dana? Over and over again. No, it's good. This is good, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. You're really doing a good job defending this situation. How else are we supposed to fucking analyze the incident, man? What the fuck are you talking about? Also, letting the video run its course doesn't exactly favor your side of the argument either. It just shows a bunch of fucking assholes. A bunch of violent thugs brutalizing anyone they can get their fucking hands on.
Crime scene.
Yeah, he basically keeps saying, like, ignore your eyes. Ignore what you see in front of you. Stop believing the eyes and the ears. Stop it, Dana.
Via a photo. That's why we have investigators. That's why we have an investigation that is going to answer those questions.
Oh, yeah. We will investigate ourselves and find no wrongdoing.
How many shots were fired? Who fired shots? Where was the guns? Where were the...
All he has to do is say Preddy was wearing a keffiyeh, should be fully on board. Bro, I'm not kidding when I say this. Like, I've seen CNN do less contentious interviews with Israel, like with Israeli fucking guys that are doing, if not more violence than, but the same kind of violence that Bovine Bovino is doing, with Dana being much, much more pliant.
The guns located. All those questions are going to be answered.
I think you can see the screen.
In the investigation. We're not going to adjudicate that here on TV in one freeze frame there.
Okay, it's not a freeze frame. We're showing a video of one of your agents taking the gun away, and that happened before Preddy was shot.
We don't know that agent was taking any gun away. That could have been the agents, because we don't know that. The facts are going to come to light.
So you're disputing the video, that that's what happened?
With an investigation. That's why we investigate.
Well, with respect, you say that's why we investigate, but you're also drawing other conclusions that sort of fly in the face of waiting for an investigation. I just want to also go back to what I was asking about with regard to what Secretary Noem said, that he was brandishing a gun. At any point, do you have any evidence that, yes, he had a gun on his person? Was he brandishing it? Was he a threat because he had a gun in his hand that put law enforcement in danger?
Dana, we heard the law enforcement officer say gun, gun, gun. So at some point, they knew there was a gun. So again, that is going to be part of that investigation as to what was happening on the ground there between those victims, the Border Patrol agent victims, and the suspect.
Both the police chief in Minneapolis, O'Hara, and Governor Walz say Preddy was legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon. So are you saying it's not okay for him to exercise his Second Amendment right, not to mention his First Amendment right to be there in the first place, but his Second Amendment right to carry a gun? And if you do, you can be shot by federal law enforcement?
No, I didn't say that, Dana. I never said that. What I'm saying is we respect that Second Amendment right, but those rights don't count when you riot and assault, delay, obstruct, and impede law enforcement officers, and most especially when you mean to do that beforehand.
How do you know that?
When you mean to do that beforehand, when you show up to an active crime scene, don't leave the crime scene, and you're armed, then you've got the decision-making process for that individual doesn't seem to be very good. Now, back to the Second Amendment. What you're saying about the Second Amendment is peacefully protesting with firearms. Absolutely, I've done that myself, and fully support that, but not when you perpetrate violence, obstruct, delay, or obfuscate Border Patrol in the performance of their duties in an
There's
active
no
crime
evidence that
scene.
he was perpetrating violence. And there's no evidence, unless you have it, and we'd love to see it if there is, that he was intending to massacre.
I'm telling you, man, it's just they can kill anybody they want. And it's very clear that they're not going to back down. So if all you got in counter to this kind of shit is to just say, please stop, please stop, please stop over and over again, then they're just going to keep doing it.
Enforcement, other than the fact that he was there
We
and
need
he had
punishments.
a gun lawfully.
We need punishments. We need punishments.
He meant to be there beforehand. Again, Dana, he came there beforehand.
How do you
for
know that?
a reason.
How do you know that?
Because he was there.
But all he
Because
was doing
there.
was filming
It's
and
very
documenting
evident.
it, which is legal. He was carrying a gun, which in Minneapolis
I didn't
is
say
legal.
it wasn't. And I didn't say it wasn't legal.
So
But
then what did he do that was
cannot
illegal?
assault federal law enforcement when he does that. That's an active law enforcement crime
Where do you
scene
see in the video that he was
decided to enter into.
Where do you see in the video that he was assaulting law enforcement? Because from everything we have seen, law enforcement was assaulting him when he was there trying to help another individual.
Dana, law enforcement doesn't assault anyone. Follow directions of law enforcement. Follow directions of law enforcement in an active crime scene. It's very evident he didn't want to do that. Very evident that the other individuals didn't want to do that. And, you know, it's too bad the consequences had to be paid because he injected himself into that crime scene. I can't say that enough. He made the decision to go there. We didn't make the decision to talk to him. We didn't even know that individual was in existence until he came into that crime scene.
I want to go back to video number 1 because you keep seeing that he injected himself into the crime scene. He was a guy on a street filming an operation. He was far away. He wasn't on the crime scene. And what I want you to see again is that law enforcement appears by the video we have to be approaching him and the person who is next to him, not the other way around. And so what I want to know is what evidence do you have that he went after?
Bro, every now and then I see these motherfuckers actually do like real contentious reporting. And for a brief moment, I'm like, hell yeah, that's awesome. But then I'm reminded, like, so you have this tool in your tool belt. You just choose not to fucking use it, you know? Like, it's not like this shouldn't be a unique incident. I want to take the W, and I will take the W. It's great. I'm glad that Dana Fash is doing the right thing in this situation. They see the tide shifting, and that's great. But, like, why don't you bust this open more frequently? They only have this level of smoke for, like, Bernie. You know what I mean? They only have this level of contentious reporting prowess when it's someone who's like, we should just not give unlimited funds to Israel and instead, I don't know, fund healthcare or something. And they're like, wow, how dare you say that? How will we pay for it? You're right. It's a shame that you could literally apply this level of New York Times criticism to Israel, but twice since the start of the year, federal officers have gunned down protesters in Minneapolis with cell phone cameras rolling, and twice Trump and his lieutenants have essentially told the American people, don't believe what you see with your own eyes. It is kind of wild to see the New York Times do this when Israel does it, they literally will go, don't believe your lying eyes.
After law enforcement.
Sure. The fact that he was standing in the middle of the road, there was interaction between him, the bystanders, and law enforcement, and again, follow directions of law enforcement. He doesn't need to be in the...
It is kind of strange to me that Bovino is operating like he's a free man, though. Like he's moving like there will be no punishments. We can't be letting these guys feel and act like that. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, what the fuck? I do think this is, again, a little bit on the Democrats. Like, they're not even entertaining mobilizing people around, like, what kind of punishments they'll dish out for every single one of these pieces of shit, these Nazi cocksuckers, you know? They shouldn't be so comfortable, I think.
Middle of a crime scene.
He won't be seen in the crowd, so we can't catch him? No, actually, he will be seen in the crowd. You want to know why? Because he has a specific Praetorian guard of manlets that are shorter than him. I've seen it. I've seen it. Like he has a Praetorian Guard of like 5'3" people, so that he as a 5'4" guy looks taller in comparison. Straight up. That's real. Look it up.
Dan, I don't think you would want to be in the middle of a crime scene, or you would want civilians in the middle of a crime scene injecting themselves.
Yeah, bro, it becomes a crime scene when ICE is there. That's kind of the problem, don't you think? That's the whole problem. That's the only problem. These streets are not crime scenes before you got there, before your thugs got there. This cannot be the principled stance where, listen, wherever my agents are, it's a crime scene because they'll kill people, okay? And that's just what it is. You just have to move out of the way. You have to run around. You have to run away. You see him, you got to run away. We'll kill you.
Into something that is none of their business at all.
Can you also just answer the question about the gun? Because, again, do you have any evidence that he was brandishing his weapon? Did he ever have his hand on the weapon?
Yeah, again, the officers on the ground, in that melee, we hear gun, gun, gun. So that gun, at some point, became visible to officers.
But could it have been because they had him on the ground and maybe his shirt came up and they saw that it was on him? That doesn't mean that he was.
And that is why we have an investigation, Dana.
Fine.
That is what we are investigating. You're not going to know that now, and I'm not going to know that.
I think an investigation is great, but the Homeland Security.
Dude, I love when these guys also go, well, that's speculating. What you're doing is speculating, which is quite different than my speculation, which is right. You should speculate in the direction that I'm speculating in, as opposed to speculating off of what you can see with your eyes and hear with your ears. Okay? That's literally it. He's mad because the video very clearly shows one reality, and he doesn't want that reality to be the reality. So he's like, don't speculate now. We'll conduct an investigation. It's like, bitch, you're the one who's speculating. And if both parties are speculating in either direction, I think Dana Fash is speculating in the correct direction.
The secretary said he was brandishing a weapon. Do you have evidence that we haven't seen?
Hasan, this tweet is coming back.
He brought a semi-automatic weapon to a riot, assaulted federal officers, and at some point,
bro, dude, they're doing all the shit that fucking gun guys hate, by the way. Okay? Not only is this like fundamentally an anti-2A position, obviously, like, oh, you have a gun, that means you can always be killed. But he's also trying to do the this is something that liberals do, man. Liberals would be calling a fucking handgun it is a semi-automatic weapon, yes. But you're making it seem like it's a much less common piece of gear than it actually is, okay? Like it's a 9mm handgun, and you're like, oh, it's a semi-automatic weapon of mass destruction that he brought to this field of battle with one goal in mind. It's an ICE-issued firearm. He's making it seem like this was a tactical nuke. Isn't this exactly what gun guys hate, by the way? Like, gun guys hate when you call an AR-15 like a long gun, like a long barrel rifle, right? They're like, wow, what do you mean? It's just fucking, you're just trying to make it scarier than it actually is. It's like, that's exactly what he's doing. It can still kill an ICE officer, though. So can a heart disease. True.
they saw that weapon. So I do believe the secretary.
Like, what's the argument? It can kill an ICE officer? Yeah, that's what guns do. Okay. So what is the point then? Then there should be no Second Amendment. Is that your argument? Are you anti-2A now? Are you Mr. Anti-Gun now? What's going on? Are the Republicans looking so many fucking boots that they've decided actually the one thing that they would stand on normally, it turns out they're not on board with at all. Like, even the fucking NRA is against them. The sentiment from the first assistant U.S. attorney for Central District of California is dangerous or wrong. Responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens. If you approach law enforcement with a gun, there's a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you. Don't do it. Everyone knows the NRA is Antifa. I mean, the reality is like they are trying to find like a Asmongold style middle ground here, where they like obviously have to be the pro 2A institution, but they obviously can't fucking aggressively criticize the government too much, right? They have to say yeah base, but there's only so much yeah base thing you can say in this circumstance. They're gonna start calling it an assault pistol. Yeah, it's specifically an anti-ICE assault pistol.
Is 100% spot on in what she said.
Seeing
Why
a
would
weapon.
you bring a weapon and assault a federal officer if you did not have intent to harm or delay or obstruct that federal officer with a weapon?
You keep saying that he assaulted a federal officer, but again, we have not seen evidence that that happened. It looked like he was on the defense, and again, he had a gun legally. It's sort of feels like we're in the upside down, where we have law enforcement and conservatives who are very pro Second Amendment saying the problem was that he had a gun legally.
No, the problem is, as I said several times now, is he injected himself. He put himself where he did not need to be. He put himself in and put law enforcement officers in jeopardy through his actions. These were his actions, not law enforcement officers' action. We had to react to an individual that came there for a specific reason. And again, what that reason is, we're going to find more out about that in the coming days. I'll be interested to see what his reason for being there, while Border Patrol agents were arresting a violent criminal illegal alien doing their lawful, ethical, and moral duties in Minneapolis.
Yeah, they also, this is another one of the major lies that I despise, that I routinely talk about, routinely address, but like ICE has no operational capacity to fucking apprehend like, you know, criminals in the process of doing crimes and shit like that. That's not their job. That's not their jurisdiction. Their job is to apprehend people who are in violation of civil offenses, okay? The real criminals that they apprehend, they get from the prisons. So whenever you hear the worst of the worst, when Trump is talking about the worst of the worst, those are people who are in prison. As in, those are people who are undocumented or documented migrants who have done a heinous crime. And lo and behold, and it might be really shocking for a lot of people, the American law enforcement have arrested them. American prosecutors have investigated and set up a case against them. The American courts have found them guilty of these crimes, and now they're actually serving the time for the crime that they've committed. That is who those people are, the worst of the worst, that Trump always loves talking about. Those are the people that ICE goes after to pad the stats to make it seem like they're actually apprehending these like criminal migrants that are an ever-present danger. And the reason why I say it's padding the stats is because those people are not criminals that have done a crime this year or last year or the year prior. They're apprehending people from the prisons. They're taking people out of the prison system that have been in prison for like 10 years at this point. You know what I mean? Just to say, look at how many people are doing crimes.
That's the question.
Well, but the question is also, why is an American citizen now dead for the second time who was there to document, in this case, and clearly to be there as a bystander, which is his First Amendment right.
He wasn't there to clearly document anything. Don't socially engineer the topic, Dana. He was not there to document.
Appeared
he
to
came
be.
there for
That's
a reason.
fair. Appeared
and
to be.
He obfuscated and delayed officers there on the scene. That's pretty evident to me.
I want to ask you about your agents. You said that this was a highly trained agent who had been serving on Border Patrol for 8 years. What was he trained for? Because these are your Border Patrol agents, and they're now in the interior of the country, in American cities. Was he trained in urban policing?
Yes, all of our Border Patrol agents are trained in all for all types of environments, including urban policing. This particular Border Patrol agent had 8 years with some specific skill sets there with both firearms and less lethal munitions. Also, let's take a look at the training and the environments that Border Patrol agents operate in. We operate in places like San Diego, California, Tucson, Arizona, New Orleans. All those have Border Patrol sectors. Detroit, Michigan. We've got Border Patrol sectors in Buffalo. So this myth, and I saw this just last night on CNN, this myth that Border Patrol agents don't work in urban areas is just that. It's a myth. We're well adept at urban areas, conducting that Title VIII immigration enforcement wherever we go. It doesn't matter if it's a desert or an urban environment. We're very well adept at doing that.
Is the agent or agents, is it your understanding that more than one agent fired a weapon at Alex Preddy?
Again, that's going to be part of the investigation. I'm not going to speculate on how many shots or who shot or that type of thing because I don't know.
Are the agents who were involved still on the job?
Yes, they're these Border Patrol agents are going to more than likely be on administrative duty, but they
What does
were
that
main
mean?
Border Patrol agents.
What
Yes.
does that mean? So they'll be off the streets for a bit?
Not in Minneapolis, they will, but only in Minneapolis. Here, they'll
great.
be at a different location.
Okay. And before
they're
I let
gonna
you
go
go,
kill people in Maine now. You know, awesome. Thank you. Dude, this is literally cop shit. If you're a cop watcher, if you've been around, if you've been doing this is not your first fucking rodeo, a lot of similarities with the way that local law enforcement operates
want to
here.
button up one point that you were making about what Alex Preddy was doing there. Do you accept that it is the law that an individual has a right to film what law enforcement is doing?
I believe that all citizens of the United States have those First and Fourth Amendment rights as long as they do so peacefully and don't.
No, you don't. He literally does not believe that. Like, fundamentally, the entire job of an ICE agent falls apart when you recognize that every American has a Fourth and First Amendment right. Okay? That is the biggest lie he has told so far. As a matter of fact, this interview is being conducted in the aftermath of a person's Fourth and First Amendment rights being violated so ruthlessly and being killed in the process.
Delay, obstruct, or assault anyone in doing that. And that's the issue here because he was not peacefully doing anything.
All right. And just for the record, and we've seen this video multiple times from multiple angles, there is no evidence that he was doing anything other than being peaceful until the altercation began. Again, I look forward to seeing the other evidence in the investigation that you have, because we do want to get to the bottom of this and do want to get all of the facts as they actually happened. Chief Favino, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you being here and answering questions.
Thank you, Dana.
Fucking Nazis, man. Also, yeah, the 7 House Democrats who voted with Republicans to fund ICE got burned by the rotating villain strategy. Hakeem Jeffries told them to take this unpopular vote and take the heat from the base, expecting someone else would play this role in the future. But on Saturday, ICE killed Alex Preddy. Now, no Dems in the Senate want to be the rotating villain. They're not funding ICE, leaving 7 House Dems to hold all the blame. The 7 are freaking out because they were supposed to be rotated out of the villain role, but history froze and they're stuck as the bad guys. This strategy worked while Kirsten Sinema confirmed the RVS when she killed the original Build Back Better, saying many Democrats are hiding behind my skirt, admitting many Dems were only voting yes to Build Back Better to look good. But this time, no one wants to be rotating in, leaving Ezra Klein's favorite Democrats branded as fascist collaborators. And it serves them right. History will scorn them as fascist collaborators, awarding to other centrists who think they can avoid consequences. It's true, by the way. That is precisely what happened here. And that's why I'm so fucking critical of the Democratic Party. They think they can get away with this fake bullshit. fucking bullshit, dude.
We're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some...
All right, let's hear what Normie Jesus had to say.
...kind of like crazy, wacky, you know, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous, and people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, like, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot.
Does he show? Okay. I'm glad that Charlie's making videos like this. I really am, because he commands such a massive audience. He is very influential with such a massive audience, and I do think that there are still people even in his community that are like also Asmongold fans and shit like that. Like, no one in my fucking audience is like, when they see something like this, they're gonna go, oh, I don't know if that's the case. This is why his perspective is, I think, more important than mine. You know what I mean? Even Philip DeFranco is not the same. Like me and Philly D have a similar audience. Oftentimes there's a lot of overlap. Charlie does have a very different reach. So I'm glad that he's standing up.
And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back. Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I'm going to stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun, and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with the
What? I'm so confused by what this person is trying to say. Anyway, let's continue.
his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like, he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been...
That's really important. That is a really important point, and I'm super glad that he's bringing this up. Okay, see? That's what fucking nails it for me. Because this part of the conversation, I don't hear from even fucking CNN half the time. Outside of myself and other leftist content creators, I rarely ever see this point get brought up. What he's saying right now is incredibly important.
And snatched up in all of this. And those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota?
I have an answer for this as well. Okay, so this is something that I've already brought up many times over, especially today. The only rapists and pedophiles that ICE is actually apprehending are actually rapists and pedophiles that have already been apprehended by local law enforcement and are already serving their prison sentences. Okay? They're already in prison. There is no world where ICE is just like going around and being like, wait, there's a rapist here and they're an undocumented immigrant and like they didn't go to jail for doing a rape. Like, okay, we'll go get him now. That would imply that if an undocumented immigrant does a rape or is a pedophile or whatever and gets caught, the government goes, oh, you're a rapist pedophile, but you also happen to be undocumented? Sorry, we have to let you go. That's not the case. That has never been the case. It's completely fucking ridiculous. The only reason why they have any undocumented migrants that they're deporting with a criminal background is because they go to the jails directly. They go to the jails and they deport people before their sentences are done. Which is even crazier. That's what's even crazier. And as a matter of fact, it's sometimes basically a fucking free ride. Like that one guy who did a massive jewelry heist and then turned himself in as an undocumented immigrant, not for the jewelry heist itself, but the fact that he's an undocumented immigrant. So he was able to evade law enforcement. They deported him. They gave him a free trip back to his country.
Trying to do it. You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the
Okay. I have said something erroneous in the past, and I have to correct this mistake. Time and time again, you have heard me say, there's no such thing as a real centrist. Every centrist is actually secretly right-wing, and I've never met someone who presents themselves as a centrist, and then you scratch the surface of their point of view, and they're like super pro-trans rights or whatever. I'm wrong. I think Charlie is the only person who fucking presents himself as a centrist, but is actually hiding that he's more progressive than he actually lets on. Charlie is literally the only one. Every single other fucking person who presents themselves as a centrist is unironically not a centrist. They're like super far right, where they go, oh, this is common sense. Like whenever you hear someone go, this is common sense, this is common sense. I'm just a centrist. I'm just objective. This is just common sense. When they say that, that's in 99.9% of the fucking time. 99.9% of the fucking time, when someone says that, they're not actually a centrist. There's no such thing, obviously, and they're secretly right-wing. Moist Critical Charlie is the only motherfucker who just lies about being a centrist and is actually left-wing. Like, at least left adjacent. What? You fall in love so fast, man? You're crazy? No. There have been many instances where, I mean, look, he's done the whole like fuck Hasan shit with like the Kayagate controversy. He's like talked, he covered like the Pokemon cookie stuff, like things that are like very clearly manufactured bait, right? For specific ordained enemies of the right. He does that kind of shit. But he also has consistently defended trans rights, which I've given him props for in the past, both privately and publicly. Uh-oh, Lexi Rose. Uh-oh, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. He straight up is. He is actually like a person who presents himself as a centrist, but is actually far more left than he lets on. That doesn't mean that he's like actually a fucking socialist or whatever. Okay, calm down. Act like a chud, think like a woke. Yeah, that's how he. Yes, act like a chud, think like a woke. Charlie Moist Critical. I need you to understand something. I'm not by any means saying he is the fucking woke fedayeen, he's like a Marxist-Leninist or anything like that. Marxist-Leninist, Maoist, Moist Critical, Maoist Critical. Okay? But he does actually have a lot more progressive tendencies than he lets on with the way he presents himself. And it's something that I find to be interesting. We all know being openly out of the closet as left-wing hurts your viewership and subscriber count. Only being an open right-winger or closet right-winger boosts your viewership via JD Vance Twitter pipeline. Yeah. Uh-oh, Lexi Rose. Uh-oh, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn. We got new Oilers in here. Marxism, Leninism isn't leftist, bruh. You're right, man. What is if Marxism Leninism is Marxist Leninism, if that's not leftist, what the fuck is the left? Actually, what the fuck is the left? He's joking. All right, he must be joking. Fed posts worst bait ever is asked to leave the FBI. Oh no. They're cracking the whip out here, dude.
The goal is to get,
because it's right communism, Lamau. Oh my God, stop. If your argument is Marxist Leninism has nothing to do with like social justice, even though it does. I mean, Lenin extensively talked about, you know, the impact of imperialism, but and they were very fucking woke. I mean, Stalin rolled back some of that wokeness later on, but they were very woke initially. People don't understand that communists are literally at the forefront of everything that liberals have identified as like key pivotal social justice moments. It's so funny. Like International Women's Day is a communist invention. Okay. The Soviets, one of the major things that they did was create gender equality. They were huge. They were so into fucking feminism. Black Panthers were communists? Yes, they were Maoists. Black Panthers were Maoist. I mean, many groups in the third world were Maoist. Marxism, Leninism was conceived by Stalin after Lenin's death. ML is what people call Stalinism. No. I don't think that's also entirely correct. Or rather, you can still find criticism within the USSR's structure and development and Stalin's actions in particular. Maoists are Marxist Leninists? Yes, but Maoists are also, they were big fans of Stalin. So it's not like they were huge Stalin dick eaters, let's be real. Nope, Stalin was a revisionist. Yeah. Marxism, Leninism is a term coined by Stalin. That part is true. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Lenin is a thinker in and of itself. So it's like easy to identify what his worldview is. It's not like a fucking Aristotle situation. Actually, best leader ever. I agree. Stalin was a rad lib. Trot detected. Yes. I know. We have a lot of trots. I've noticed that there's a lot of trots in America in general, and there's a lot of trots in this community as well. Look. I don't think that there's any reason to. I don't even have the left book mentality of no trots in this community. I don't care. I mean, let's say there's many MAGA tankies though. What? Brother, yes, there are socially conservative people that still fucking abide by communism or Marxist-Leninist principles. Okay, yeah. If you believe that being a leftist is just about social justice, then you're wrong. Although I am in favor of social justice, this is the same argument that people present about like labor unions, where they're like, well, labor unions they have a lot of chuds in labor unions. It's like, yeah, that's a lack of labor union education. That's a lack of labor education. That's a problem within the union structure, but that doesn't mean that like labor unions are bad. They're still left, and they and they are at least closer to the left economic position that seeks to give more autonomy and power back to the workers, and also to anything that takes away from anything that claws back surplus labor value is technically leftist, or at least in the left position. All right, what am I doing? Let's keep
this
talking
kind
about
of
Charlie.
evil out of this country. Why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of...
Take a chance. Do you know anything about Bob Awakian? I got involved in a protest with some people who kept talking about him. Oh my God. Okay, that's a cult. Avoid that one for sure. Revcoms are a cult. Avoid that one, even though it's like gets confusing because there's like Revolutionary Communists of America, Revolutionary Communists, blah blah blah. Like there's so many different variants, but Bob Avakian is that one is the cult. Okay, they're opportunists. This is why we don't like MLs. Avoid Gonzaloists. Okay, there's like 8 people that are like that. They don't exist. Like you're talking about like ultras. Bob Avakian is my dad. All right, let's just keep moving.
Their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it. They just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now...
Yes, I'm a Baltimore Maoist, for those who are asking. Baltimore Maoist, rise up.
Even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer...
What keeps you from being ML? When did I say? I'm agnostic, brother. I don't care. I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic. I'm left agnostic. Dating in DC, send me a pic of that D. Tell me what moderate means to you per your politics. Have a good night. Be blessed. What? I'm agnostic.
Believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at,
exactly.
Like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep like playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition
Rose peppered another hundo. What the fuck's going on?
See who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be like the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep.
Dude, no, Charlie is more woke than he lets on, for sure. Especially because he doesn't let on that he is like, I guess, quote unquote political at all, right? He's always been like that. It's just that, you know, there's definitely limits to. He is the wokest boy from Florida. Yeah. He's always been openly pro-labor. He's pro-trans. You know what I mean? It's like, but he, for the most part, does this like balancing act. That's why I jokingly say he's the only quote-unquote centrist that presents himself as a centrist, but he's like secretly left-wing, even though 99.9% of the time when someone says like, oh, I'm common sense, I'm centrist, I'm apolitical, they just mean they're right-wing.
Behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden.
I'm going to be honest, this doesn't work, I don't think, on the people who are still deluded, for the record. Like, I don't think anybody goes, you know what, he's right. I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that one bit. No, I mean, Alex Jones is the perfect representation of this. For years and years, he basically said that what is currently happening with, like, you know, federal law enforcement officers coming in and like mass federal law enforcement coming in and like kidnapping people, you know, attack helicopters, all this stuff was going to happen. They're going to chip your brain. They're going to be doing mass surveillance with you know, AI, automated mass surveillance on everybody, like Palantir. That's literally happening, right? Like all this stuff. And now that it's happening, many of those guys are just saying like, no, it's actually good. We really wanted it. Lexi Rose with another 150. What the fuck is happening, Lexi Rose? Goddamn.
Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord.
Oh yeah, this is funny. As a conservative who's consistently voted on the right, I feel like we're being used to usher in something very dark in the coming days, all in the name of peace and safety. I mean, he's maybe there's a shot here. Maybe some are getting it, you know? What is this? Cosmic operations. You just implied I'm racist with your Nazball comment. You're clearly an op. Absolutely ridiculous. This is definitely an ACP guy, right? Disgusting trots. Two base. Stalin should have purged more. W Jackson. WACP. Wrong. Good luck to you guys, man. Good luck to the comrades over at ACP. I know they're currently reeling from, you know, their initial support for Donald Trump pretty aggressively, as a matter of fact. That's Durham operations. Oh, my anarchist turned ML. Yeah. Baristas are not real workers. Baristas are bourgeois. Baristas are part of the capital owning class. And also, Tulsi Gabbard was going to bring about peace and prosperity. No one in the ACP ever supported Trump, you liar. Brother, come on. Jackson Hinkle literally has like 10 quintillion tweets defending Andrew Tate and Donald Trump. I think the shame that you experience, like, Haas has defended Andrew Tate. Jackson Hinkleding has defended literally every reactionary, okay? Every single one. We wouldn't have even found one of my favorite new terms, like new ideology unlock, MAGA communism, if it wasn't for the ACP. And that's awesome, for the record. You never read the MAGA communism article? Okay. All right, dude. Well, I don't read fucking Reddit posts either from like other random people. Like, what do you mean? Anyway, now is not the time for infighting. The ACP cadres must get back to learning how to do hand-to-hand combat and going on hikes and doing more community organizing. I don't have any issues with that. That's great. Another 150 gifted subs. That's crazy. If you can get MAGA on board with communism, go right ahead. Yeah, I don't think they got any MAGA on board with communism. If anything, they got people who thought that they were communists to be a little bit more MAGA on the culture war stuff. It's Iran. They're funding you. Oh, thank God their internet's back so they can fund me. VPNs are back online. Yeah. Yeah, Qatar. And also, bro, what the fuck? 852 gifted subs so far. What is happening? Is this a billionaire? Is this Jeff Bezos' wife? Ex-wife? What the heliante? Would you consider going to Philly and talking to the Black Panthers now? Yeah, I would. Paul Birdman, right? Lawrence Sanchez got the credit card. Paul Birdsong, sorry. Lexi Rose, the guitarist. Pay attention to my chats, bitch. Okay, calm down. All right. We don't like that. There's no You don't get extra attention because you're gifting 850 gifted subs. That's not how this works. Okay. Let's relax. The chatter earned the right. You're so cucked. You're literally a normal ass chatter. Why the fuck would you say that? No one has that right. That's why I treat everybody equally, okay? Anyway, let's finish this video.
No longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them
They're
what
saying
to
your
think.
parents died? Wait, what? My parents died? Who's saying that?
What's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic and it's only getting worse. It is so
respect the moist critical.
Fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
I know all of us have.
How can you defend China when your uncle is literally a Uyghur? That's true. Thank you, Lexi Rose, for another 150 gifted subs. I'm gonna skip this one. The execution of Alex Preddy broke me. I mean, I'm glad that Legal Eagle is also taking a stance. It seems like every fucking Legal Eagle has always been a liberal. He's always been woke, and so is Philip DeFranco.
The videos.
All right, we'll watch it.
What is basically the execution of Alex Preddy. I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse. There is no justification. And it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave bystanders.
How do you see this anger playing out? We're comparing it back to the momentum of the Black Lives Matter protests. The Black Lives Matter protests were far faster, and the mobilization was not exactly controlled. It was more so just like an immediate moment of anger, and it was already at a boiling point as well. And that's the reason why they burned down the police precinct. And I would say that now the protests are like much more restrained in general, which some people will get mad at me for saying this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's much more directed. They're way more focused on doing Ice Watch, for example. Even while they're doing like a vigil, there's still people doing Ice Watch. So the community is actually a lot more mobilized and a lot more organized in general. I think it's also too cold. That probably plays a role in this too. But I think like during BLM, very different circumstances too, because it's like a federal law enforcement agency that's like easier to identify as like a foreign occupation, a non-state occupation, right? As opposed to the local law enforcement that was behaving like a brutal occupation. So the police response in that situation was much more violent as well. It's during COVID. People were very frustrated. In this circumstance, it's like you can get a lot more people on board. But more importantly, I think there's a lot of people that are like looking out for one another, way more organized with protest marshals, things like that. And they're not like, they're not like breaking random fucking storefronts and stuff like that. Because one of the famous moments, not to say that like storefronts breaking down is necessarily going to dilute or undermine the point of the protest. You know that that's not an argument that I've ever presented. As a matter of fact, I've quite frequently and perhaps very famously talked about how human life is far more important than property rights are. Having said that, as far as like building a larger movement, a larger momentum, this kind of more organized protest is definitely a lot better at reaching a larger group of people. A Boogaloo Boy started the precinct fire. It doesn't even matter who started the precinct fire. What matters is when the precinct was lit on fire, the majority of Americans said that was an understandable moment. Okay? Don't you Americans have the Second Amendment right so you can fight back the government when it starts this bullshit? Yeah, that's unfortunately, that's not how this works.
As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And, I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But, with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think the second video came out. In the second video, you can hear that Alex Pretty's last words were, "Are you okay?" Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Pretty just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him.
This is not good optics. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Let a person be emotional, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Some of y'all are crazy, man. Like, what do you want? Like a sociopathic delivery every time? Jesus Christ.
And like I said,
you're not even right, for the record. You're wrong. It's like, I mean, I think it's silly to do an analysis on the optics of this. Like, no, he's being vulnerable. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Not going to go frame by frame. But to my eyes, the last thing that Alex Pretty did was to help others. And look, my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves the same rights. And it doesn't justify or justify less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look, I'm going to try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, thinking the same thing. Whether you're a lawyer or a layperson, I think we're all absolutely enraged, not only by, the loss of Alex Pretty, but Renee Good and everyone else who has been, pushed aside and has been caught in this web of what is clearly illegal action from our federal government. Like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Pretty and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us. And there's a reason why they were gunned down. It's because they put themselves out there. And by God, that's commendable. And we need to continue to stand up because they did too. And look, you don't need to be a lawyer to know that their shootings were not justified. But I think we need to take a step back too, to recognize that, you know, ICE and CBP shouldn't have been there in the first place. They have no right and no duty to do crowd control, to be on the front lines using weapons against protesters. These people should not be armed. We've sort of grown inured to it, but they are not enforcing criminal law. Even when they are enforcing immigration laws, which they are not right now, it is state-sponsored protest control of people exercising their First Amendment rights. At best, they are enforcing regulatory and civil laws. And there's no reason they should have firearms in the first place.
Yep. As I like to say, paperwork violations. That's what their job is. They are not engaging in criminal law enforcement duties, okay? They don't fucking investigate crimes like that. Like, at most, the things that they investigate in the criminal side of things would be like human trafficking, and even then, I assume most of that is still delegated to the FBI.
I don't even think should have less lethals like pepper balls, and they shouldn't be using tear gas and pepper spray and bear spray on protesters. That's insane. It would be as if we gave every postal worker and every person who delivers the mail, you know, an AR-15. They don't need it to
Dude, he's doing the classic anti-police arguments that I engage in, by the way, which is interesting. As I love to say, landscapers are the hardest, like the most dangerous job in America. Postmen have a much more deadlier job than cops do. Landscapers have a much deadlier job than cops do. Imagine if you gave a fucking landscaper an AR-15. Imagine if you turned around and you were like, hey, guess what? You pissed me off today. I was having a bad day. I'm going to fucking shoot you. And then there was a concept called qualified immunity for that too. How is he crying and still handsome? He's just a handsome guy, man. What do you mean?
Complete their duties, and it's insane that they have been armed and are wearing flak jackets and are obviously wearing masks for no other reason than to obscure their identity and prevent accountability. Obviously, the shootings are unjustified, but the entire situation that recently Alex Preddy unfortunately found himself in, and the woman next to him, they should not have been pushed aside by these putative federal officers for exercising their First Amendment rights. They should not have been restrained. They should not have been pepper sprayed while they were restrained. And of course, they should not have been shot and murdered while they were prone and restrained. None of that. The entire situation should not have happened. 3,000 ICE and CBP officers should not have been deployed to Minneapolis in the first place. I will echo what some legal commentators have said. This is basically stochastic terrorism. If you send 3,000 untrained psychopaths with guns into a place where people are angry, where they are not effectuating the law, you don't know who's going to die, but you know that people are going to die. And I think that President Trump and I think that Stephen Miller.
Yep. No, it's not even stochastic terrorism. It's just terrorism. That's exactly what it is. It's state-sponsored terrorism, so it's a little different. A lot of people, especially a lot of liberals, don't recognize terrorism as being like conducted by a state unless it's like a foreign adversary. But yeah, no, this is exactly what it is. I mean, this is a domestic occupation. This is what it fucking looks like. And slowly but surely, we are moving in the direction of violating what remains of the Constitution that's supposed to stop things like this from happening. Constitution is supposed to be the safeguard against these sorts of things, and the Trump administration very clearly has already completely dominated the Supreme Court of the United States, and therefore they can just cast aside all of the constitutional law, all the constitutional safeguards that are supposed to be in place that stops the federal government from behaving like this. That's what it is. That's what's going on.
Have blood on their hands. because this is what they wanted. It's honestly incredible that the people of Minneapolis and Minnesota have shown as much restraint as they have, and that they have not taken the bait, and they have not responded to violence with violence. And that's incredible. And it deserves commendation, not the least of which because they're not going to be the last. It's going to come to other cities, predominantly blue and majority Democratic cities, because what ICE and CBP are doing is a terror campaign. It is a pretext that they are effectuating anything related to immigration at this point. And also, I will point out that there are a lot of people doing a lot of good. There are a lot of lawyers working overtime. Right after this happened, lawyers who had already received a temporary restraining order saying that ICE could not employ unconstitutional methods to restrain and punish all of the protesters, filed an emergency motion with the Court of Appeals to lift an administrative stay that was put in place, which is a thing that often happens. And it's insane that they would need a TRO in the first place to restrain these people en masse from conducting unconstitutional raids and unconstitutional methods. But the declarations from people who were on the scene and saw Alex Preddy shot with their own eyes, it's crazy that lawyers would respond within a few hours and get that in front of a judge. It's also...
yeah, this is what Legal wrote to me 2 years ago, but that was just like, he wrote that just to get me to fucking buy it and fundraise. For the fundraiser, for the IDF, not the bad one, but the good IDF. He wrote on his gavel, which is somewhere behind me. I don't know where it is in this room. To my best friend Hasan, you are a light in the darkness. Your stunning intellect and towering wisdom have made you a guiding star, always leading us towards better days. Your presence is a sanctuary of comfort and joy. Thank you for being the incredible human that you are and shining so brightly in my world. This is something Legal wrote about Hasan in an auction for charity 2 years ago, but it was a joke. I don't think he actually believes all that.
There was some parallel litigation from the Minnesota Bureau in charge of the investigation that was stymied by ICE, which is another thing for another day. Within a few hours, they had a motion in front of a judge seeking a temporary restraining order to prevent ICE from destroying evidence because they already mucked up the crime scene. The declarations and affidavits from people in support of that are also incredible. And another incredible thing that is within 2 hours, a Trump-appointed judge granted the TRO. And, these are not perfect mechanisms. It's something that in the past has helped to prevent ICE from destroying evidence, which I think they did in the case of Jonathan Ross when they took all of the stuff out of his house and put it God knows where. It probably goes without saying, but it's unfortunate and it's crazy that we cannot trust federal officers in the first place. But
we can't trust federal officers. We can't trust federal agencies. Like the entire confidence collapsing within these previously very important these previously very important institutions, like, because as much as a rugged lefty as I am, I still understand why you're supposed to trust these institutions. And that's one of my major arguments, one of my major criticisms for the way that these guys betray the confidence in the public. It's pretty wild that, like, you got a lot of people who have made their entire lives, like their livelihood relies on the court system working in a consistent manner, right? Otherwise, how can you be a fucking lawyer? Like, there has to be some stability. And now you have legal being like, you can't trust the fucking federal government, which is correct, by the way. It is correct. In the absence of these institutions holding everything together, the entire system collapses.
We also cannot trust them to investigate. There are also things that Congress can and should do immediately. Obviously, they should not fund ICE in the future, but that's the table stakes. We need to have serious curtailment of the immunity that exists. Federal officers do not have absolute immunity, but they do have strong immunity, and it is incredibly difficult to sue the federal government when you have had your constitutional rights deprived. Obviously, there's qualified immunity on a state level when state actors do that. It would be unbelievably easy for Congress to amend the current laws to provide a right of action for people to be able to sue, to remove qualified immunity unnecessarily, and to prevent all of this stuff in the future, because the current framework for immunity for people who commit heinous crimes like these, I think it's untenable and it's disgusting. And then, of course, the people who are responsible for this at the very top need to be impeached. This is an impeachable offense. Like I said, I truly believe that this is, or some version of this is exactly what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller wanted. And in some sense, they have gotten what they wanted. And now it's time for them to be removed from office because they are absolutely unfit from top to bottom. It needs to be removed root and stem. And if you thought it couldn't get any more craven than it is, within hours of Alex Preddy's shooting, Pam Bondi sent a letter to Governor Tim Walz saying that if they would turn over voter information, then they would withdraw ICE from Minneapolis. So if you want a confession that this was never about immigration and that on some level this is about winning the next election, and that if you thought that these people couldn't get any more craven, they can, and they will, and they did. I'm flabbergasted from everything that's happened. The thing that
Oh, shit. Trump just told the Wall Street Journal he doesn't know if he supports the officer who shot Alex Preddy. Talked to Trump about Minneapolis today, where he says at some point we will leave, and said he didn't know if he supported ICE officer who shot Alex Preddy. Dude. Ooh, this is progress, okay? This is progress, and it would not have fucking happened if it wasn't for so much pushback. Okay? And it's not ending here. The next time they try to do this shit, they're going to have to fold faster, because now that Minneapolis is a testing ground for administrative overreach, for federal overreach, and a failure, okay? Now there will be even more pushback. There will be faster mobilization. This is why I was saying, like, the general strike that was put together in Minneapolis was so important. You were really hoping for a miracle from Trump just because he said that? No, I'm delusional if we think Trump isn't going to flop right back over. Brother, he was talking about deploying the military like a week ago. Okay? He was talking about deploying the military and invoking the Insurrection Act a week ago. Not really progress. They're just figuring out what the line is. No. The line, listen, there is an endless amount, guys, there's an unlimited amount of pain that this administration is willing to dish out. If he's even backpedaling a little bit, that means that it's getting to a point where it's no longer tenable. This is a war of attrition, as is every war, really. And he has atrophied far too much popular support at this point. So much so that he's recognizing it, which is why he's like potentially pulling out. Now, if they go to Maryland next, right? And then Maryland mobilize in a similar fashion. If they go to Philadelphia next and Philadelphia mobilize in a similar fashion with an even stronger showing. If they go to Maine and Maine mobilize in a similar fashion with community organizing, community response, rapid response groups all around. And potentially a more emboldened, more galvanized labor movement on top of that, that sees the success of being able to purge ICE agents from their own boundaries by demonstrating. I think wherever he goes next, there will be even more pushback. And wherever he goes next, there will be more organized pushback. These things build up. As horrible as what is happening, it's important to know that the strong majority of Americans are opposed to Trump's immigration crackdown. It is in fact splintering his coalition. I mean, what are we talking about, dude? What did I tell you? What did I fucking tell you? What did I tell you about Trump's immigration policies, dude? It dipped. It went underwater after Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I was there. And even before it happened, I told you it's going to happen. And I fucking gave so much praise to Chris Van Hollen for putting his body on the line directly. And I fucking called it. And look, it went underwater. It briefly clawed itself back up to +4. And it has not recovered since. Why do you have delusional takes about Trump suddenly becoming good? It's delusional, to be honest. You can't trust what he says. Look at foreign policy. No, there's a lot more public pressure when it comes to domestic affairs because Donald Trump knows at the end of the day that he can't foment rebellion like this. Brother, what's the purpose here? You think they're going to be able to fucking militarily hold the country? Is that what you think? They don't even have any popular support. They have no real organic movement. Who the fuck's going to go out there and die for a bunch of pedophilic billionaires, dude? Are you crazy? It's a dying movement. It's not about Trump becoming good. It's about Trump behaving like Trump. Like, for all of its faults and failures, there are certain lines that Trump doesn't try to cross to the best of his ability. After all, look at Venezuela. He bombed Venezuela. He kidnapped the fucking president. And then he did not put Machado in charge. He didn't fucking invade militarily. He didn't put boots on the ground and do a permanent military occupation. Now, that might come later down the line. But so far, he's playing ball with Delcy Rodriguez because he understands that there needs to be some semblance of stability. Other war hawks might have actually gone further than that. Instead of bullying the existing administration, they probably would have gone further. If you think that regular neocons would not have done a full permanent military deployment into Venezuela, I think you're wrong. That, to me, means that there are certain aspects of Trump and the way that he operates where he demonstrates restraint, even though he is very unrestrained and even though he's very belligerent. There is a method to the madness. You might not agree with it, and I certainly do not, but there are certain things that he doesn't push too far. This is one of those instances where, like, he will keep trying to ham up as much. He will keep trying to dominate, bully blue states to the best of his ability, blue cities to the best of his ability. And I do think that there's a decentralized nature to the federal government. I will say that. I think a lot of this stuff is Stephen Miller's doing. That's why you see something very different from Trump at times versus like the DHS and everybody else. I think a lot of this stuff, the immigration stuff, is Steve Miller. I'll give you one example that I know for a fact. Donald Trump never signed off on the Korean workers getting deported in the Hyundai facility. That was Stephen Miller's doing. And not only did he do that, he actually fucked over Trump's like signature trade achievement, right? So there are areas where he's just like kind of offloaded the responsibility over to Stephen Miller, and Stephen Miller just goes extra hard. And then Trump has to come in and pull the reins in. Because Steve Miller doesn't give a fuck about public approval. He wants to do full-blown autocracy. He wants to do a full-blown fascist, military command government. I don't think Donald Trump's, at least at this point, Donald Trump's heart is in that. That is to say, there's no evidence that that would be successful anyway. Trump can't backtrack after dedicating so much money to this. It will make him look dumb to his base. Brother, what are you talking about? The only reason why he's backtracking is because even his base is going, dude, come on. Yeah, he doesn't back away until his base says enough. Or until... It's the same with like the Epstein stuff. Brother, Trump literally caved on the Epstein shit and signed off into law something that caused a lot more heartache for him later down the line. And he's still suffering from that backtrack. Why did he do that? Because his base said you have to do this. And the same thing is happening right now. You can't do a state-sponsored execution in broad daylight of a fucking law-abiding Second Amendment VA nurse who was protecting a woman from these power-tripping, psychopathic, manlet neo-Nazis wearing Gestapo uniforms. You know, that's like, it's ridiculous. They did, though? No, even the online dipshits like Asmongold are trying to present like a wishy-washy, middle-of-the-ground approach here. I was going to get to that, but I forgot to get to it earlier. So he only retreats when his base says so? I mean, there's certain things that he doesn't give a shit about his base on, like Israel. Even like, yeah, even the European MAGA hogs in the Asmongold coalition, Asmonfold coalition is pulling out with the Greenland stuff. HasanAbi, Nick Fuentes went after you to defend Israel. Lol, the pivot is crazy. Yeah, I want to see the Asmongold, like Asmonfold tweet, but then I want to also see like what he said after. Because, here's both of them, right? Like, look, Asmongold is now calling ICE the Gestapo. Lol, the tides are turning and he knows he can't defend this.
If you have a police department that's not accountable or a law enforcement agency that's not accountable.
Bro, I can't believe he steals my fucking talking points. Like, he'll call me a terrorist for the entire week, and then he will turn around and bar for bar, verbatim, rip my shit to his audience. And the same dumb fucks in his community that are like, yeah, Based, he is a terrorist last week, will go, yeah, Based, you're awesome, Asmongold, the week after. How is this fucking, like, what are we doing here? This motherfucker is plagiarizing my shit. How stupid, how mentally stunted is your audience that they can't even fucking see this?
That basically is the Gestapo. That is the secret police. That is the SS.
Come on!
If you have a police department that's not accountable...
Anyway, that's too short of a clip to make a fucking accurate assessment over where he's at, but I suspect that he's trying to do a wishy-washy, middle-of-the-ground bullshit. Even r/Asmongold is saying, okay, this doesn't look good.
Even
just last week, he asked JD Vance to round up anti-ICE protesters and put him in concentration camps.
We haven't even gotten started.
Someone needs to do an Asmongold this week versus Asmongold last week, like an Asmonfold compilation. He didn't even change some words around when copying your homework. No, like literally bar for bar, I have said those exact same words. And I'm willing to bet. I am willing to fucking bet. There's a video out there of me saying that, and then Asmongold replying to me like, yeah, this guy's a terrorist. Yeah. Gestapo, calling ICE Gestapo. Yeah, that's emotional. You're emotional. I won the argument. You know?
We have not even gotten started.
He did the same thing. This cocksucker did the same thing with Israel too, bar for bar. After calling me a fucking terrorist for my takes on Israel, he literally stole the entire thing. And now is like, yeah, Based, Israel is violating Americans' domestic laws. We gotta stop it.
Trust me, this is, if it was up.
But yeah, he'll go back to dick riding ICE again. Okay, he has to play this delicate.
To me, this would only be the beginning. This is we just getting started. Because the thing is too, VP. Yeah, exactly. Like we.
By the way, I think there is no other way to read accounts like this than Israel first, guys. Sorry, I don't give a shit. You're not a real centrist. You only care about Israel. Speaking of Israel, like this guy, United States of Israel, right? That's what I said. Really great job legitimizing this dumb LARPing asshole pod save America, bros. You should feel proud of yourselves. To which I responded with, is protecting Israel all you care about? You should care about other things as well. Israel is deeply unpopular and deserve worse. It's a fascist ethno-state. To which he replied with, guy who turns every single unrelated thing into Israel. Wow, obsessed with Israel much? Is that all you care about? Not to be openly flippant, but I truly do not give a shit about Israel right now. Our country is getting absolutely demolished from within. It doesn't seem like it. It kind of seems like you do still care about Israel. Because why else would you get mad at this? Why else would you get mad at this so much? This one, for the record, this one triggered the fuck out of every Zionist, okay? This one hit directly at the fucking heart. I don't know what it was about this tweet. It was like my, there's no comparison between Hamas and Israel. Israel is infinitely worse than Hamas ever could be. You know, one is a you know, children that have been orphaned by Israel doing like a militant resistance that is in their, that is abiding by international law. The other is a, you know, violent genocidal ethnocide. Like that one's one that like everyone always goes back to because they can't argue against it. It just like breaks their brain, that pisses them off. Okay. This one also, for some weird reason, struck a fucking chord, baby. It struck a chord so hard. Every libtard on the timeline that is Israel first has lost their fucking minds over it. It must have hit a fucking nerve because it literally exposes the stupidity of like Israel first people that are trying to be progressive here in America, right? Like people who love Israel that are trying to also present themselves as like liberal centrists or whatever. And the identical ways in which Israel operates and ICE operates is identical because they're both fascist, okay? And in such a short way, in such a concise way, you can just make that comparison and just slam it right there and everybody understands it. And these guys get triggered to no fucking end. Nothing wrong with caring about foreign policy, but man, do we have a lot bigger issues on our plate. He's like, let's not talk about Israel, guys. Come on now. Come on. Also, would love to know how he keeps finding these posts where he's not tagged or even mentioned by name. I assume some sycophant like Mike from PA Guy. No, it's because I've already interacted with you and you show up on my fucking timeline, dumbass. Because Twitter values conflict. So they show me all the dumb fucking things that piss me off. Wish they paid me. I could definitely use the money, but unfortunately, I just think Hasan's a big fucking idiot for the love of the game. Yeah. Yeah. What does that say about you that you are consistently getting fucking outclassed and outmatched and wrong all the time as opposed to the big idiot, the big dumb idiot who's right way more often than he's wrong? Your entire political ideology is premised on the question, what can I do to maximally worship Israel at this moment? You are cattle and will be happy when lions such as myself re-educate you. Oh, that's awesome. You want a context?
I think they should deport every single illegal alien in the country. All that being said, you can't have ICE. Because I'm a supporter of ICE, that means that I need to have accountability for ICE. Oh. And let me explain what I mean by that.
Oh.
If you have a police department...
ICE is not doing mass deportation and concentration camps the right way. Asman Ezra Gold Klein. He's like, guys, what ICE needs to be doing is more abundance. You know, my problem with ICE is that they're not actually expedient and efficient in their concentration camp schemes. Oh, that's awesome. It's because I love ICE that I want them to do better. Yeah. Look, I think it's consistent when he says he loves ICE, but then also says in the same breath that it's Gestapo because he's a fucking Nazi. So I guess technically that is consistent. This is him just being like, listen, mein Führer, you need to ramp up the deportation machine, but you got to also like, you know, punish a couple of these agents if they get out of hand every now and then.
That's not accountable, or a law enforcement agency that's not accountable, that basically is the Gestapo. That is the secret police. That is the SS. So, and that was one of the big things that, like, I think that really you had with, sorry, I once again, I lost my train of thought. Just a minute. What was I saying again? I totally lost it. I forgot totally what I was saying. Somebody said to me about Iran.
Yeah, good czar, bad boyars. Always. No, it's awesome. I've been using that a lot more frequently in my private affairs in general. I think about that quite a bit. It is definitely good czar, bad boyars all the way. Okay.
And I totally forgot. Anyway, God, I wish sometimes. Liberal SS. Yes, okay, so basically, right. So what I'm saying is that this is another reason why I don't like to do debates. I just immediately forget what I'm saying. In the middle of a conversation. And accountability. Yes, ICE is Gestapo, exactly. Well, what Gestapo was, right, is you had no recourse. They had no accountability. There was nothing that happened to them if they...
What? What are you saying? Like, that's not what was bad, or that wasn't the only reason why the Gestapo was bad. Like, also, he's straight up presenting it as though it's a good thing. I'm not sure even I'm not sure Asman fans will buy this. I don't know what they're buying lately. I don't know.
Did something wrong.
Yeah, the biggest problem with Gestapo is that they didn't follow the bureaucratic procedures. No, I think it was the kidnapping people. You know? I think that's... You know, mass repression, kidnapping, torture, like all the stuff that ICE is doing that's bad. That's why we call ICE Gestapo.
They could kill you for whatever reason they wanted, and you have to have laws that make police accountable, because that's the other big component. Like, one of the good things that came out of BLM is the overwhelming adoption of body cams. I think that before that, you had a lot of body cams, but after that, body cams became the norm. So you need to have body cams for everything. And if you have these guys that, I don't know why Tim Walz said they weren't law enforcement officers. In my opinion, I think that's like, I mean, they need to invoke the Insurrection Act and bring in the military and stop this shit from happening. Because I told you guys last week, this is only a matter of time until this happens. Because there's going to be escalation. You can't have infinity. Like, let's say you have a 1% chance that a physical altercation with a federal officer turns violent. And then you have a 1% chance that that altercation that's violent turns fatal. Do you think that we've had more than 10,000, what do you call it? Like more than, yeah, I think, it's 10,000. More than 10,000 of these altercations? Absolutely. So it's just a law of numbers, is that if you have this many altercations and this many things go wrong, then it's just a matter of time until somebody gets killed that it's unjustified for. Trump's a retard for not sending in troops 2 months ago? Yeah, 2 weeks ago? I know. Trump is going to be Biden for having his brain fried for doing too many things domestically and internationally? Yeah, I think so too. Motive was found on his social media. He was retweeting Kill ICE Agent TikToks. That's fine, but I don't think that they shot him knowing what was on his TikTok page.
Anyone that comes out and does some fake shit, for the record, because I don't think they have his actual socials, to be like, oh, he retweeted Kill ICE TikTok, bullshit that I saw. I got tricked, so I guess it's appropriate to kill him. Is they need to be fucking institutionalized, dude. You know how he always talks about, like, yeah, we gotta bring back insane asylums. Like, yeah, your fucking fans are going in there, okay? Except they're not, because they're all European. That's so fucking annoying to me. We can't even punish these motherfuckers. They're LARPing all the way from Austria. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, mein Orangenführer. Yeah, it's so good. It's sehr good. I'm so glad he's no longer taking over the Greenlands. Guten Tag. As Mein Kampf. You're so good as Mein Kampf. As Mein Kampf, you're so funny. Es wunderbar.
Like, I mean, realistically, like, I don't think this guy's a saint, right? Like, I don't think that this is some kind of, like, innocent guy that did
Yes, he is. Shut the fuck up, bro. What do you mean? I don't think this guy's a saint. What more could he have done? Like, this is what I mean with this, like, wishy-washy bullshit. He's like, yeah, I don't think this guy's a saint. What is the problem? That he, like, opposes ICE?
Nothing wrong. Like, you should have not gone on there. You should have not been obstructing the police. You shouldn't have been touching the police. You shouldn't have gone up to a...
Bro, the police touched him, and it wasn't even the police. It's ICE. It's ICE. It's not. They're not cops. And also, they touched him. He didn't touch them. Shut the fuck up. He got pepper sprayed for trying to help someone that the ICE agent fucking pushed to the ground. What the fuck are we doing here? Did you see Phineas's new reel? I did not. Oh, Can't Ever Die says, right, we're going to see people caring about others in their community, and instead of finding that inspiring, they think it's some sort of grand conspiracy because they don't understand what it means to care for others you don't personally know. Yes. Bro literally did not watch the same video. He did. He just have to, he has to like find stable ground. You have to stop being anti-Semitic. As a Jew, your Nazi Germany accent is so good it triggers my epigenetic memories, and I find that emotionally distressing. Therefore, you hate the Jews. Oh my God, that's gonna be the new, that's gonna be the new Ethan Klein post. He's gonna come out and be like, Hasan is actually a little too good with this German accent. You need to check this timestamp and let it play for 1 minute.
I mean, they say this.
You need to check this timestamp. Let it play for 1 minute. He was desperate to defend the admin before it became undeniable, and he pivoted in real time. Oh, wait,
this is
really?
the gun. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for saying, like, that doesn't look like a gun to me? Like, if I zoom in... I don't know. Like, how the fuck can anybody tell that's a gun for sure? How are people going off of this and being certain? How can you be certain off of this? Okay, keep watching. Okay, let's keep watching.
Ethan Klein said you made software for ICE. Yeah, that's right. I'm fucking. That's why you should listen to me when I say, as someone who's a software engineer for ICE, that you know, you should listen to my commentary about how bad ICE is for like the last fucking 12 years. Wait, now the pivot happens? Let's see.
He does have the gun for sure. Absolutely 100% that's the gun.
Oh.
Is that the same gun?
Oh,
that is the gun.
This is when he found out that the ICE agents actually disarmed him. So he was defending it up until this very moment. And then once it became undeniable that the ICE agents disarmed him.
So here it is. Give me the video you want me to look at. Oh, he says yes.
He was disarmed like 2 seconds before being shot. On both the videos you watched, you can see who disarmed him. Bring up the video and chat will tell you who to look at.
He says yes, this is the video. Let me see if we can get another version of it. Because, like, I really don't, like, I'm gonna be real, like, I have no idea what the fuck is happening. So, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find another image of this. Okay. So, here it is. So, the guy's hand is empty. His hand's empty again, okay.
Okay, so then he
this.
So then he folds, he like changes his mentality.
Okay, keep watching. Okay, let's keep watching. That's the gun. 100% without a question. Absolutely. I just don't know if that's the gun. This is better quality? Okay. Let me see up.
You might not believe this, but he's been bleeding viewers to you. No, because I'm not being botted. So it doesn't work that way.
Pull this up. Okay, this is a higher quality version.
Please don't criticize him for switching to the obvious opinion after taking a closer look. Isn't that a good thing? I wish you guys were this charitable with me, man. That's so funny. I mean, this isn't charity. This is stupidity, for the record. He's going off of what his fucking chat tells him, dumbass. He didn't look at that. If he came in hot looking at that and being like, yeah, based, another fucking guy who deserves it, only to turn around and be like last week, he literally said he wants this to happen. So why is this take so different now that it has happened? You know what I mean? I mean, here, look, how does this make you feel? Okay, how does this make you feel? Right here. This is after Renee Good.
We have not even gotten started. But trust me, this is, if it was up to me.
Everyone on Twitter thinks Asman is woke now because of this dog shit Yoxix clip. Yeah, I know. I think that stuff is so fucking annoying too.
This would only be the beginning. We just getting started. Because the thing is too, VP, yeah, exactly. Like, we got to do this more and more and more.
While you were in Minneapolis, he was botted with 20K more. He wasn't doing anything special. His number was up because your numbers were up. Isn't that wonderful though? That days when I have higher viewership, he then gets to have higher viewership as well. I think that's cool. Like, I'm happy for him that it's just an interesting coincidence, but I'm happy for him that he magically has like the perfect like 10K or maybe sometimes even almost exactly 20K more viewers. I'll have 35K, he'll have 55K or 45K. It's nice of me to do that for him. Rising tide lifts all boats. Yeah. I remember one time your stream F so bad you restarted. You dipped to 20. He dipped to 30.
Because there are whole different levels of this. There's reopening the mental asylums. There's rounding those people up and then putting them in.
Yesterday, you had like 15K more viewers than him. Then suddenly it was even with yours. Then a minute later, it was 10 to 15K more than yours. Yeah. Yeah. It's just interesting that he just keeps exploding like that. Law, you sound a lot like Misgive right now. I mean, Misgive knows these motherfuckers way better than I do. I'm just pointing out how suspicious it is that a lot of these guys do bot, especially Tectone. We know Tectone was a major botter, and Tectone is Asmongold's best friend. This was right before Asman did the pivot because he saw the writing on the wall.
Brain knows you should always comply with police, announce your weapon, and de-escalate all potentially dangerous situations, at least in my state. The guy intentionally gets in the way and involved in an escalating situation. Absolutely retarded behavior from a concealed carrier. I think you're totally right. I do. I think you're completely right. I think this is absolutely fucking retarded to do. And at the end of the day, if he had complied with the police, if he didn't have the gun with him, like, there is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot. There is. Like, it's undeniable this is the case.
Wait, what is this? 10 seconds later, I hit refresh and Asman instantly jumped 20K viewers to match you, Law. Wait, what? At the No Kings rally in LA? Wait, what? When is this from? Like, he went from 35K to 62K? I think this is probably altered. There's no way it jumped that much. That's exactly what happened yesterday. You got to show me timestamps, chatter. Why are his VOD views so much lower comparably? Are they? I don't even know how to check that. I feel like you guys are making shit up now, you know? I don't know if that's the case. Are his VOD viewers much lower? Like yesterday, he had a fuck ton of viewers, right? He had yesterday's VOD, he had 700,000. That seems normal for like 70K. 700,000 viewers from his VOD yesterday. And then let's look at mine. Hold on. Let's see. Wait, how the fuck do I find my goddamn... How do I find my VODs? Bro, I don't even know how to find my VODs. It doesn't show on Twitch Tracker, but it does go from 30K hit from 90K to 60K in 10 minutes. Wait, what the fuck? This is yesterday? No, this is June 14th. 2025. 61% user to viewer ratio. Wait, what? Wait, that is kind of weird. What the fuck? I have double the number in my VODs. My VOD yesterday has 1.4 million views. His VOD yesterday, when he had more viewers than me, has 700,000 views. How is that possible? And then the day prior, 500,000 views. I have 683,000 views. 696,000 views 3 days ago. Wait a minute. Did we just discover something here? No, there's no way. How is he consistently... Maybe is it because I streamed longer? Is that what it is? It might be because I stream longer. That could be the reason. Logs, check my logs. Let's see what this guy has to say. You have the same watch time. Check Sully Gnome. Watch time total is lower on Sully Gnome. Did you talk about the leaks texted showing Tectone buying bots? No. But we knew it already. It's because you stream longer? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. But like, I mean, look at the length of his streams, right? Like this is a 6 hour. No, this is a 7 hour and 23-minute broadcast. 4 days ago. 7 hour and 23-minute broadcast 4 days ago. 7 hour and 11-minute broadcast 4 days ago. 775,000 views versus 774,000, or no, sorry, 674,000 views. Wait, what? How is this possible? I don't understand this at all. Why is his VOD numbers much lower? Does that mean that just like more people watch my VODs or something? Is that what it is? Maybe that's what it is. But that is actually pretty surprising because if you like the higher concurrent viewership I have, the higher VOD viewership I have, right? That's usually how it works. What are we doing right now, man? Why is this a stream? Take a week off. I hate you. 54-month subscriber. Seriously, take a fucking week off. Like I can take one. It's been 6 hours and 10 minutes. I can take one sidestep. You know what I mean? Can I do that? Is that allowed? Is that allowed or am I not allowed to do that, you think? That's crazy. I don't know. Maybe they watch him on YouTube. That's why. But that inconsistency is odd, especially considering that it doesn't matter. Like if you have more live concurrent viewership, that means you have more views in your VODs. It's crazy. Literally 6 hours and 11 minutes of fucking political commentary. The last 10 minutes have been something different. And immediately there's some chirpers who are like, I don't like it. I don't like it. Anyway, let's move on. According to Twitch support, is online and offline views. Yeah, there's anyway, whatever. It's fucking boring. All right, let's finish
And I
this.
feel like that nuance is constantly lost because you can easily come to the conclusion that maybe the way that they shot him was wrong. And based off of everything that I've seen, I'm pretty certain that they fucked up. I am. This seems pretty cut and dry that they fucked up. Now, I'm not, you know, we need to wait for the body cam, and that way we'll really know. But right now, it sure seems like they fucked up. Let me watch this one now. Okay, here we go.
Wait, where's the other video where he like calls the guy R-worded and shit? Oh, right here.
Gary knows you should always comply with police, announce your weapon, and de-escalate all potentially dangerous situations, at least in my state. The guy intentionally gets in the way and involved in an escalating situation. I think you're completely right. I think this is absolutely fucking retarded to do. And at the end of the day, if he had complied with the police, if he didn't have the gun with him, like, there is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot. There is. Like, it's undeniable this is the case. And I feel like that nuance is constantly lost. Because you can easily come to the conclusion that maybe the way that they shot him was wrong. And based off of everything that I've seen, I'm pretty certain that they fucked up. I am. This seems pretty cut and dry that they fucked up. Now, I'm not, you know, we need to wait for the body cam, and that way we'll really know. But right now, it sure seems like they fucked up. But it would have never happened if he didn't.
Hello, Austin's friend. I don't want to misunderstand you enough, so I hope this question doesn't come across as overbearing. Do you believe it's harmful to long-term purpose to celebrate the nominal pivot of Trump or Zachary? They're equally as powerful. I love you. First of all, no, they're not. And secondly, there is no Trump pivot. Trump is still Trump. Asmongold's pivot is also just pure grift. But as far as Trump's pivot goes, it's not an actual pivot. He's just backing away because he's responding to public pressure. As we continue trying to get approval from the admin, but once people start covering this type of content, plus 99% sure Holocaust happened shit, yeah. I mean, he also said, like, he's based. He's also said that Nick Fuentes is based, and I don't think you can get away with doing shit like that when you get more mainstream popularity. Also, speaking of Nick Fuentes, apparently Nick Fuentes is mad too. Because I called him out for dick eating Israel. Yeah, he also defended Los Pollos' bad take. I said, "Woke is coming for you too, big guy. We're gonna make you take daily showers." Where is the fucking Nick Fuentes pivot? I have to show this. It's really fucking crazy. Oh, here it is. Nicholas J. Fuentes. ICE has nothing to do with Israel. You can't call yourself America first if you think we can tolerate 30 million third world illegal aliens living in our country. There would be no violence if the illegals took their free plane ticket home and leftists just stop harassing ICE. I said ICE uses Israeli spyware and is actively trying to deport green card holders and students for speaking out against Israel. But of course, this fucking shill is running cover for the ultra-Zionist pedophile admin once more because he hopes that they'll make him the next Mark Levin. It's also crazy because he's like wearing the new Jeffrey Epstein merch that he's selling. You have to go back to Turkey. He responded again. Where did he respond? I didn't see it. He responded to you. Low IQ Somalians who shouldn't even be here, stealing billions of dollars from Americans. This has nothing to do with Israel. You are left-wing trash that openly supports mass migration and abolition of ICE, but you're hiding behind anti-Zionism because that's more popular. Yeah, I was doing anti-Zionism when you were actually watching Mark Levin videos going, based. You know? Yeah, that's the merch that he's selling. The Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip. Straight up. He lost most of the normies on Insta Reels and TikTok clips because of Epstein. He really thought he was some brown shirts captain. Yeah, I think like all the gross like the gross like pro pedophilia shit that he's been doing is like pissing people off, I think. I'm going to respond to him again. I'm going to say I was an anti-Zionist when you were trying to fuck your college roommate while watching Mark Levin videos, little man. Why would he take such an insane, unpopular stance to be pro-Epstein? I think a lot of these guys have like a serious brain issue, I think. It's kind of like with Destiny. Like, they feed off of being contrarian. I think they like, I think they just think that they're more intelligent than they actually are. And they think that if I can defend this like indefensible thing, then I'm truly brilliant, right? Wait, Ethan Klein deliberately tried to attack you by removing the context you were responding to Nick Fuentes, truly a defender against anti-Semitism? I don't even know what Ethan Klein did, but that I'm not surprised by that. If he's defending Nick Fuentes, that would make sense. Since we're on a drama detour, have you seen the shit that Destiny was talking on Twitter? Yes. Meanwhile, your favorite streamer, Tectone, hasn't actually streamed since 2025. W Tectone, Kill Volo. Streamers we left behind in 2025. And it's me, Valkyrie, Nina, and like I feel like these guys are just like throwing shots in the dark. You know what I mean? Like, why is Valkyrie even there? Wait, Ethan is a Jew. Why did he defend a fucking neo-Nazi? Because he loves Israel more than anything else. And I am Israel's number one op in his eyes. So for him, he just looks at me as like a far worse person. You're worse than a Nazi, according to Ethan Klein. Yeah, he has openly stated that I'm worse than Candace Owens. By the way, he has posted about you the entire time ICE has been killing people. Yeah, that's not surprising. Can someone tell me why Fuentes is doing all this? He's trying to show the Trump people he can be a team player. Yeah, no, 100%. What is this? Once again, Ethan Klein shares a conspiracy. Community eats it up. It gets shared and now becomes a part of the Hasan lore. It's like clockwork. Can someone explain this lore for us with jobs? Hasan did marketing for some DHS program while he was in college, so now he's responsible for ice spyware, obviously. Ethan predictably shares another Saltman lie. Oh, so this is a works-cited crack pipe situation. Zionist Ethan Klein tried to instigate an ICE raid on Hasan Piker's home last year. Claims Hasan helped make software for ICE. Ethan finds new ways to be a disgusting subhuman trash. Did you know Hasan helped make software for ICE? Yes. I'm a Department of Homeland Security officer, which is why you need to listen to me when I say ICE is the Gestapo. I'm a formerly... The cicada thing has been making the rounds. I know, it's so funny that like my worst web design for an internship credit from like one of my communications classes is now being brought back into the forefront. No, I didn't make any software, brother. I don't know how to make software. I fucking designed this website. Do you think, like, I didn't even put the website together. I just like designed the elements. But it's such a funny thing because this makes me look way cooler. Like this makes me look like I was like an agent for the federal government. And then, you know, I fell out of favor when I saw how dark things got, and it wasn't totally for a fucking college course credit. You can call yourself an engineer now? Yeah, I engineered it. You gotta apologize for that one school socialist group. Okay, this website's still better than the fucking school socialist group, the Bowden socialist website. Me and Mudahar built it together. I love that if they ever watch you try to push a driver update on the stream, they would all know you practically see technology as a form of magic. Okay, first of all, I'm very fortunate and I'm able to figure things out. UX designer here, did you just mock it up as an assignment? Not tied to the company directly, I assume? No, I just I don't even recall what this is a group project. I just basically was like, we should put these like C's together. Like this was it. This was my job, was the assets. Do you know what grade you got? No, I don't remember any of that shit, dude. It was in 2012. But like, this is another one of those things where it's like, even if this was true, that would make me look cooler. Like if I was like actually a software designer, what am I, like Edward Snowden? I went from like working for the Department of Homeland Security directly, and then like I hated what I saw there, and that's why I turned. And that's why you need to listen to me. You need to listen to me more. It's totally not just for a fucking college credit. Not gonna lie, this is a pretty damning expose. DHS secrets right now, or you're fake. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. It's bro, I didn't know you were the janitor on the Death Star. It's not even fucking like, yeah. Soy poli-sci major versus Chad rocket engineer married and builds custom cars. Okay, chill. Yeah. Bowden is charging me because of this now? Wait, what? The president of Bowden Republicans. What is this? To those... Wait, why are you... Beware. President of Bowden Republicans, Zach Asplin, 27. Why are you getting charged for this? Hank Green with the OS red thread. Wait, what is this? Were you guys having the same elections as the rest of us? Yes, it's wild that the lady tried to win the elections. Oh no, Hank Green. No, she spent it humanizing immigrants to people like Zoran has. Most people are more open to the path of citizenship being made available. You're smarter than this, Hank. I hope that strategy would work nationally, but I don't think it would. Oh no. He's hitting the lib lines. He's hitting the... I thought you knew he was a lib. I know, but like at a time when a lot of people are actually moving away from this kind of like shit lib mentality, the fact that he's leaning into it is unexpected. New tweet, chicken guy? What's the new tweet? Who's the chicken guy? Hank's parents are more radical than he is. I hate liberals, man. What is this? Girl, fuck you. I've blocked this person. Rashid Tlaib refused to endorse Kamala Harris president due to Gaza policy. Yeah, I mean, these guys are disgusting. Fuck them. What do you think about Madeline Pendleton? I'm glad that there's another person out there that's like a magnet for everyone that has animosity towards communism. Like, it sucks that she gets to eat it all day, every day, but at least it's like, wait, what is this? Oh my God. Hold up. Los Pollos tweet. I want to clarify things because the last thing I wanted was to get anybody upset or even think for 1 second that I support ICE at all. I didn't think in a million years before I tweeted that people would take it as I like ICE. All I meant was trying to warn people I care about ICE. They've murdered multiple people. The whole thing is dangerous. I'm sorry for tweeting something that could have been misinterpreted as me defending ICE, and I apologize for that because that's not the case. Today, I've been made aware of illegal raising shit without warrants and all of that. I don't agree with anything they're doing, especially not following the Constitution. But we witnessed multiple people get killed, so my thought was don't even go near them. I don't mean don't protest or stand for what's right. I just mean literally it's just a dangerous scenario. By tomorrow, if they yell at him a little bit more, he's going to literally assume the position that, you know, he's going out there to hunt ICE agents. Okay? Like, if you keep stressing him further, he's going to be like, I'm going out. I'm a Maoist now. Hey, I'm going to go and fucking hunt ICE agents in Florida. Woke is back, baby. Fucking hell. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. Bro actually took your advice, sat down and read shit. I mean, respect. Respect. Forget about it. I don't mean don't protest to stand for what's right. I just meant literally it's a dangerous scenario. And I tell any friend or family, don't go because something could happen. If you want to be mad at me for that, then I get it. But it just know, all I meant is I don't want no more violence. Well, let me make this clear. I'm not blaming the victims. I never did, never would. They have every right to protest. Their constitutional rights were violated. They were murdered. I don't support it. I never said I do. I never voted for it. I don't agree. I want to end this by expressing my sincere condolences to family and friends of Alex Peretti. If you watch the video closely, the man spends his last moments on earth coming to the defense of a woman who was being brutalized by ICE for no apparent reason. Okay, well, then I guess you understand why people were mad at you because that's precisely why they were mad at you. Wasn't he saying shit about how people voted for it, so you have to accept it? Yeah, he was. He's just completely fucking overwritten everything that he said. This is a law-abiding citizen exercising his constitutional right of assembly to carry his weapon, which is being used as a pretext to justify his murder. If anyone's out here defending this in any way, it was your relative or your friend or your significant other, you wouldn't be. So again, I'm sorry about this whole thing. It's not always easy to eat shit and admit you're wrong, but I have some good people around me to keep me honest. It's okay to reconsider your stance, and we should normalize that instead of standing on business. Everybody take care. I trust that this bullshit will pass and will not only have these people pay for what they've done. Oh my God. Bruh. He went for, what is this? Came in to see what the fuck was going on for himself. Yeah. Everybody take care. I trust that this bullshit will pass. They will pray. They will pay for what they've done. He went from, people voted for this. Shut the fuck up. Hey, just sit there and take it, to like, the ICE will pay for what they've done. The trees of democracy will be watered with the blood of tyrants. There will be blood. We will take revenge. When our turn comes, we will not make excuses for the terror. Hey! That's awesome. Chicken Boy tomorrow when people are still yelling at him? Yeah, no, literally, dude. He's like, we will storm the Winter Palace. Mar-a-Lago! We will storm the Winter Palace of the tyrant, Donald Trump. Mar-a-Lago. Take up arms, comrades. We have nothing to lose but our fucking chains over here. Oh, that's funny. But I have something in place much better than what's currently going on. I hope you believe me when I say. But if you think I'm backpedaling, I don't think I'll be able to change your mind. All I hope is you can judge me based on my 10+ years on here and realize I meant no harm. You missed the best part. ICE as we know it. Oh my God, ICE as we know it should be abolished and replaced with something that doesn't cost this. Bro said abolish ICE. Okay, this might be my greatest. This might be my first 2026 woke scalp, okay? Woke Sharia. Woke Sharia is here. Oh my God, bro. That is crazy time. Okay. Oh, if we have the same momentum, I promise, if we have the same fucking momentum by the time we get to spring, Asmongold is going to be fucking posting about how we must abolish ICE instantly. God damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, he went from like, I said, oh, this is what happened. This is what I did.
You will be
This is what I did to Los Pollos earlier today.
You will be brainwashed. Me, America's son? Ha! That will be a challenge. You bet. Our enemies are all those in league with imperialism. The bureaucrats, the big landlord class, and the reactionary section of the intelligentsia attached to them.
Oh, I love that. Bro went to watch football and you turned a dude woke? Yes. Mashallah, Mamdanistan, woke forever. Yeah, it's not brainwashed. You will be educated, right?
You will.
The worst part is the original wording is even funnier. More pushback on loss will have him feeling this next week. I'm reaching the stage of leftism where I'm ready to buy a gun. You need to tweet this to him. No, I think he's doing all right. I don't want to kick him while he's down. You know what I mean? Or I guess he's coming up again. Video idea. You and Asman have to go outside and go to a nice protest together and you forcibly re-educate him. Brother, I don't think that's happening. Also, I think he'll just die. Twitch banned the bots. What is this? I can't see anything. You just linked me. There's nothing in that quote. You know? What is this? Okay. Hey, Unc, Seahawks are up on the Rams at halftime on the NFC Championship game. Thoughts? I have no thoughts on that. Closed presents with 100 gifted. God damn. All right, let's look at multiple DHS officials are furious over the department's handling of shooting of Alex Preddy. Okay, I do read this a little bit like they're whitewashing DHS a little bit.
After the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy by immigration agents in Minneapolis, as videos are contradicting the account that is coming from the federal government tonight. There's mourners that are paying respects to the ICU nurse on the ground in Minneapolis, as there's growing criticism coming from inside the Department of Homeland Security, where multiple DHS officials tell my colleague CNN's Priscilla Alvarez they're furious with how the agency and Secretary Kristi Noem is handling the shooting. Some of those sentiments have been fueled by what we heard from Secretary Noem earlier in a swift defense of the federal officers involved and also her claims about Preddy himself. Priscilla joins me now. And Priscilla, what are you hearing exactly from these officials? What did they make of what they're hearing from Secretary Noem?
Well, Caitlin, as they've had more time to absorb the videos that have been circulating on social media and that the American public has also been looking at and dissecting, they have grown more frustrated and more concerned, not only about the shooting incident, but also the public response by the Department of Homeland Security. These are officials who are keenly aware that they risk even more reputational harm, which affects them in their operations and could also have long-term consequences that they are going to have to wrestle with in the years to come. Now, of course, this is all stemmed really from what they've seen online and what they've heard from the Trump administration. And in my conversations, they simply can't square, just as many other people who've observed this can't, what happened in that shooting incident and what the Department of Homeland Security Secretary has been saying. As you mentioned, Caitlin, she swiftly defended the agent yesterday and this morning did much of the same. Take a listen.
He came to that scene and impeded a law enforcement operation, which is against federal law. It's a felony. When he did that, interacting with those agents, when they tried to get him to disengage, he became aggressive and resisted them.
Now she's all.
I don't understand why. Fuck. I don't understand why they would hate unconditional support. God damn it. I got Diet Dr. Pepper cherry stuck in my throat. They just want better PR. You can't do better PR when you're murdering people. There is no such thing. There's no such thing as better PR in this situation. Like, you just fucking murked a dude, broad daylight assassination. Israel would beg to differ. I mean, Israel has a lot better PR than the fucking Department of Homeland Security does. They have an incredibly complex, incredibly sophisticated propaganda apparatus in the Western world. And even then, they couldn't overcome like the constant death and destruction. So if Israel can't do it with a multi-billion-dollar, multi-decade operation, how is ICE supposed to do that? What is happening? My voice is changing. New Mamdani legislation? I know, I saw it. This is real, by the way.
Also said that the intent here was to massacre law enforcement, that he was brandishing a weapon. And in the videos that have been made public, none of that appears to be true. And that is what Homeland Security officials are wrestling with. And their concern is that ultimately the secretary is doing a disservice to the department. In fact, one Homeland Security official told me the following, quote, "The department needs a law enforcement leader, not a sycophant." In addition to that, I've heard that some Border Patrol agents who are on the ground in Minneapolis are starting to become unconvinced that this is a productive use of time, and that is doing operations there, given the tenuous situations that they are finding themselves in. So certainly, Caitlin, there are fractures within the Department of Homeland Security over this incident and the way the Trump administration has handled it so far.
Yeah, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you for that reporting. Anderson is back on the ground in Minneapolis. And Anderson, I think just given Priscilla's reporting, it also stands out that we heard from the Border Patrol official in charge earlier saying all those agents that you see in that video, they are still on the job. They just have been reassigned to other scenes, he said, out of concern for their safety.
And we have no update on any aspect of this investigation. And as you know, state officials are not part of this investigation. And according to state officials, they weren't allowed to the crime scene to do any kind of investigation or examination on their own, even though they had a search warrant signed by a judge. So there's a lot of questions about what sort of an investigation, actually, who are they actually investigating and what are they investigating if they are. And there's certainly a lot of suspicion by people who are out in the streets who just do not believe certainly what Secretary Noem has said or Greg Bovino, who essentially echoed her in these allegations accusing this man of essentially being a domestic terrorist.
Just saw a statement that DHS called ICE an asshole in private correspondence earlier today. What do you mean DHS called ICE an asshole? ICE and DHS are DHS is the department that owns ICE. ICE is under DHS. Did you comment already on how China's senior most general is accused of leaking information about the country's nuclear weapons programs to the U.S. and accepting bribes for official acts? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. I mean, Xi Jinping is Mr. Anti-Corruption, but he has basically fucking gutted the entire apparatus of the PLA. All of the generals, except for one, I think, have at this point been forcibly retired or directly jailed. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. I mean, he's Mr. Purge. He has been doing this. This is what he is known for. This is what he has done. This is what he's done since the beginning of his tenure. And and I don't know what the purpose is for the army. But I trust him. It is pretty funny though, where people go people will look to what he's doing and then be like, oh, he's purging. Yeah, China's Central Military Commission after the 20th Party Congress, he like CMC Vice Chairman, CMC Member Minister of National Defense, gone. CMC Member Chief of CMC Joint Staff Department, gone. Director of the CMC Political Work Department, gone. The only one left is Zhang Shengmin. So what I find interesting about this is liberals will go and like or anti-China hawks will go and be like they'll defend the, I don't know, sanctity of the Chinese Central Military Commission. Like, what is it to you? Like, you think they're a fucking brutal, ruthless, autocratic dictatorship anyway. Like, why do you care if he's fucking purging generals, right? Like, these are the guys you were saying were going to violently and militarily seize Taiwan anyway. So, like, that was last week. So what? Now that fucking Xi is purging them? Now they're your best friends? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I, on the other hand, don't know what the real purpose is. I am in favor of purging the party of billionaires that maybe have a little bit too much control and end up trying to game the system a little bit. I'm in favor of that. I'm definitely in favor of that sort of stuff, but I don't really understand what the Central Military Commission purges have to do with anything. The ongoing purges of the PLA are striking, and there's been surprisingly little coverage of them in the mainstream Western press, and surprisingly little consensus among Western China analysts about its causes and what it means about PLA capabilities and force posture. There's a lot of wishful thinking from a subset of analysts who would like to believe these moves will necessarily weaken the PLA, but every modern army demands trust, discipline, and exceptional focus on merit, so we cannot assume that here. Additionally, as their overall strategy continues to pivot away from traditional armed forces and novel approaches like cyber, hypersonic space, and drone swarms, old lines may be a hindrance in favor of younger officers specialized in these areas. Yeah, but I don't understand that either. Like, you can still have younger talent. They don't have to be at the tippy top, right? Younger talent are the ones who developed all the details of PLA's current modernization. Actually, it wasn't the old geezers figuring out how to develop strategic doctrine for information-based network-centric warfare or tactical employment concepts for stealth fighters. The younger talent is in their 60s. He's purging all men to pull a Gaddafi. Yeah, he's going to replace them with woke women. He's woke. Yeah, the suspicion is, I mean, this is Latin times. I don't know what this is about here, but yeah, the suspicion is that he was accused of leaking data about his nuclear weapons program to the U.S. Zhang Yojia was once considered Xi Jinping's most trusted military ally. He said, I didn't believe in magic until my dogs turned into snakes. You know? He said, no new friends. And also the old friends. No friends in the industry. Bro was a fake friend. The purge of Zhang Yojia and Louis Zhenli. Why and what's next for China's military? PLA is in a major crisis with a level of leadership instability unseen since the heyday of the Cultural Revolution. Okay, that's a little crazy. I feel like if there's anything, they got stability. People turn into rats just to say they got some cheese. Isn't that what FaZe Banks said about Black Boy Max in his little notebook that he drew stuff on? It should be noted that this was supposedly during the general stint in Shenyang before he was promoted in 2007-2012 period. They might just be going through everyone's record with a fine-tooth comb. Yeah, I'm going to keep it $150. Yeah, China's collapsing. It's imminent. Any day now. You thinking of Kyle, man? No, that wasn't the Kai Vivette notebook. FaZe Banks also did that. In my opinion, every great Chinese leader in modern China in the PRC has to have one spectacular failure while also a litany of tremendous accomplishments. Okay? Mao has the excesses of the Cultural Revolution, the Great Leap Forward, the genocide of the birds. Okay? Deng Xiaoping has Tiananmen Square and one child policy, but then also he brings about a lot of foreign capital into the country. So the question here is, like, for Xi Jinping, so far he has not had any spectacular flubs at all. So what will it be? Okay. Beijing Piker with the take, collapse of China imminent. Yeah. What will his spectacular failure be? Maybe there won't be one. The genocide, no, that's not even, dude, what I'm talking about is like way, way bigger. No. Maybe COVID. I guess you could say COVID, but even then it's like, yeah, okay, you know what? Okay, COVID makes sense. COVID makes more sense than the crackdowns in Xinjiang. Because crackdowns in Xinjiang is like, it's bad, but it's nowhere near the same level of what I'm talking about. Like the one-child policy was like generational flub, right? The one-child policy would be a generational flub that is still harming the future of China. So I guess like COVID, but COVID actually helped China in some ways in like a really, like COVID is a flub. It was a world-changing event that happened under his watch. Having said that, COVID basically accelerated the collapse of the Western world and unironically caused China to develop even faster at a faster rate. So, not sure if that works. Also, this was a joke analysis. It's not serious. I wasn't being sincere. I don't think like every Chinese leader has to have like one spectacular failure. Like spectacular failure that like alters the future of China, but they overcome it somehow. What else? People see the smallest thing and turn it into huge speculations. I mean, this isn't a small thing. Let's be real. I mean, the entire restructuring of the command, the entire restructuring of the military's command structure is pretty fucking big. I just don't know what it means, and I'm not arrogant enough to assume that I know what it means. I have no idea. I mean, trust the plan, you know? After all, I am white Chinese, and this is what you learn when you become Chinese. You just put your head down and you think, you know, my leader's got me. My leader's got me. He's probably cooking something up, okay? Trust the plan. And unlike Trump supporters, at least with Xi Jinping, there is like enough reason to assume that he's cooking something up. You know, he's got a fairly good track record. American society desperately needs reinvention, but its people are too obstinate and egotistical and fragile to accept the hard truths of what that would take. So they choose the most bitter and self-destructive forms of narcissistic grieving instead, an era of lamentations. What is this? Yeah, brother, the thing he's cooking up is more trade. Yeah, these guys were like, I have it on good authority that they were like, hey, maybe we should restrict trade to some of these countries that are like objectively harming us, or maybe we should send some weapons to some of our allies. And Xi Jinping was like, I'm trade maxing. How fucking dare you suggest that? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you insane? Zelensky lucking out and getting the Puyi ending? They say a region's land and water shape its people. And as a Xinjiang native, I truly feel off kilter if I go a whole week without naan. Zelensky. He's an Uyghur guy who looks like Zelensky. Excuse me, that's Zelensky. Mr. Chairman. I love the Communist Party of China. And making breads, Mr. Xi. Lisa from Blackpink and Zell Disney. Okay, that's racist. Xie Lao Ban. Xie Lao Ban. Mr. I'm surprised he didn't actually say anything about him being actually a Turk. I mean, he is. You can see it in his face. He is Turkic. Uyghurs are Turkic. It is true. Breaking. Trump just threatened Canada with a 100% tariff if Prime Minister Mark Carney finalized a deal with China. And he called him governor again because disrespect is a whole strategy. This is extortion. If you don't obey, we'll punish your entire economy. I'm going to say it one more time to my Canadian brethren, okay? You have nothing to lose but your chains. I am 100% in support of your protracted people's war against the America, okay? You have a right to trade max with China. Make no mistake. You have every right to get BYDs. If you want a BYD, you will get a BYD. If you want to do tax credits for electric vehicles, you are allowed to do so. Okay? If you want high-speed rail, China will build it for you, and you are allowed to do that. Okay? You have nothing to lose but your chains. Mark Carney responds to Donald Trump's threat of 100% tariffs. We have commitments under Kuzma not to pursue free trade agreements with non-market economies without prior notification. We have no intention of doing that with China or any other non-market economy.
100% tariffs. Well, the first thing is that Canada respects our engagements, our commitments. Il y a des engagements dans l'ACM. We have commitments under Kuzma that not to pursue free trade agreements.
Yeah. For what crime? For making a deal? A succulent Chinese deal? Unhand me. I see you know your judo. Yeah, you can't even do a succulent Chinese deal, bro. This guy.
With non-market economies without prior notification. We have no intention of doing that with China or any other non-market economy. What we've done with China is to rectify some issues that developed in the last couple of years. In many respects.
Yeah, he's not backing away. He's saying that the free trade agreement was not accurate framing and that Canada's current trade agreements with the U.S. still stands, but that Canada is still pursuing his deal with China. The tariff threat had no change. Yeah, that's Mark Carney you're talking about. Y'all are misunderstanding the GOAT. The GOAT of Chinese trade deals, okay? He already said protracted people's war. I don't know what more you want to hear from him. He already said he's an anti-imperialist. It's MLM time, baby. The Marx in Marxist-Leninist Maoism is actually for Mark Carney. He's doing it. Male love male, multi-level marketing. Yes, all of those.
We're going to use the expression back to the future with respect to EVs, with respect to agriculture, with respect to fish products and other food products, but with additional protections. So, for example, back in 2023, we didn't have a cap on the number of EVs. We didn't have a requirement for a large proportion of those EVs to be affordable, highly affordable EVs for Canadians. So it's entirely consistent with Kuzma, with our obligations, which we very much respect under Kuzma and will continue to work that way forward.
Canada's Prime Minister Carney says he does not plan to sign a free trade agreement with China after President Trump threatened 100% tariffs. It's so funny. International trade is so funny. Where they're like, "Excuse me, we don't do trade negotiations like that with non-market economies." Okay. I mean, there's not a lot of them out there. Okay. And you definitely do trade with non-market economies. There's like pretty much one. And even then, there's a market factor in it. China is a market economy, yes, but like they just. The funny thing is, everyone always will say it's fake, like, or everyone will always say like they're cheating. They're cheating. Why are they cheating? Because they're using what you could normally consider state subsidies in a way that actually genuinely subsidizes the productive forces and doesn't directly go back to the pockets of like C-suite executives and shareholders. And therefore, it's used in a way where, yes, they actually undermine domestic manufacturing by sending products that are just as good that are infinitely cheaper. And what's frustrating for Westerners is like, well, we can't do that. Like, we can't actually ensure that our subsidies go in the direction of price stabilization or engaging in a more competitive pricing that will be more beneficial for the domestic economy, that'll be more beneficial for like international trade in general, because then it's a race to the bottom, all this stuff. So they just say like China is cheating. Yup, and Mark Carney is pro all that. He's a stock man. I mean, yeah, he's a banker. No, we get dick-shaped rockets that explode in CSAM AI. Yeah, that's the wonderful future that you can look forward to. China's military says top general undermines Xi Jinping's authority. Zhang Yojia under investigation after affecting party's absolute leadership over the military, PLA's media claims. China's military has accused the top general of undermining the command authority of Xi Jinping, suggesting that ensuring the powers of the Chinese leader is behind a probe of Zhang Yojia, announced on Saturday, rather than just charges of corruption. Zhang, vice chair of the Central Military Commission, and Liu Zhenli, another CMC member, the People's Liberation Army's chief of staff, had severely trampled on, damaged the chairman responsibility system, the military's official newspaper PLA Daily said in an editorial published on Sunday. Dude, oh, the dream to be a fucking editor on the PLA Daily. One day, inshallah, one day. I will be covering the general beat at the PLA Daily. Under the Chinese Constitution, the leader of the state and Chinese Communist Party chairs the CMC and has supreme decision-making power over the military. This chairman responsibility system is designed to secure the party's absolute control over the armed forces. The PLA mouthpiece editorial said the two generals had seriously abetted political and corruption problems that affected the Communist Party's absolute leadership over the military and endangered the foundation of the party's rule. Comments highlight the crucial importance of the PLA for Xi in his expected quest for a fourth term, which the party would have to confirm at his next Congress due in 2027. Since the party seized power through civil war and most of its founders fought in those battles, it regards control over the armed forces as indispensable. Kind of a big deal. The military is the only organization in China that has a history of defying party leaders, said Dennis Wilder, an expert on the Chinese military and former head of China analysis at the CIA, citing criticism of Mao Zedong's policies by then Defense Minister Peng Dehuai in 1959, and then alleged coup attempt against Mao by top general Lin Biao. Well, I'm joking. Wilder said that after Zhang had won a fight with He Weidong, the second vice CMC chair and member of a rival faction who was purged last year, Xi probably feared that Zhang was all-powerful in the military. Presuming that Xi wants a fourth term in office, he would have to fear that Zhang could lead an effort within the party to oust him. Hold up. I thought you were aiming for editor at the People's Rail. I mean, People's Railway would be my number one slot, but I'll take the PLA newspaper if I can. According to a defense ministry statement, I just don't understand this kind of stuff because I feel like he's pretty fucking popular. It's not like he's had it's not like he's been on shaky ground, you know? Like, this almost makes it seem like he's having a hard time, and that's why he has to like secure the ranks. Also, he's popular on top of his own personal popularity within the party. I would go so far as to say that he has been, I mean, Trump has been great. Popularity within the people is different than popularity inside the party, though. Yes, but popularity of the people is the most important aspect of the confidence that you have. Yeah, Trump has been great for China. What, you think that's a joke? Like, this isn't me. Like, liberals will say some shit like this, but like when I say it, I have a different attitude about it, but like it is objectively true. Trump has unironically been a tremendous gift for China. I mean, look at fucking Mark Carney. He is the great nation builder for China. Even down to even down to the fact that the government was like, China is no longer our main priority. We have to really handle our ranks and focus on our backyard. I'm not sure how real that is, but are there trustworthy sources for how popular Xi Jinping is in China? I mean, I don't know. There's no source that you can get for his party approval. That's not. You will never find that. But as far as the population's approval, yes, they get polled regularly. Like Westerners, Western polls are regularly conducted. I think he's using his popularity right now to actually get rid of some corrupt top dogs. It kind of seems that way if they're going through all the records all the way back to 2007. I mean, part of the reason why he is so popular is not only a lot of development, but also on top of that, he has been going after corruption. Like his number one thing is purging corruption. And for the most part, that corruption is within the party infrastructure and also within, and by that I mean like billionaires as well, because all the billionaires are party members too. So he has been, like, one of the first things he basically did was whip all of the fucking super, super wealthy Chinese party members, because he saw that as a significant weakness. And that is his like number one thing. If you can think of like Deng Xiaoping as like the reformer, then Xi Jinping is like the anti-corruption leader for China. The announcement shocked many observers. Zhang had been seen as a close confidant of Xi, whose seniority and combat experience. Like, what's the number? What's the number of billionaires that have decreased in China over like the last decade? Number of billionaires in China decrease over time. According to Harun Report data, this reduction is driven by prolonged economic slowdown. That's not the reason. Yeah. The number of dollar billionaires in China has experienced a significant decline, dropping by over 1/3 from a peak of 1,185 in 2021 to 753 in 2024. Here, let's just look at fucking Business Insider instead. Yeah. Economic troubles and crackdowns. Yeah, I think it's not the economic troubles, man. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing, for the record. Like, this is straight up what I'm talking about. Yes, it's the crackdowns. It's not because of an economic downturn. China lost 432 billionaires since the high of 1,185 in 2021. It's a reflection of China's struggling economy and a government crackdown on the super rich. Some wealthy citizens are looking for covert ways to move their wealth out of China. That was part of the reason why they were cracking down on the other billionaires, because they were doing just that. The number of China's billionaires has dropped by 1/3 since 2021, according to an annual rich list, as difficulties for the country's economy. Yeah, it's not the fucking difficulties for the country's economy. That's bullshit. And especially because It's not like they are losing billionaires. They're making new billionaires in the process. That means that the number of billionaires that are no longer billionaires is even larger than that. It's just that there are different new billionaires now, and some of the old billionaires are no longer billionaires. But of course, these guys are coping and claiming that it's like, a significant China's struggling economy has diminished the number of billionaires. Yeah, America's struggling economy does not diminish the number of billionaires. If anything, the more our economy struggles, the more the number of billionaires get higher. How is that possible? How is that possible? Explain that to me. Okay? Please explain to me how, when China's economy is struggling, they lose billionaires, but when our economy is struggling, we make more billionaires. It almost feels like the number of fucking billionaires doesn't correspond to a healthier economy at all. It comes as soon as China's super rich choose to lie low or leave the country, finding covert ways to take their money with them. Older tycoons, often real estate, are giving way to a new cohort propelled by, exactly. This is why I said, this is what happens when the government controls the flows of capital. This is like the Chinese style central command economy. Okay. Central planned economy. So they pick the winners and losers in some ways, but it's not like they go, you're going to be the winner now, right? They don't just go to a random guy who's an engineer and is like, you're the next billionaire. They say, let 1,000 flowers bloom in this new sector that we are focusing on. And those who actually compete against one another, that actually build these like robust businesses, they become billionaires. All of the old sectors that are around, all the old sectors that they focus on, like it was real estate for the longest time, right? Because they were building a lot of housing. And then there was a housing bubble and oh my God, it's popping. And, China's going to collapse. It's imminent. They kept saying that over and over again. Like, look at all these people's like savings, like they're tanked. They're fucked. Meanwhile, China has like the highest savings per capita, whereas America has the highest debt per capita. Atriarch thinks China's doing capitalism perfectly, by the way. Yeah, okay. So the perfect way to do capitalism, I agree. I think we should do Chinese-style capitalism. Thank you. All right, so I guess we're in agreement. Call it whatever you want to fucking call it. Okay. Yeah, no, I love that. Let's do Chinese-style capitalism, please. It's the same principle whenever someone fucking tells me like, oh, Norway's... I'll be like, Norway's a social democracy. And they'll be like, well, Norway's actually capitalist. I'm like, okay, then do Norwegian capitalism, please, in the interim. Yeah, I guess America's failing as China's succeeding because China's doing capitalism and America's doing what? Communism? Is that what it is? That's not exactly what he said, but he said that China's pretty capitalistic. $6% of Chinese citizens earn $1,500 a year. I know, and they're fucking suffering. Like, tremendously. If you go to the places where they live, and then you look at how far they've developed in the places that they're living, and you ask them how they feel. Dude, the poorest people in China that live in rural areas unironically ride for the party harder than the fucking... Whoa. Harder than the... Kaya just cried. Harder than the fucking liberal younger generations living in the big cities. Is that different than here? Please explain what PPP means to these idiots who say Chinese earn less. That's not a reliable metric. We should only look at GDP. No reason to look at purchasing power parity. Don't look at that kind of stuff. It's stupid. It's not. That's just, yeah, PPP stands for penis, penis, penis. Which is why, yeah, it's woke and gay. But yes, China is low on GDP, PPP too, compared to the US. I know. But I do think that the Chinese measurements are not, like, I don't think the Chinese measurements are sound in general. Old guard departs. And for the record, you once again have to remember that you have to adjust. You have to accurately analyze where China is at now. You're not supposed to compare China to the global hegemon, the United States of America, that has been the wealthiest nation on the planet for like the last fucking 100 years, okay? You have to compare where China is at now to where China was 5 years ago. You have to compare where China is at now to where China was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And the more you go back, the more insane that development looks. Why aren't you checking in on Carla? It's just stupid, Ninja. No, it's fine. What happened? Oh, she was playing with her toy and it scared her. You're right. China's been consistently underreporting GDP. They're now 2x of American minimum. No, my favorite is when people say China's actually half the population. So its GDP per capita is like is higher than America's. Atriok was doing the lib code. China has a massive debt crisis stuff 2 years ago and has quickly changed tune. Good. He's changed. He's learned. He's now pro-China. I'll take it. I don't think China's PPP is higher than the United States. Oh, it is. No, but it's China's got a bigger PPP. Yeah, overall PPP, but not per capita. That's still lower than Turkey, I believe. Anyway. All right. I'm tired. Does 2022 play the video? No. I'm going to end it here. Okay. And I'm going to, it's bedtime for Unc. I didn't get to sleep a lot last night. But that'll be all for today. Another 7-hour and 20-minute half day Hasi. You already know what it is, but I'll be back tomorrow. It's Monday News Day. You already know what's up. You already know what time it is. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.